So
Is
let's
part of
talk
it a
about
globe?
it. Individuals that are saying the Earth is flat have not done any work to confirm it. They're just feeling it. I feel the Earth is flat because my backyard is flat. Ridiculous. Or they're saying stuff like, "Oh, I don't trust the government, therefore the Earth is flat." Hmm.
Yeah.
Make
How come there's no Earth curvature to actually justify the globe?
How
No,
come
no
there's no
Earth
flat
curvature
Earth
measurement.
after it like flat Earth?
Like that's the number one deciding proof that the Earth is a globe. Is Earth curvature measurement.
No, the
That
number one
you
thing
can't
is
measure Earth curvature
you
because it
cannot
doesn't
measure
exist.
flat Earth. What's the SI unit for flat?
Do you
It's
Go
trust
ahead.
the
all,
government?
it's all
Do you mind me
the
asking?
surface.
What's the SI
Yeah,
unit for flat? Give me the SI unit for flat. You said it's measured flat.
yeah. You
What
go
is the
outside. In
SI
reality,
unit for flat? Is it
a meter
meters?
curvature. There is no
Is it
curvature to be
grams?
measured. It's
Is
very
it
simple.
meters?
No, the
What's
curvature, yeah, is a serious
what's the
big deal
SI
because the
unit for flat? You
curvature,
said it's measured. You said it's measured. What's the SI
there's no
unit for flat?
curvature to be measured.
What's the SI
It's
unit?
very simple. You
Oh,
haven't
it's
done
space
it.
Okay,
You
explorer.
if
haven't.
it's simple, if it's
Have you
simple,
actually
give me
explored
the
space?
SI unit for flat. If it's simple, give me the SI unit for flat. Go ahead. Is it meters? Is it grams? If it's simple, you said it's measured flat. Give me the measured flat. Give me the
Yeah,
measurement.
because there's no curvature to be
Okay,
measured. It doesn't exist.
you're changing the subject.
No, I'm not
Give
changing
me
the subject.
you said it's
The
measured.
curvature is what wraps itself around the globe. That's what makes it the globe shape. The
Okay, he's
curvature
talking
Yeah,
of
about
the
there
globe.
is
shape
no
now. Okay,
curvature
It
to
doesn't
measure.
exist.
that's different. You said it's
Many people have done
measured.
it.
You said it's
Many
measured.
people have gone outside in reality and done
Okay,
this. The
okay, you're
curvature
changing
does
the
not
subject.
exist. So how can the Earth be a globe if the curvature doesn't exist? It's very simple.
Okay, all right. You need to stay focused. You said it's measured flat, and I've asked you for the SI unit for flat, and you cannot give it to me. Right? Now you want to change the subject
It'd be
to
flat. It
an
wouldn't have
observed
a
shape.
real measurement, would it? It'd be just flat fucking Earth.
If you
Yeah, it's not that simple, is it?
you cannot use the word measurement. You cannot, because you cannot say the Earth
So
has
so
been
how how
measured.
how
You
so
cannot. You
how
cannot.
would you so how would you determine if the surface of the Earth is curving or not? What methodology would you use? What tools would you use? You tell
Okay.
me.
Okay. Let me tell you. You have to get off the ground and observe the entire Earth in order to determine if
Which
it's
no one has ever
curving or
done.
not. And none of you have done that. You cannot say it's flat
Neither of
because
you.
you cannot. None of you have
How do you
observed.
know that
Hold on.
none of you have
None of
done
you.
that? How do you
None
know
of
that?
you
You
have
don't know that.
observed the
You keep telling
entire
yourself that.
Earth. You
You
cannot
keep
say it's
telling
flat.
yourself that. Why do you keep telling yourself like you know this already? You don't know other people have
What do
done
you
this.
mean? I don't know.
You don't know because you already convinced yourself.
No,
You don't
you're
have
the
to
one that has
perspective.
convinced yourself because you have
Dude,
not
I've done
observed
this.
the.
I've done this. Nobody convinced me. I've done it by myself.
Really? How high up did you
Yes,
go?
yes.
What
Well,
was your altitude?
dude,
How high up did you go to
there's no
observe the
drop of a
entire Earth?
distance, dude. The laser beams are hitting the target every time.
Okay, what are you talking about?
The globe says the laser beam shouldn't hit the target over a distance of 10 miles
Oh, really?
or
Going
20
to
miles
the moon.
or
If
30
it was
miles
a
or 40
ball,
miles. The
Dude,
surface, yeah, keeps
are you saying
extending and
the Earth is 30
extending.
miles?
That's
So
because it's flat. It's a
all you're
horizontal
saying,
flat plane.
all you're telling me is the Earth is 30 miles wide.
You haven't done this. You just believe what you've been
Hold on.
told.
I have done it.
not
Of
30
course I've
miles
done
No,
it.
you
wide.
haven't done it.
Every single time I have gone out to do a measurement, it matches the curvature calculations of the radius of the planet. Every single time.
Or do you use a giant tape measure? Is that what you
Dude,
use?
you're very dishonest, you know. You're very dishonest. I'm
What are you
sorry.
talking about? Every time I have gone out to do measurements, it has matched my radius
No, it
value that
hasn't.
has
No,
been
it has not.
calculated by
What are you talking
seismology.
about?
Do
What are you
you
talking
have
about?
a gigantic compass or measurement tape? And that's how you done it, is it?
No, we use a laser beam.
No, I was talking to the other guy saying that the
Oh,
Earth
sorry.
is round and that
Sorry.
he's calculating curvature.
Every single time, like for example, so where I'm from, there are 3 mile buoys, right? If you're standing 6 foot tall, the sun sets at that 3 mile buoy. That matches the that matches the radius value. And if I go up 10 feet,
The sun
I
will
will
go beyond
see
the
the sun
horizon
again. Hold on, hold
whether you
on.
know.
If I go up 10 feet, I will see the sun again. That matches the radius value. That's an observed empirical value based on the radius of the planet, dude. What are you talking about?
I don't think it is. If you put something on top of a table and then you're like under that table, of course if you stand above it and alright, this is a shit fucking example I'm giving, but that obviously doesn't prove that the Earth is round.
What proves the surface? No. Look. When they show us the globe, obviously what they're showing is a ball, a globe. Yeah. What defines a globe is the curvature of the globe, because it wraps itself around the globe, thousands of miles. Yeah. It's obvious that we need to test the surface of the Earth. How do we test this? We go outside in reality, and we measure the surface to see if it deviates. Yeah. A change of slope. Yeah. See if it curves down. Yeah. Any kind of curvature that will justify the globe. It's already, many people have done this. Yeah. Measure the surface of the Earth, and there's no deviation, no curvature. How can the Earth be the globe? Come on, man. It's very simple.
Many people have done these kinds of experiments, and there is indeed curvature. What are you talking about?
Name
Dude,
one.
if you look at the LIGO project, look up the LIGO project. The LIGO project, those tubes are 4 kilometers long, dude. In order for the laser to hit its target, dude, they had to raise the target at the end of the tube.
You went full retard, man.
That is because of the curvature of the Earth, and that's a complex experiment.
Yeah, that's cap. Can you demonstrate that, please?
Anybody who is telling you, anybody telling you that they have laser targets that have hit miles out have lied to you. Those are
Let's see your
liars.
evidence.
Okay? Look up the LIGO project. Go ahead.
No, you present your evidence.
Oh, you don't know the LIGO project.
I do know the LIGO project. Which one?
Hold on.
Which one of the LIGOs is it, Robert?
You are having a science discussion and
No,
you
listen,
don't know
I want
about
to look it
LIGO.
up. Which
You
LIGO is
are
it,
having
Robert?
a science discussion and you
Robert,
don't
I'm
know
going to
about
go look
LIGO.
it up now. I'm going to go look it up. Tell me which LIGO you're
You are
talking about.
having a science discussion and you don't know about LIGO?
I do know LIGO. I'm asking you which one. Did you know that there are multiple LIGOs?
Yes, we know that there are
Tell me which one it is, Robert. If you know anything about LIGO, if you know anything, you're going to be able to tell me which one it is, Robert.
What do you mean? The very first one?
Which one was that?
You don't. Oh, see, you don't know. I thought you
No,
said
I
you
don't
knew.
know which one was the first one
Hold on.
was. I know that there are multiple
You
ones.
knew. I thought you knew about the LIGO.
I do know. I don't remember which one was the first one. I'm asking you which one it is. Robert, once again, you come in here, start yakking about something you don't know anything about.
Maybe he did, but he's muted now, so.
No, he actually didn't know anything.
Oh yeah, like a lot of us flat earthers don't know too much because it's very hard to convince people whether the Earth's round, flat, whatever. Like,
Yeah, that's not the point. He presented an argument, and when asked to provide details, he has absolutely none to offer whatsoever.
He probably looked up like Flat Earth debunked and then fucking LIGO project, or something like that. Just like, just how people are, I guess. What do you guys think the moon is? Anyone still there?
Yeah, I just don't care.
Affirmative.
I think it matters when discussing this.
I don't.
Just asking your guys' opinions, because I hear it's made out of plasma, or just like the sun in a way. But I heard from the other flat Earth things, the sun and moon are made out of plasma. They have sort of energy coming off of them. I think that stuff matters when talking about this. Personally, it all gets very curious, you know. When you realize the Earth is flat, you appreciate life a lot more. You understand that we're in a safe and secure sort of realm that we're in, you know, rather than floating through an abyss where there's asteroids and aliens gonna get you.
Hey, gentlemen, just by the way, for the record, that muting, I muted Robert actually, but accidentally. I saw there were 2 or 3 icons lighting up. I wasn't sure which one. Thought the one that I got was someone trying to jump in. Turned out to be Robert, so that was actually my bad. But I guess it worked out for the better anyway.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
How's it going?
Pretty good.
I got something to say about the Earth.
What's that?
It's a globe.
How do you know that?
You're a retard.
So now the level of understanding for another person proves the shape of the ground. And that's it. What's up, Hamad? Damn. What's up, Mohammed?
Hello.
What's up, bud?
Do you believe in Earth is flat or no?
I don't believe in the Earth as a shape, just like I don't believe my shoe size. Do you believe in your shoe size?
Yes, my shoe size is 55. It's very believable.
Hmm.
For you, what's your shoe size? To see if believable or no.
No, not a matter of believable, a matter of knowing versus believing, right? If you know something is to be the case, you don't have to believe it because belief is trust without evidence. If you know something, you have evidence for that knowledge.
Yes, but Earth is circle. It's not square.
I didn't say square. You said square, and you said circle, and you
Yes,
said the earth is flat.
I
Both of
didn't
those
say
shapes
Earth.
are
Earth is
flat.
a sphere. Sphere of object. Wait a second. Someone
Yes.
is knock on the door. Wait, 1 minute.
What's up?
Hi.
What do you think the shape of the earth is?
What?
What do you think the shape of the earth is?
I think a Drake is lesbian
How do you know it's a sphere?
because I just think.
When you go outside, do you see it as a sphere?
Yeah, every day.
How do you see the sphere? Earth.
With my eyes.
Yes. How do you see it as a sphere?
السلام عليكم. I am back my
أمس
lovely friend.
من يوم قاعد تسولف عن السبير، ما أدري شو سبيرم يمكن.
لا يا
انا
حمار،
انجليزي الله يعافيك.
أو مالي.
ايش تبي انت؟ خله افهمه بس. يتكلم عن كوكب الارض، اذا هو دائري
English.
كذا زي كروي ولا
No. The
أرض.
Earth is plan.
English.
The Earth. You see the Earth? Hey yo bro. Hey يا عمي أنا هنا من سوالف خاثرة. الدائرة الكروية.
عمار ابو غزاله
وين؟
هلا
مكتوب.
هلا، ما له دخل الله يعافيك. عمار ابو غزاله لا
الا
والله.
الا الا عندنا استاذ اسمه عمار ابو غزاله.
اي خلاص، يعني انا استاذ الحين.
This room is for
أنت
English.
خاسي تصير أستاذ. كان المعلم أن يكون رسولا. ما أنت برسول أنت. جيم ويل.
من وين
Are you
انت في
think؟
السعوديه؟
أنا من بسعودي. أنا من كوكب الأرض المسطحة.
لا مو مسطح، كروي الله يعافيك.
Okay. So this room is for English. Speak English. Practice your English.
Yeah, speak English. But
right.
people know very good.
Say it again. Okay.
What's your name, my friend?
Did you ask why does it matter?
What is your name?
Well, what does my name say?
My name is what?
What does my name say? Since my name is spelled out.
Fall down?
No. My name is Jimmy.
Jimmy, where are you from, Jimmy?
United States.
Mm.
What's up? QR code. Jackson. What's up?
Hello, everyone.
How was your day?
Pretty good. I just wake up, so I thought I wanna talk in some chat.
All right. Well, in this chat, we talk about the Earth.
Yes, about flat Earth. I thought you gonna be discussion about that.
Yeah. Well, everyone here, aside from you, is already of the mindset that they accept their senses and the Earth is flat.
Also, I'm gonna. I I need to debate that. Like
No,
the.
you don't have to debate. I mean, if you want to debate, you can. You just, state your claim. I'll state mine, and then we support our own claims. But I mean, if you want to, talk about it, we can do that too.
Oh no, don't worry. I thought that was dynamic. Like that was the dynamic of this channel.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you can ask questions. I can ask you questions, and we can discuss, the questions and answers, or we can just debate. Either way, it's fine.
My question is right. I mean, I cannot debate yet. My English level is not that high.
Sounds good enough.
So let me see. You think the Earth is flat or not?
Well, it's not something I think. It's something that I know because I've experienced it. You've experienced it that way. You just uh, don't trust your experience because somebody told you not to.
All right. So
So,
you say about your senses that the Earth is flat, right?
because when I go outside and I look for curvature, I don't find any. If I take my family to the beach and I look out at the horizon where the earth appears to meet the sky, that looks like a flat line. It's called a horizon, which horizontal stems from that word because it's parallel with the plane of the horizon.
All right. So as you don't see a curved line, you say there is no way to. The Earth is spherical.
Yeah, because the horizon changes distance, right? I know it's not a sphere, or at least I know that the horizon is not due to the ground getting in the way of the object ahead of me. Does that make sense?
All right. Yes. I understand your point.
Yeah, because if the Earth was a sphere, then when boats sail away from me, they go down the sphere, right? So now the horizon is causing the bottom of the boat to be blocked, right? That's
All
what the
right.
horizon. But the horizon is changing distance. So either the ground is changing size throughout the day while I observe the horizon change distance, or the Earth is not expanding and contracting. I'm just looking over a flat surface with visibility changing due to reasons not the ground.
All right. But I'm thinking in the way that sometimes when you're in a mountain, you can see a lot of things around the mountain, right? Like you're on a road, you're on a bus or a car, and you see many lights far away from the towns nearby, right? But I think that if the earth is flat, I think there'd be a way to see more towns than a few I can see around the mountain.
Okay.
So I don't think the earth is flat just in that way, because if I mean, I I could see in other towns like I don't know. I'm in Ecuador. I I can see probably the United States. Yeah.
No.
If the why not?
The shape of the ground, right, is not preventing you from seeing the United States. It is the limitation of your eyes and the conditions of the air that's preventing you from seeing the United States from Ecuador.
Okay. Oh, all right, I got it. So you see, the problem is my eyes, right?
And some other things, right? Not only just your eyes, right? Because objects can appear to be larger when they're closer to you, right? You stand next to the car is, about shoulder height, right? And
Mm-hmm.
as it drives away from you, it appears to become smaller. That's because of perspective. Your eyes, its angular size is changing, and your eyes have a limitation as to how small you can see something. If it was
All right.
possible for you to be able to see the United States from Ecuador, that would mean you can change the angular size of your eyes and
So
see
are you like
and
saying the
see
Earth is
things.
flat or no?
Oh, stop interrupting. And
Okay,
if
I'm
you can
sorry.
see the United States from Ecuador, then you should be able to look at your hands and see the individual germs, right? Because the germ is so small, right? Its angular
Mm-hmm.
size is too small to be seen by your eyes. The United States at that distance is too small for you to see at that distance, right? So
All right.
if it's possible for you to see that far by just changing your eyes, you would still have the air limiting how far you can see. Fog will limit how far you can see, right? If
Mm-hmm.
you look at the hood of a car while the car is hot, the objects behind the car will wave, right? Because the light is changing. It's right above the hood because the heat is causing the mirage to happen. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So the difference in air temperature above the surface of the water would cause a miraging effect, which you would then increase altitude to see over top of that, right? And
Mm-hmm.
then air absorbs light over distance. That's why flashlights don't shine for forever, right? You have companies trying to make flashlights project light further away from the user.
Oh, okay. So you say, well, there are a lot of things here. So you say my eyes get a perspective different from the angular side. Yes, como the oh fucking hell! How can I say that? Well, my eyes are a limitation,
Yes.
and right, and the other thing is the air. Basically, consumes or absorbs the light, so I can see more far away than a certain distance, right?
You are limited as to how far you can see because light's not traveling through air forever.
Okay.
Right? It's like being in town and all the lights are on in town at night, and then as you drive away from town, it becomes darker because the light is not reaching that area, even though you can turn around and see the town and all the lights.
Mm-hmm.
Makes
But
sense?
kind of. I understand your point, but there is something that I doubt about it because an example, the stars of other planets, like other suns.
Yeah.
There is a void, like a lot of void in the space, but that void get net. It doesn't have air in the space, I know, but I think there is a lot of particles that can absorb light in the same way that the air absorb it, like you said to me, right?
Yeah.
But still, I can see, I don't know, a five like distance suns from here, the Milky Way, you know?
Yeah. So with outer space, right, that doesn't exist, right? There is not 93 million miles between the Earth and the Sun. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So there is not 500,000 light years distance between us and some other object that you would call a star in the sky, right?
Right.
The moon is not 250,000 miles away. Okay. We don't know
Okay.
the distances to the lights in the sky, right? The vacuum of outer space does not exist, right? So I can understand your point that, well, I can see millions of trillions of light years away and see stars, and there's no air between us, so there's no light absorption between us and that star, which that's why they claim angular size to explain the distance and the size of the stars, right? So the moon is supposed to be like it's apparent. It's apparently the size of the United States, right? The portion of the moon we see, it's comparable to the entire width of the United States, right? And then the
Right.
sun appears to be the same size as the moon, but it's not because it's 400 times farther away from us than the moon. The sun is 400 times larger than the moon, according to the story, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, as stars are farther away from us, they're actually larger than our own sun, but their angular size is so small because they're so far away. And the reason we can see them because they're so far away is because there's a vacuum between us and there's no air to absorb any of that light. That's why we can see things so far away in the story of the outer space. Make sense? So
Uh,
they're using the same principles I'm talking about. However, I'm using these principles on the ground and comparing it to my experience.
right, Lo. So the absence of air, that's the reason why I can see another stars far away from here.
Yes, according to the heliocentric model. But what I'm saying is outer space does not exist.
Okay. Outer space and access. But what is the heliocentric model like? We are the Earth and everyone rotated around us, like the Earth.
The heliocentric model is the story that they teach in school. Helio being the sun, centric meaning centered. So the Earth's motion is centered around the sun, heliocentric. Does that make sense?
All right, I got it. I
Uh,
just got confused.
Geocentric, geo meaning Earth. So when someone says geocentric model, they're saying that the Earth is the center of the model. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the Earth is the ground underneath your feet. It does not move. When it moves, you experience the motion and you call it an earthquake, right?
Right.
Yeah. Other than that, there is no way to detect the motion of the Earth. They claim that the Earth is spinning and orbiting the sun. That motion is not detectable, right? So, according to my senses, the Earth is not moving. When I look up in the sky, I see the sun. It moves across the sky all day long, right? And then
Mm-hmm.
eventually the sun is no longer able to be seen, and it's nighttime. And then I see the stars move. Not once do I ever feel the Earth moving. I'm always watching these lights in the sky move. So it's not centered on me, even though it appears to be because of my perspective.
Right. But so what is the model you think? I mean, I understand a few things, but the geocentrical movement of the Earth is the model what you believe, right?
No, I don't agree with models. I agree
Oh,
with
okay.
consensus. So if somebody says, well, show me a model, I don't have a model to give. I'm only going to describe to you what I've experienced in reality, right? So why does day and night happen? Well, the sun moves, right? And when I can't see the sun, it's nighttime, right? It could be, well, you and I, right? We're probably experiencing the sunlight at the same time right now, right? So for us, it's daytime, right? In Australia or uh, Indonesia, right? They're not, well, I don't know right now, but I'm assuming that they're not seeing the sun right now. So it's more in the evening time if they are seeing the sun, or it's nighttime, right?
Mm-hmm.
So those locations, it would be nighttime. They don't see the sun, right? Time zones are created by people. We observed the sun move and we've used its motion to calculate time.
Right.
Now, zones, right? Those things are made up, right? So China and Russia share the same amount of distance. Russia has multiple time zones, while China has decided to have its entire country one time zone. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, like we're using the sun like our reference to make to metric the time.
Right. Yeah. And then the months are based on the cycles of the moon. The phases of the moon is where we got our months from. And
Oh, wow,
so,
I didn't know that.
yeah. And then the year is based on the movement of the sun, and the sun travels north and south. And in its traveling from north to south, if you was to go outside and check its location at say 12
Oh,
o'clock every single day, you
Jimmy,
go
could
out.
you ex-
I'll show you a picture.
excuse me, sorry, could you repeat that? Your audio is lagging a lot.
Okay, I'll give you a picture.
All right.
Now, I made this because a gentleman had taken the recording of his security camera and posted it and was saying, this is proof that the Earth is a sphere. Well, if you change the things, the base premise, right? He's
But
saying the Earth is moving and it's a sphere. So that's how you get the seasons and the change of length of shadow. However, what I would just say is that the Earth is flat, not moving, and it's the sun that's moving. And if the sun is above me for, more period of time, then it's summer. As the sun moves away from my location, it becomes winter. And as you can see, the shadow of his house becomes longer. That figure
hold.
8 pattern.
Excuse me, I'm not seeing your. I don't know your screen or the chat. I'm not seeing
No, it's not
the
sent
video.
yet. Okay.
Yeah, your
Yeah, it's not
connection's
sent.
kind of laggy, man.
Well, when it loads, you'll see it. He recorded the shadows on his driveway.
Okay.
And he took a screenshot of the same time every single day for an entire year. And the figure 8 pattern that you're going to notice is called an analemma. This analemma is where the heliocentric model gets its
All right, but maybe I'm not understanding in that
supporting
way,
evidence for the orbit of the Earth and the tilt of the Earth.
right? But in that way, you're saying that that video or that bunch
So
of
all
images.
they did was change.
All right.
Assume.
Analemma. But in that way, you're saying the Earth is not flat.
No, I am saying the Earth is flat. I measured the ground. The measurement shows me that it's flat, right? The sky has lights, and the lights are moving. So it doesn't matter what the sky is doing, because the ground under my feet measures flat, then whatever's happening in the sky is happening over a flat Earth. All right?
Kind of.
So the heights of mountains, it's all the sun. The heights of mountains and the depths of valleys are measured from sea level, right? Which would be the surface of water, which covers the Earth, right? And they tell us that 71 or 70 more percent of the Earth covered in water. So that means the surface of water being flat is now covering 70% or more of the Earth's surface. So that's the Earth's reference for how flat it is.
All right, I think I got your point, but I don't know how to.
Should have loaded.
Yeah, kind of. So, all right, in your senses, what is the? I know you don't use the word model, but how could you say our solar system is formed? Like, I believe that we got the sun that got a lot of mass, and we rotate around the sun, right? Because a lot of mass, more gravity, and we are like a spiral, an infinite spiral, right?
Right.
And
That's according
so,
to the story that's given to us in school.
okay. But in your senses or in your experience, how could you say the actual I know you don't like the word of models, but what will be the model you believe?
Okay. Picture this. We are inside of a contained environment, right? That would be comparable to being inside of a room in a house, okay? The floor
Mhm.
is the earth. All of the puddles that exist on the floor, that's the oceans and whatnot, right? So the topography is the land, the floor not being exactly flat, right? The floor itself is flat. The sun, moon, and stars are in the ceiling, right? They're above us, they're above the floor. What they are, I don't know, right? I can know that they move, and they move in cycles, and they do the same thing day after day, night after night, year after year. Okay? So when someone says an eclipse is going to happen on this day, it's because people before us have been watching the eclipses and were able to count the days between and track the pattern. Right? Anything red, blue, green, yellow, red, blue. How many more colors until I say yellow again? Right? If you paid attention, you could track the pattern that's happening. It's a post-diction, not a prediction, right? You've watched the cycle over and over, you've counted, and now you can uh, anticipate when it'll happen, right? That doesn't mean we know what the moon is made of. That doesn't mean we know what the sun is made of. That doesn't mean we know what the stars are. We've never been to them, so we don't know the distance to them. We've never taken a sample of them or experienced them out in front of us, so we don't have a measurement of them. We don't know what shape they are. We don't know what they're made of. We know what they look like from our perspective, from our position here on the floor inside the room. Does that make sense?
All right, but that makes me a lot of questions, cause so
Right?
you don't in that way your argument is we don't know how the stars are made of or made of, and also the moon, right? So we never go to
Right.
space and never uh, launch of satellites to monitor or take pictures from the space, right?
Right. Whenever they claimed they sent a satellite out into the vacuum of outer space to take a picture of Pluto, they didn't actually do that. Have you seen the picture they gave us of Pluto?
It's pretty small, I think. I think
Yeah,
I'm it.
the
Sorry,
picture
continue.
they gave us of Pluto has craters on it, and the outline of the craters is the face of Pluto the dog from Disney.
I,
Are you aware of that?
So that's a
I,
bad pareidolia you got going on there.
that's kind of funny, but I understand your point in some way. I mean, I need evidence that can prove that because I don't believe in that.
I know. That's okay. You
All
do what
right,
you
right,
want.
but I mean, internet. We are here connected by internet. So how could
Mhm.
you think that could be possible?
Majority of the internet is run on fiber optic cables, right? So if 93 or 96 or 97, whatever number they claim, if 97% of the internet went out, or if all of the satellites fell out of the sky right now, you'd still have 97% of the people having internet who use it. So it's all ground-based networking.
But you already have I don't know how to say this. Hold, let me think a while.
So, okay, the way your phone functions is the way house phones used to function. Okay? The house phone used to be directly connected to the wall through a cable, and you had to hold the device against your ear while it was connected to the dial by a cord. Eventually, they took the handset off of a corded network, right? And the only thing that was actually connected to the telephone wire was the charging dock, right? So what would happen was the telephone network would come into the phone at the charging dock, and the charging dock would emit a signal to the hand device, and you could walk around the house without a cord, right? So the cell phone in your hand is operating on the same network. The cell phone towers are connected to each other by cables, and they're sending out a signal to your phone. So your phone is operating on a ground-based network. Your phone is not operating by a device that's flying in the sky. Your phone can operate by a device that flies in the sky as long as the ground tower can send the signal to the flying device, and the flying device can transmit the signal to your phone, and your phone can communicate back to that flying device, back to the ground tower, and connect to the cord network.
All right, I got the explanation, but I still think if so, you believe there is a satellites around our Earth, around the Earth, like interstellar in your more, right?
They are not flying around the Earth. The Earth is the floor of all of existence, everything that you will ever experience that's underneath your feet. A flying device could be a balloon, an airplane, or whatever they've decided they wanted to use to repeat and send a signal. That's all that is. A satellite is not orbiting the Earth in the vacuum of space. The flat Earth is not a disk in outer space.
Wow.
Is that a big letdown or something?
You can fly a drone inside your house if you're skilled enough. That would effectively be a satellite inside your room.
He sounded very deflated by that news that space is fake. You know, you don't need space to be real for anything to be cool.
Oh no! I got out of arguments right now. I have no words to say.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have anything. You can't prove anything that you guys say about the globe. So, yeah, I wouldn't be able to say anything either.
Yeah. Kind of
Well, I've
everything we
enjoyed the
learn
chat
in
with you,
school
man.
or university is a lot of or bunches of theories that we can't prove. So
What's that a university?
Sorry again.
What's that the colleges? What's that universities that makes the world a ball?
I'm sorry, my level of English. I can understand the question.
What happens in university that makes the earth a ball?
Like the studies, someone explained to me in that way.
No, just looking at a book does not mean the earth is a ball.
Yes, and that complains a lot because we think a lot of. I mean, Jimmy says he believed the Earth is flat because of his senses and his experience, right? Right?
No,
So
I did not say believe. I don't believe. I said I know. Belief, I stated earlier, was trust without evidence. I have evidence that the Earth is flat. I experience it that way. I know it to be the case, just like I know my shoe size. Does that make sense?
All right. Yes, you know the Earth is flat because your experience says that, right? But what could it? That's limited in the perspective of every people because I don't know how. I mean, I eat bread every day, right? And I don't know how to make it, and I don't know what it's made of,
You don't
and
know how to make
it's
bread? It's pretty easy. Flour, water,
flour, water,
some salt.
eggs. I know the theory,
You don't need
but I
you don't need the
never.
eggs.
And yes, but my point is, everything we know,
You just
it's
learned how to make bread. You should be thanking me. Oh, thank you for telling me how to make bread. Now you can go chop down wheat and make your own bread.
all right. Thank you, man. You
Oh,
you
you're
learn me
welcome.
how to make. You learn me how to make bread, man. Thanks, buddy.
You're welcome. Sure.
Fucking hell. But
Did
yes,
you learn that?
everything is
Can
it's
you
an
learn
act of
that in
fate.
university? Can you learn that in university how to make bread? I bet you can't. I bet they don't teach that.
I bet they can show me that if I sign for a culinary, I don't
So
know, career something.
do you think if you sign up for astronomy and looking at the sky that they're going to be able to take you to the sky so you can study this stuff?
Yeah. I mean, we're
Yeah,
limited about technology.
you think you can fly up in the sky and touch things?
But I mean, we're limited about technology. We can't do many things.
Oh, so you can't do anything with astronomy besides just stand outside and look up in the sky, right? I mean, there's nothing else you really can do, is there? From university?
Yes, but could you say about a blind guy? That man is gonna be privated
The
about
blind guy
knowledge.
thinks the earth is flat. He doesn't even know what a ball concept is.
He can touch a ball, man.
Yeah, but you're not going to tell him this ball is really giant and it's floating out inside a giant vacuum chamber. But the magic part of it is air and water sticks to it in the vacuum chamber. The blind guy's going to hit you with his cane and chase you around because you're lying to him.
Yeah, we've had a blind guy in our conversations before, but he ended up passing away. And his main argument was, when I stand up, I'm vertical. When I walk forward, that's perpendicular to vertical. That's horizontal. And I know when I'm walking level, and I know when I'm walking up and down an incline, right? He will always experience traveling horizontal. He will never experience walking down and around a ball. So, according to his senses, being blind, his walking around disproves the Earth being a sphere. His experience, again, disproves the globe.
All right, but still, it's limited. It's a limited perspective.
What's limited?
Right.
Going out to the ocean?
Jamin, I don't think that air can be enough to absorb absorb light.
Yeah, sure it is. That's why the sun turns orange when it's near the horizon.
Right, I know that.
Oh, so now you do know that. Okay. All right. See, you
No,
learned
hold
something in
on.
university.
You
learned
don't let
something
me
in
finish.
university. You learned something in Flat Earth University today.
Thanks. I learned something. I thought I know everything. In university
You
we
already
learn
you already
everything,
know
man.
everything? Wow, that's weird. I wish you would come to work for us, or well, you won't get past the interviews anyway.
Fucking hell, man. Oh no. I was just saying. I don't know. Light, it can be that weak, so the air can absorb it. I mean, there is no an experience of me showing me or teaching me something like that.
Fog.
But it's still.
Hell. Are you blind?
Fog.
But we don't have fog all fucking day.
Team. Yeah. How do you know what you have 20 miles in front of you?
What is fog?
It's a combination of air and humidity in the air.
Yeah, it's water moisture in the air. Do you think that there's a lot of water moisture in the air over miles and miles across the sea?
It can be.
Fucking hell, dude. I should probably put myself up a minute.
Oh man, sir.
Hey, Jedi, this is a university student, so remember, he knows probably more than you do.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying this conversation is an act of fate.
Not
Yeah,
really.
yeah, you're lucky. You're lucky you
Believe is
showed
an
up
act of
in here.
fate.
Now you know the Earth is flat. You're right. It is an act of fate. You're lucky.
Thanks for that, man. I know. Today I learned the Earth is flat, man. Thanks.
Is he French?
No, he's from Ecuador.
Okay.
Joke by French. I mean, I see a lot of memes. Why do you hate him? Oh, why? What is the meme of that?
I was just trying to place your accent, mate.
How would you say my accent is French?
I'm English. It sounds foreign. So it was a good guess. It was wrong, but it was a good guess.
No. Okay. Thanks.
Why is it dark at the bottom of the sea?
Sorry, what?
Why is it dark at the bottom of the sea?
The dock.
Yeah, no light. At the bottom of the sea.
Bottom of the sea. I don't. I don't
At the
know.
bottom of the ocean, where the fishies swim. Why is it dark, no light, at the bottom of the ocean?
Sorry, I don't know.
You're a university student, dude.
Yeah, university student, man.
Did you realize that now that you go to university and told everybody that you actually don't know anything?
That I lost 5 years of my life and a bunch of money. I guess and that in
Pretty
one
much.
day, in one
Yeah,
day,
pretty much. Pretty much,
in a
dude.
few minutes, I learned all about a lot, man.
You'll be okay as soon as you calm down.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks.
Do you see the picture I posted from? Yeah, that's probably the last flight I was out actually on. Flying above the clouds and looking down into the air beneath me. Do you see all that haze and smog or whatever the hell that is? That's actually not the water. That's actually supposed to be land underneath what looks like that dark, murky shit. From the person standing on the ground, the air is clear. From me being in a plane above that air, it looks dark and murky.
Glad you bring that up, Jimmy. I was saying the same thing a little while ago. When you get up high enough, there could be land below you, but it almost looks like it's ocean because of the haze and humidity and all that.
Yeah. So the air is absorbing light, and it's got many conditions that would cause the light to absorb faster or, over a shorter or greater distance.
So I find it funny too. I think I was talking to Indio about this a while ago. How pictures from space, they show like land masses completely uninhibited by the haze and the humidity and the density of that fog or whatever you want to call it that you might see below you at 40,000 feet.
How come in the universities they don't teach people that the Earth is flat?
They're afraid.
That was for the university student. Is he still here, or did he take off?
He left.
All right.
You're joking, right? About the flat Earth.
No, I
No.
want to know how come it's not taught in school that Earth is flat. Can you tell me why it's not taught in school?
I think kinda they teach crazy stuff in school these days, and soon they'll be teaching about the flat Earth. Like education is deteriorating. I think the point where they teach nonsense.
So, do you think they should teach how to live on Mars?
I think they should teach the useful skills that will
Like
help.
the Earth is flat. So, if you're going to build an airplane, you need to know that. That would be useful, right?
No, everybody can climb a mountain and see that Earth is.
I wasn't.
No.
Oh no. Let's look at climb a
Everybody.
mountain picture real quick. I'll post a climb a mountain picture because we never seen what's from a mountain before. Because now it's climb a tree, climb a mountain day.
Fascinating.
And
No one's ever done that before.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
They teach you that in school, how to climb a mountain?
This picture is not correct. If you were yourself on the top of the mountain, you would see a curve. Mm-hmm.
No, that's it. That's a camera being turned around, dude. So why would it be curved?
The picture you're showing is edited. Mm-hmm.
No, it's just a 360 camera. You turn it around, take a snapshot, turn it, take a snapshot, turn it again, take a snapshot, turn it again, take a snapshot, and you keep doing that, and then you put it all together.
The 360 camera is amazing. It's awesome. And all people who designed this camera know that the Earth is an orb. Mm-hmm.
No, they don't. No, they think it's flat. That's why they invented the cameras, because they think it's flat.
Have you ever climbed a mountain in your life?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So, and you saw the same picture?
All I have to do is go outside and look one direction, and I'll be looking over a valley. And it's flat, not curved.
The horizon is always curved.
Flat. Horizon is always horizontal. No, you said that wrong. You said that wrong. Horizon is always horizontal. Say that.
It's not horizontal. Horizon doesn't mean horizontal.
What does horizontal horizon mean?
Okay, now.
Horizontal is a position. Horizon is a line, visual line, where
that's horizontal, right? It's a horizontal line
of visible land.
He's flailing.
It's just a border of visible land when it's just a visible
Take it away, folks. He's already ruined, so have fun with this
one. It doesn't mean it's horizontal. Horizon, you know, the words have
good job. Good job. Hello there. Good job. Hello there. You failed everything already.
I failed nothing.
Right, so I'll read this out. I'll read this out from QMath. You can find this online. So a horizontal line is a straight line that is parallel to the horizon or the ground. The horizon, has zero slope. That means the horizon is a straight line, not curved. Do you require more citations from geometry and math books?
Again, this
To the side part.
the citation you've presented doesn't mean anything concerning
He's
whether
right.
the
He's right.
Earth.
The education system is failing him. He hasn't learned anything in the education system. He is the first example of somebody who went through it and doesn't know anything now.
It's also stupid. Horizon isn't a position, it's a line, as you pointed out. The horizon is a line. It is straight from left to right. It is mathematically straight. It's where we get horizontal from, because all horizontal lines will be parallel to the horizon. Now, if you don't agree to that, I'd get your money back from your university, dude. It's quite simple. The horizon's horizontal. For example, if you are to turn around 360 degrees, that is a horizontal line, the plane of the horizon, 360 degrees around you. That obviously demonstrating no part of the horizon is higher or lower than the other. You understand this, right? Before I lose complete hope in humanity?
I
not
think
funny.
you completely lost the train of thought, because you are confusing mathematical horizon, physical horizon, and the
What the
horizon.
fuck is the mathematical horizon? That's a new one.
Okay,
Maybe I
I'm
should
reading.
maybe
I'm
I should
reading
leave that
from the
again.
dictionary. Horizon is the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet.
Yeah,
The
Appear.
end. The end.
Appear.
Sorry,
Do you know the word appear?
Hold on. Where was the curvature in that? Or did you add the curvature in yourself?
Yeah, it didn't say curved line where the sky appears to meet the ground.
It appears.
Yeah, the line.
Common,
The line.
the common,
The line. The line.
common
Is it
definition of
curved?
horizon is the
Is it
line at
curved?
which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet.
Yeah, it's
This line,
optical.
is
Yeah.
it curved? This line, is it curved or is it straight? This line.
There is,
Straight line or curved line? What is it?
could you repeat?
Straight line? Is it a straight line or a curved line that appears to meet the surface of the Earth at distance?
It doesn't say. It says nothing about.
Okay, so why did you say the... Hold
horizon.
on, shut up.
A
Why
line.
did you say the horizon was curved then? Why did you say the horizon was curved? Because it wasn't in your citation or what you read out from the dictionary. So did you add it in by yourself from your imagination?
Okay. My first statement was the Earth is an orb, right? Your argument was that definition of horizon is equal to horizontal.
Yeah, I posted
That's my
the
second.
citation.
Okay, returning to my
So,
statement.
have you got a
How do
citation?
I know? My
Have you
first
got a
statement.
citation?
What?
Have you? Stop talking. Have you got a citation?
Yes, I've got
Okay.
citation from
Does
the
it involve?
dictionary.
Does it involve the horizon being curved? Your citation. In your citation, does it say the horizon is curved?
No.
Then why the hell did you say it?
Why the hell did you say that horizon mean horizontal? Did you say
Because he gave you citations, bro. He gave you citations showing you from scientific sources, from surveyors and other things like that. He's showing you that we use the horizon as flat horizontal. You, however, have a claim that the horizon is curved from a mountain, and we can see with cameras from a mountaintop, from high altitude balloons, that the horizon isn't curved, and that's not what the globe believers claim. So you have a claim that's contradictory to all sides. You have a belief that the horizon is curving, for instance, at sea level. if you close that circle, your imagined curved horizon, in front of you, you'd see the horizon at your eye level, but behind you, the horizon would be in the ground. You, sir, are retarded.
Maybe you, sir, are retarded. This
No.
absolutely logical. Absolutely, what you're
Yeah,
saying.
you are. Yep, you're retarded. You think logical things are illogical. That means you are now retarded, dude.
You have no logic, and you started
Excuse me. Excuse me.
naming solid
No,
names. That
no,
means
no, no, no,
only retarded
no,
people do this in
no.
argument.
Stop.
Only
Stop.
retarded,
Stop.
absolute bozos do that.
What don't you understand about the word stop? Before you keep embarrassing yourself, I'm trying to save you. What we've done is we've posted educational citations with regards to the horizon, what it is and how we use it. You seem to have some kind of emotional reaction to the horizon being horizontal. You believe it's curved. This, what you've been doing over the 5 minutes, is you coping emotionally. It's not our fault the horizon is horizontal, but you can look at it and measure it and find out that it is for yourself.
But you're the one who is emotional. I'm zero emotional.
Look, dude, I don't do well with idiots. Especially when the idiot you is being demonstrated to be incorrect and will not accept the fact that is in front of their face, provided through citation. I've got loads more. We can go through the geometry and mathematics textbooks if you want to. We will all discover the horizon is horizontal, contrary to your position of it being curved.
Which mathematician said that the Earth is flat? What's the person? Can I Google it?
Okay, right. My friend, not a person, a measurement. A person can do the measurement. You can measure the surface of the Earth. I can measure the surface of the Earth. And when we do so, we will find no curvature. Can you stop being emotional, please? You were really good in the beginning. Yeah, we had a decent conversation with you. But now you've turned into an arsehole because you've been demonstrated to be wrong.
You've had zero facts. You just provided one citation, which means
I posted 5. Shall I read through them all?
Argument. The fact.
Shall I read through them all?
That you brought actually has nothing to do with whether.
With horizontal and the horizon. Let's find out together. What does level mean? Level is what you call a perfectly horizontal line. Horizontal means side to side. To be level with the world means to be parallel with the horizon. Problems?
Your problem that you think that the word horizon has one meaning.
No, it's got several, but in this instance, it's horizontal. It's not curved. It's horizontal, not curved. We use it for horizontal as a leveling tool for construction.
You honestly think you're here to teach anybody English? That's cute.
It's fucking retarded, man.
I know.
Using your opinion, fake opinion.
It's not opinion, it's citation.
There would be no single plane that would fly.
Is this you emotionally coping again? Are you soothing yourself? Are you rubbing your hair at the moment? Are you rubbing your hands together? Or is it just verbal soothing you're doing? This is childlike.
Okay, you're again emotional. Calm down. Don't be emotional.
Don't be a wanker and start lying to my face then.
With your own eyes.
Be honest and I won't lose my shit with you. Be reasonable and we can have a good conversation. Be a prick, I'll teach you like one.
People, propagandists, brainwashed your mind. That's regretful. That's miserable.
Are you happy now? Right, so let's get back down to the horizon. What do you think the horizon is?
I don't need to think while I have the straight.
Okay, stop.
Yeah,
you don't need to think. You don't need to think. So I
When-
asked you a question, and your response is, I don't need to think. Should we continue this conversation with you, do you think? Or do you not need to?
You interrupted me. This is not the sentence. What I wanted to say, I need now.
It doesn't matter what you want to say at this point because you're not listening to a word we're saying and you're just making up stuff in your brain and talking out your ass.
reading
So
from
you need to
dictionary.
calm down and actually listen to the words that are coming out of people's mouths and then respond to those words, not
and
just
we
flail
are
around
looking-
incoherently like you're doing right now.
Again,
Just
we are looking
relax.
at
Just
the
relax.
great
Take a
definition.
breather.
I relax, you relax. Take a
Yeah,
deep
relax.
breath.
I am
and listen.
perfectly relaxed, my friend.
Again,
I'm trying to
horizon,
help
the line
you
at
calm
which
down.
the
Calm
Earth's
down.
surface and the sky appear to meet.
Where does the sky and surface appear to meet? Is that your question?
Its definition from the dictionary, what horizon is.
Yeah,
The line
I'm asking you now, where does the sky appear to meet the ground?
That's a visual effect. That's what you see.
Yeah, I
It
said
appears
where?
to-
Do you not understand the English language?
A little bit, yeah. Where?
You understand it a little bit. Is that all? You don't understand what I'm saying. Where does the apparent horizon appear to meet the sky?
The line appears. There is no exact place of horizon. It's a construct
So
of your
it's,
mind.
so it's not a ball. So it's not a ball then making that. It's not a ball. So that's not the ball. So where is the curve of the Earth?
No, it's fine. It's fine. He just admitted that the curve he is seeing, or imagine he's seeing, nobody else is detecting, or nobody else is seeing on their cameras. That he's just admitting that it's all in his mind. It's just wishful seeing because of his strong belief in a sphere.
I can see it with my own eyes and prove it with math. I studied aeronautical engineering, and you cannot get
it with math?
anywhere using another model other than the Earth is.
Stop the cap.
I want to see it proof. No, dude, stop. I want to see you prove it with math.
Yeah, I know you believe that. Please provide now the supposed proof you think you can provide.
Yeah, I'd like to see the math proof too. Nobody's ever actually done the math proof that we live on a ball for us.
Oh, the
Yeah,
math
I can prove it
has
mathematically.
been there forever. You can the model they use a longitude, and those maps are only working if the
On a flat Earth.
model of the round
Flat Earth. They only work on a flat Earth. Yeah,
right.
They're angles from the surface, and you can't take angles from the surface of a ball. You can only do that
Using
from a flat surface.
theory, you will get anywhere. You can travel. You can make a route, and you will get nowhere. Using the right mathematical model of orb, you will get anywhere to Australia, New Zealand.
Okay, that's not the math. You're supposed to show us math to prove that you live on a globe. Go ahead.
All GPS you use are built on math, pure math.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
show it to
so
us.
far you're giving us incoherent claims, not actually any math proof. Do you not understand the words you claimed? Do you not understand
Maybe
the
they are not
assignment?
coherent, but they are facts. You have GPS right on your phone, and it leads you anywhere, and you will
Yeah,
get.
it doesn't use a globe. It uses north-south
Earth-centered
coordinates.
Earth
It used the model that it's globe.
No, you don't know how that works. You
Earth-centered
just
Earth
believe.
fix.
You just believe that's how it works, but you haven't checked into how any of this works, how it functions. We have spoken to experts in these fields. You have not.
One shouldn't believe in this theory. You can prove it yourself. You can make a route based on the math, on the globe model, and you will get.
Okay,
Yeah,
prove it.
you're right. We can prove that the theory of the Earth being a globe is not true. We go out and we measure the surface. Is the surface curved or not? Turns out it's not curved. So that theory has been falsified. So your imaginations of like, my model works better because it was ad hoc after the fact, cobbled together based on the different flight routes and the different how the sky works and stuff. It was all after the fact added together. So of course it appears to work. That doesn't change the fact that it doesn't match reality.
Right. How do you know that the globe is providing you the most efficient route from departure to destination?
I'm sorry, I graduated long ago, and now I can't provide. Just in the chat.
Yeah, I know that's a
So there-
very challenging question to you because you have no way to answer that, do you?
The mathematical model of the globe has been there for centuries.
I know.
you need
How
to
do you
me-
know
you
it's
needed to
that doesn't
measure
mean
it.
that doesn't mean it's going to provide the most efficient route from departure to destination.
Yeah, we've also studied all the different models, and they are many different models. They don't all match up. They're not all the same. They keep shifting.
That's beautiful. That's
Yeah,
you
that
studied
that
many
that
models,
shows you that
but
your
there
model
is
wasn't
only
right.
one
And
model that
for
works.
instance,
The working
there
model
is no Earth
of the
curve,
middle
so
is the
that
only
part of
model.
the model is wrong. So we can take the spherical aspect just away.
Don't you think the globe Earth math is created to mimic the real math of the flat Earth? Because I think they both work the same way. The math works in both models.
Yeah, for the most part, there's slight discrepancies here and there, and depending on which models you use, and that's why the globe has multiple different models. There's not a single coherent globe model that answers all the questions. They have multiple contradictory models to try to explain different aspects of reality. So they see this, use this model to try to explain that. That's why, for instance, gravity is not actually merged with our understanding of how we see small things or quantum mechanics. It just doesn't function together, our current understanding, and that's why we have multiple different theories trying to figure out how gravity works. But all of that is also presupposing already that the Earth is a sphere. So when they go into these cosmological assumptions, they're all basing it on the Earth being a sphere. But that's something we all can test. That's the first ladder in this ladders of assumptions looking at the sky, and we can all go out and test the world. And we just supposed to believe that back in the day they figured this out with sticks and shadows. However, when you actually look into the methodology, which is repeated again and again to try to affirm the globe and say, well, we see these shadows, therefore the Earth is a globe. The Chinese did the same thing, and it's just a logical fallacy, and because people aren't educated in logical fallacies, they make these mistakes, and they think they're actually being reasonable. The Chinese thought the Earth was flat back in the day when they did it, so they started with that assumption, the Earth is flat, we see the shadows appear like this, because of our assumption about how the sky works as a consequence. The shadows look like this, therefore, the Earth is flat. The shadows
I
look the
want this
same in
person
both
to prove.
instances.
I want that person who said that to prove that the math works on sphere and flat. You can't get any angles on a sphere, so I don't believe that your math works.
Okay, I'm not saying that it's perfectly aligned. I'm saying that the globe believers hijacked the true math of the flat Earth, and twisted it for their own benefit. That's all I'm saying.
No, they just told you that it works. That doesn't actually work.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're both right. You're both right. They told you that it works, but it doesn't actually work on a small scale, you can say the shadows would look like this on a sphere if we assume all of these other things. And the same can be true, like you could imagine the shadows look like this on a flat Earth if we assume different things about the sun. But the position of the sun is always going to be the same. The shadows are always going to be the same. And so they're working backwards from what you see. We're not trying to create a new cosmology or working backwards from stuff and imagine what it could be. We're just saying you can go out and test the premises of the belief systems. You can go out and see that the world is flat, measurably so, used as flat in our everyday lives, practically. But there's this belief system that it is a ball. There's also a belief system that you're not living on the outside of a ball, but you're living on the inside of a ball. So there's people who believe all sorts of
Yes,
things.
I've heard that theory. A man named Cope came up with it. I read about it in 1983 in an article in Omni magazine. That's fascinating that you brought that up. The inside of the ball.
Yeah, and so you can try to match your beliefs to what we observe, but fundamentally, the arbiter of what is what we observe, what we measure.
Well, biblical cosmology, if anybody follows that, says that the earth cannot be measured. It's immeasurable. You know?
Yeah, the whole of the earth cannot be measured, and that's very true. You can only measure what little you have access to, and from there you can exclude some options, such as the Earth being a sphere of a radius of 3,959 miles would require the surface to drop away from you at a certain rate, would necessitate a blockage as you're looking across that curved surface, kind of like if you're looking across a hill. One day the hill is not just going to appear flat.
Have you seen it yourself?
Yeah, Earth is flat and stationary. We're not moving.
So, what you think the sun is moving?
Yes.
No,
You
you
observe
you
the sun
think you
moving.
think the sun is moving. I know it's moving. You think it's moving because you go outside and go, look at the sun moving. I gotta turn because the sun moved when I want to get a tan.
Why do you
When,
think Earth is not moving?
because we don't measure any motion to the earth.
I've never heard
Bible's-
anybody
the
sitting
Bible-
on the beach. Yeah, I've never heard.
No, not the
We're not going to
Bible.
use the Bible.
Yeah.
I've never heard anybody sitting on the beach say, "I got to turn because the Earth moved and I got to face the sun now."
Whether you believe the Bible or not, it does say that the earth is fixed and immovable.
We're not going to
Which
use
we
the Bible.
experience for ourselves.
Don't you think the Bible was written several times?
Yeah, a long
Doesn't
time
matter.
ago.
We're
It
not
makes
going to use
lots of
the Bible.
claims. Yeah, don't need to read the Bible to understand that the earth is flat and stationary. He's going to talk through me again, isn't he? I can feel it.
No, you don't need to use it, but I'm just
Good,
adding
thank you. Then we
something
won't bring
to
it up
And we
then.
don't.
Thank
We
you, my
won't
friend.
even
We
have to
appreciate
bring
that.
it up anymore. That's fine.
I think the Bible is the great book, but we can't refer to it.
We're not using the Bible. We're using reality.
Reality is you use your GPS design.
No.
Yeah, GPS isn't based on the globe.
Yeah,
On the
we're not
globe.
using
Really
that
on the
because
globe.
you're just trying to get away from it. You think it's
Reading.
called global something. It's not. It's ground positioning system.
Global
The end.
positioning, right? The
Ground
satellite.
positioning system. Ground positioning system.
All of
From
that's
the
true,
satellite.
and so is the Bible.
And why does this person keep jumping in with the
I
Bible?
don't know.
My love.
It's not
several
going to
times
happen
we've
The
kind
one
of.
who said
Yeah, I
the
know.
Bible, bro, just shut up.
Now,
You could,
now the Ecuadorian's going to go for it. My love, I appreciate it, right? But we are trying to have a conversation. It doesn't involve the Bible, and if it does, we can prove the Bible true by measuring the surface of the earth to be flat. We're not going to use the text as the proof now, are we? We're going to prove the text. So put the Bible on the back shelf. We'll get back to it later.
Okay, Mike. But I'm sorry, but I'm new to this group.
It's okay.
Yeah, the reason being is we are empirical flat earthers. We're not faith earthers. They're all. If you look at all the ancient religions, they all had a flat Earth cosmology. So you can have any cosmology you want. We don't discriminate you against you for your beliefs. You can believe what you want. We just focused on the evidence, and we follow the evidence where it leads. We're not
I
doing any of this for
understand.
religious reasons.
I understand, but don't you think there's a reason that all the religions are flat? It began as flat Earth, yeah.
Yeah, because the earth is flat.
Yeah, exactamundo.
So the Earth
Yeah.
is
Meanwhile,
flat,
the
and then a
globe
guy
started.
sat down and wrote a book, and he didn't think it was round, so he said it is flat because when he was writing that book, he didn't have any other reference but to use flat Earth.
Oh
but I
boy.
have a question, guys. I have a question.
What's your question?
Hello. The question: why, guys, you focusing for the Earth is or the Earth is flat or circle? It
Because
doesn't
it's.
matter. We have
Oh
a
God.
people who starving. They are poor around the
Okay.
world, bro. We should focus for that, not to focus
All
for
right.
the Earth is
Excuse me.
flat.
Before you carry on with your little rant, right? You seem to think that we only talk about flat Earth, and we say that the flat Earth is the most important thing. That's not true. We have conversations about all other subjects and give money to charity. But we talk about this here because we find it interesting and you can actually prove it to be true. Let's say from other conspiracy theories like who shot John F. Kennedy and is Elvis still alive? Can't physically prove those things to be true, but the earth being flat, you can measure it. So it's interesting. It's not the be all and end all of everything, though. I agree with you. But for the moment, we're talking about this.
I have a question too. How you guys justify the fact that other planets are round and the Earth is flat? What's
Because
the justification
the
for?
justification is the measurement of the surface of the Earth. Jupiter and Mars can be whatever they want to be, but it won't change the surface measurement of the Earth.
Don't you think some physics influenced those planets to become
Yes, I guess.
And why?
And
The
I
physics
suggest you would say the same physics made the Earth to be a planet, which would mean, get ready for this, we would measure over the surface of the Earth curvature. If the Earth was made with the physics that made those planets too, and they were spheres with curved surfaces, our surface of the Earth would measure to have curvature. Sit down. It doesn't. The surface of the Earth measures to be horizontal, so demonstratably isn't like those orbs in the sky. Do you get it now?
This is nonsense. You are saying the common physics that influences all the planets and stars doesn't apply to
No,
the Earth.
you don't know that those assumed physics are about how the sky works, theoretical physics, astrophysics. You don't know that they actually function like that. That's all theoretical, based on the assumption that the ground is curved, which you can measure and find out that it's not. So all of those assumptions, all of your cosmology, your worldview, heliocentrism, you can't replace that with a flat pizza flying in a void. It doesn't
All right.
exist. You don't understand that you come from a cult. The globe was created inside a cult as a secret doctrine to control its cult members. It spread throughout Greece, spread throughout the world, and you have been raised in the cult. It's understandable that you don't see anything outside of the cult, but you need to open your mind.
You literally can open your eyes and see, climb a mountain, take a hot balloon, and ascend to 10 kilometers, and take a look, and you will see a curvature. And
You will see it flat and
Stop.
level.
Please
I
stop.
promise you.
Please,
one
please,
direction,
please, please. My friend, you said
with your
climb a mountain or get in a hot air balloon, didn't you?
hot what?
Right. Did you say climb a mountain or get in a hot air balloon?
Yes, get a
Okay.
plane.
Okay, dude, please. What happens in the to the horizon when you turn around? I'm at the
Bro.
top of a mountain and I turn round 360 degrees, observing the horizon around me, showing that there's no part of the horizon being higher or lower than the other, showing curvature. If I get in my hot air balloon and I can see the horizon 360 degrees around me, we can see that there is no curvature to the horizon. Now, before you start coping again, can you address what I've said? Hot air balloon, horizon, maybe you should turn around.
I didn't understand. How can't you turn around? You just find the
A
highest
hot air balloon,
mountain and
top of
turn
a mountain,
360.
and I look forward and I
360
turn around looking at the horizon.
the curvature.
There's no
360.
curvature because that would mean one part is higher or lower than the other part of the horizon. We don't
I think I know what the problem is. I think I know what the problem is. Hello there. Hello there. Have you ever been on an airplane or on top of a mountain?
Many times. I'm aeronautical
And
engineer.
you claim to have seen the Earth curve there.
Of course, from the mountain.
Okay. But wait.
By the balloon.
So, what do you say to the thousands of other people who were in your position or higher, or all the thousands of documented evidence of things at that height or higher that show no curve to the horizon?
There is literally a small group of people who is stating that the Earth is flat.
No, you're misunderstanding. You don't understand the globe claim. The globe claims that the horizon appears flat. You don't understand the globe claim. The globe claims that the horizon appears flat, according to the math, all the way up to the height of the ISS. And that's why people like Neil deGrasse Tyson will tell you that stuff is flat, because even at the height of the highest altitude a human has ever dropped from anything down to the Earth, or the Red Bull jump, the horizon is flat at that height. When he talked about Jeff Bezos and his little rocket, the horizon is flat at that height. Shatner has said, like, I wish we would have been able to see the Earth curve, but it couldn't because they weren't high enough. And the lady who was on the rocket also said the same thing. You don't understand that you have such a strong belief that the Earth is a ball that it's literally warping the way you see the world. I could give you a straight ruler, but because you believe it's curved, you see it as curved. That's how hypnotized you are. So next, what I want you to do is actually, next time where you think you're going to see this Earth curve, you climb a tree, or you go up a mountain, or you go out towards the sea, wherever you think you're going to see the Earth curve, take a picture of it to provide some evidence, some confirmation that you're not hallucinating.
First, I tried to explain it from the mathematical model. When we
No, you didn't. You didn't explain anything from a mathematical model. You just had baseless claims. We asked you to provide any mathematical models or proof. You provided zero.
I can provide. Here you are. Bro, I thought, are you for real? I thought you're just trolling people.
No, you don't understand the words you're using. You claiming things is not you providing a mathematical model. You saying GPS, therefore globe, does not provide a mathematical model. You don't understand the coordinate system that GPS is using. You don't understand how the system actually functions. We've spoken to people who operate and build these systems. You have not. You don't understand any of this. All it is from your side is a belief system. You have a belief system that you believe in, and you believe in it so much that you're hallucinating.
I can't believe it because I was fabricating airplanes.
Yeah, that's you're arguing from incredulity now. You can't
Okay,
believe it.
hold on.
It doesn't
One
matter.
second. 1 second. You were building airplanes? Were you designing them?
I studied the theory behind it. I knew
So
all the
you don't need a
model.
theory. Somebody already made airplanes flying. You don't need a new theory. They all fly the same way. Anyway, so did you know you need a flat and stationary Earth? That's the first thing you learn on day one to build an airplane.
Or to fly one.
All right.
Okay, there is a mathematical model behind the flight of all planes.
Yeah, flat and stationary. Yeah, we have it.
What do you mean? Airplane is
Airplanes.
stationary when it's flying from New York to Chicago or London.
Airplanes fly with their nose up, don't they?
And they didn't teach you how to design a plane for a curving ball. They taught you how to design a plane over a flat and stationary Earth. Remember that.
Yeah, like, let me read to you from the flight dynamics summary. In this summary, we examine the flight dynamics of aircraft. But before we do that, we must examine some basic ideas necessary to explore the secrets of flight dynamics. And then, if you travel a little bit down, here, making assumptions. In the summary, we want to describe the flight dynamics with equations. This is, however, very difficult to simplify. Or to simplify it a bit, we have to make some simplifying assumptions. We assume that there is a flat Earth. The Earth's curvature is 0, because you don't account for that. There's a non-rotating Earth, no Coriolis acceleration, so the Earth isn't rotating. That's how you build the airplane to fly over a flat surface that's not moving away from you. That's how NASA uses its missiles. I can give you more.
So, then where is the limits? Where the edge of the...
Oh my God! So you're not going to address this. You're going to now ask other questions.
Any flat objects in this universe, if you're not
Yeah,
saying
he's going to ignore my appeal for him to use his intelligence. He's going to ignore that. He's going to ignore me trying to direct him back to what was just said. Dude, we're trying to help you. And you asking questions that are irrelevant to what has just been said is rude. We appreciate you've got lots of questions and we will get to them, but do you think you could follow the conversation until it naturally ends and then you can ask your next question?
You don't provide any relevant facts. What
Sorry, my friends, all I've heard you do is complain. Everything that I've told you, I've provided citation for. If you want to go back to the horizon, we can do that. And I'll demonstrate that you are, as I said before, just incorrect and coping. Now I'm appealing to your better nature. Can you please have a decent conversation and stop ignoring people so you can ask your next question, which isn't relevant yet? Do you think?
Could you please pull up relevant facts and citations?
Okay, so they've been posted in the side chat for you. For example, flight dynamics.
Interrupt.
They've been in the side chat. You're asking for something that's already been provided for you, demonstrating to us that you ain't even paying attention.
Yeah,
This
go in
happened
the chat and
before.
read it now. Go in there and read it, because now we're going to test you. I'm going to test you anyway, which is going to get you mad and you're going to leave. but somebody has to do it. So go ahead and read it, Mr. I Design Airplanes.
Do you know where it is?
Somebody mentioned hypnotism, that the Globers are in a state of hypnosis. Look at every TV show. Every TV show has a globe in it, placed somewhere in the room. And all of the movies begin with a globe or something similar. It's
It's not
hypnosis.
everywhere. It's not
Well,
everywhere, but I get what you're saying.
well, it's very predominant, especially in the older movies and the older TV shows.
Mass hypnosis.
Yeah, hypnosis. I Dream of Jeannie is a great example. Has anyone seen I Dream of Jeannie? No, I Dream of Jeannie?
Heard of Dream of Jeannie.
Yeah, they got globes all over the place, and they pretend to go into space and all that stuff. It's just a mind. It's a psyop. It was a very popular show back in the day. And what about My Favorite Martian? Anybody watches that?
Used to.
Yeah, they go on the globe model, sort of, except I see it as Uncle Martin is actually from Antarctica, or, the outer reaches, and he calls it Mars.
More likely.
That's the way I like to watch it. There's one episode where his uncle, Tim's uncle, came from Ireland and thought Martin was a leprechaun because he had antenna, and Martin and Tim said, "Imagine a grown man thinking that there are leprechauns," and Martin said, "Why is that, Tim? You believe I'm a Martian?"
Yeah, that was a good show. Yeah, there could be a continent of Mars beyond the extremities. Who knows?
I've heard that. Anybody ever heard of Martin Kenny?
Yeah, I've met him. I
Really?
went to one of his presentations, and I think 2016, maybe 2017. He had a presentation about his expanded Earth idea of different continents surrounded by different ice rings, and every planet was that ice ring's sun. It was really well thought out. I'll give him that.
Yeah.
Absolute bollocks, but it was really well presented.
Yeah, he's very interesting. Very devoted to his work.
I don't know if we've lost Sammy. He's Sammy, you're lit up the whole time, buddy. I don't know if you're trying to talk. You got microphone issues. You might want to leave and rejoin if you've got a bad connection or something. But you're constantly lit up, my friend. So I'm wondering if you're trying to speak to us.
What do y'all think about Eric Dubay? Any opinions?
I think he's a little strange.
Yeah.
He's produced some good material, though.
He's consistent.
What was with the whole wearing a dress thing, though?
Oh, really? Huh. Is he a trans?
I don't know. Maybe he was just exploring.
Yeah. Guess so. He's into yoga and stuff.
The other thing is weird about him is what's with him calling all these other flat earthers shills, and like he's the only one, and I don't know. A little weird.
No, that ain't good. I listen to him every once in a while when there's nothing else to listen to.
Oh yeah, same here.
Yeah, they killed off Rob Skiba. I know we're not supposed to talk Bible, but, you know, they kind of disappear. Rob Skiba wasn't just biblical either. He did a lot of experimentation. Real world, you know?
Yeah. Heck yeah.
Yeah, we know Skipa. He came in here a couple of times in the past.
Wow, that's cool. Yeah, it's a dangerous world out there. You got to be careful.
Yeah, and what about Santos Bonacci? Anybody heard of him?
Oh yeah.
What do you think about that dude?
He's interesting. He's interesting. I'm not positive though.
Yeah, I'm not either. I used to take him. I used to hang on his every word, but not anymore. I don't know. He got kind of weird.
What about Dave Weiss?
Yeah, he's got his shit together, huh?
Some people hate him.
I don't
why
understand why.
they sorry about that, Clarity. I can see why some people might think these people are shills. For example, David Weiss, because they have opportunities to speak to a large audience and make the hard-hitting arguments like elevation angles, gas pressure without a container, but they choose to focus on that uh, feast of nonsense, speculative stuff. They don't give the hard-hitting arguments. They do just enough so that there's some sort of a discussion, but they don't end the argument. So that's why I think people think they're shills.
That's a fair point, but like he has those points too. He just adds a bunch of other stuff, which some of it I don't know. But I don't know. I think he was important in my coming around to flat Earth, so I appreciate what he does. But yeah, some of the stuff I don't know. Yikes.
Yeah, I mean, he introduced me too, and like in the beginning of my journey as well. But you know, if you know elevation angles measure the Earth flat, and you know space is fake because you can't have gas pressure without a container, how can you not mention that when you're debating in front of a large audience? You know, the fact that
Well,
they ignored those main arguments, it's suspicious.
do you feel that they ignore them? I I
They
I
don't.
believe
They don't bring it up.
I believe they get covered. Yeah, I know in some of the
I've never
interviews.
seen David Weiss.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'll say I've never seen David Weiss mention elevation angles or gas pressure without a container.
Oh,
David Weiss even said
definitely.
it could be a really big ball.
Oh no, definitely. No, well, no. His argument there it was that it would have to be a much bigger ball to get the measurements we see, but that's not what he believes. And gas pressure without container, almost every interview he brings that up. I'm trying to think of measurements, angle measurements. Yeah, definitely he's talked about angle measurements. I'm trying to think of some I've seen. That one may not be as often, but every interview I've seen he brings up gas pressure without a container. Absolutely. But some of them get a little wacky. I admit. I mean, some of my favorites were in Antarctica might be inhabited by hyper sentient dragons that rule the world. It ruled the secret societies. That one, that one made me ask some questions. But then I've never been to Antarctica, so maybe there are hyper intelligent dragons there running the world. I don't know, but
Something
and the whole.
scared the shit out of Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Maybe he talked to Smaug. I don't know. That one I thought, whoa, that's a reach now. But how do I know? But anyway, what was the other? Oh, the whole tree stump thing. I that of all of them, that's the hardest one for me to You know, there's retartaria, there's all kinds of other stuff, but the tree stumps, you know, so these giants had massive crosscut saws or what? You know, I don't know. That one bugs me, but the other stuff I could be open to.
Yeah, on Sunday you can be really open to it.
What's happening?
That's when you can speculate and say stuff.
Oh, not today.
Not today.
Gotcha.
The
That's
dragon
why I
conspiracy is too.
prefaced it
No,
by
look,
saying
you
I
gotta
don't know.
look at yourself. Look at yourself in the mirror and think, why do I only come across the stupidest conspiracy theorists? Maybe your algorithm is showing you strongmen.
Yeah, the compass. So that going around north and east and west around the North Pole with just a compass would it's too big of a circle for you to notice that where you're turning more often towards, especially when.
I mean, if on a globe, if you're going to go due east, you have to turn the whole time on a globe. Not on flat Earth, but on a globe you do.
On a globe, you have to turn in what direction?
Depends on which hemisphere you're in, but you have to turn.
Yeah, no. If you're flying on anything that's not a great circle path, you have to yaw.
I would assume someone that's been in as long as you would know that queue up.
Yeah, we're talking about great circle routes.
Oh God! You said earlier east-west is a straight line.
On the globe,
on a flat plane, you can have circle routes.
Sorry,
on a flat plane, you can have circle routes around the north.
Yeah, Yeah, you have a circle route anywhere. I'm not contending that.
Yeah, but great circle routes on a flat Earth require active yaw, whereas great circle routes on a globe do not require yaw.
Yeah, we agree with that. But there's also, but around the globe, your plane is well, I already made this argument though. I don't. You wouldn't agree. You won't at least concede that the pilot won't notice the difference between going around slightly turning to the right and left, or circumnavigating a flat Earth versus the slight dip around a globe.
No, because the slight turn left and right is not analogous to any physical phenomena, right? Like whereas the slight dip is due to maintaining constant altitude. It's
Okay,
keeping the same air pressure.
It's the same thing. One is dealing with the gyro that's making you level continuously on the globe, which also happens like either way. And then one is dealing with correcting for having the compass pointing the right direction, which happens in both models. So these are corrections that are happening.
But if
you guys claim there's more corrections happening.
If you get rid of the entire navigation system and you only have an altimeter, right? You have no compass, you have no nothing, right? And you just flew straight. Like to fly in a great circle path without a navigation system, you would have to actively turn left and right. You're invoking some sort of extra input from the software, like you said, or from the plane that would require the pilot to, or that would hide from the pilot that you're slightly yawing to the right or yawing to the left.
Why would they do that?
Are you aware of the
Why wouldn't
Boeing
they?
plane? It's kind of a non sequitur. I mean, it's analogous though. You said you're having a hard time with the fact that there could be software that isn't being disclosed to everybody. Are you aware of that Boeing plane that wasn't called back? Wasn't so
Yeah,
they
737 Max killed a
the
couple
one
hundred
with
people.
the Malaysia plane?
Yeah, there was 2 crashes.
Yeah, and were they making the pilots aware of what the software was doing to correct for the imbalance of the weight?
No, but say using the most recent revision of a plane using the most amount of software and the most advanced autopilot to claim that historically all planes that have software are having information hidden from the pilots, I don't think is a logical assertion.
But it's a good example of like them using flight control software that the pilot isn't aware of.
Yeah, but the
but
thing is,
prior to
remember, on
that,
the
the
flat
pilot
Earth,
would have to have done it himself.
but on the flat Earth, it's a
before
direct
computers,
line.
we still flew to Hawaii.
Yeah, but on the flat Earth, you're doing direct lines for efficiency. On the globe, you're taking circle routes.
Because great circle routes are lines on a globe.
Yeah, but on a flat plane, you would also have these circle routes or great circles, but they were in a different sense from takeoff to touchdown. But they're essentially in a straight line from point A to point B.
On a 2G projection, great circle paths are curved. They're sinusoidal.
Well, they're using flight corridors, really. That's what they're doing. They're not necessarily taking straight paths. They're taking advantage of flight corridors for safety, for all sorts of different reasons.
There you go.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
true.
as well.
But the flight corridors are great circle paths that run, pretty close to parallel to each other.
When you're talking about great circle routes, are you talking about on a globe if you were to go all the way around the globe in a straight line, essentially, without turning? Is that what you mean by a great circle route?
A great circle route just means the shortest distance between 2 points on the globe always bisects the sphere.
Right. So if you're talking about, well, that's different because a great circle on a globe would be going, basically if you started in the north and you followed a line of longitude and you went all the way around and came back to where you started. That's what a great circle would be. If you're talking about great circle, as in plotting a flight path onto a Mercator map projection, okay, and it looks like it's taking an arc. If you plot that same path onto an AE map, which is a different globe projection, then that would look like a straight line.
No, it wouldn't.
Yeah, it does. I can show you. I can show
the
you an
northern
example.
hemisphere.
100% it doesn't.
It does not.
Okay,
I mean,
so just
some
quickly,
might. You might be able to find
so-
one flight that does, but
No.
by and large,
I've got a military map that's an AE map. It has all of the flight paths plotted out on it. They're all straight lines, or mostly straight,
Yeah.
right? They're not perfectly straight, but they
Because
don't
of
take those arcs. Let me finish really quickly. They don't take those arcs. So look, I've just got an example right here. I'm going to show you the difference of at the same flight path that looks like it's taking a big arc, and then the same one plotted out on an AE map directly underneath it. It's in the chat there, right? Same flight path, different map projection. Okay, straight line.
In the northern
so
hemisphere works.
do like Sydney to Santiago.
Yeah, Sydney to Santiago does not work with that.
Yeah, but okay, so that's not you're talking about an AE map. That's just a globe projection. So what you're saying, it doesn't work on a globe projection because it has a variable scale, right? Okay, so if you're saying that the AE projection is a flat Earth map, okay, that doesn't have a variable scale, and then that's kind of like a straw man, right? Well, that's butchering what the AE map is, because even Gleason, right? Look up what Gleason wrote. It has a variable scale. Okay, so the same distance out in the south that looks like a really long distance, right, is the same distance as a shorter distance in the north.
Yeah, so I'm
right. So if you're saying it doesn't work on an well, he's talking about great circle routes. So he's talking about great circle routes on a flat Earth. What would that be? Because a great circle is a perfect circle around a sphere. So if you're talking about not having to turn the steering wheel left or right when doing a great circle route on a flat Earth, what are you talking about? That's a different type of great circle route.
No, the whole point was just that there's 100,000 flights a day, and all of them do spherical trig to plot out their route, and that's because you can't, like, AE map doesn't work. We know that the Mercator map doesn't work for plotting. But if Earth was flat, there is a map where you can just draw straight lines between destinations, and that's your route.
Well, are you talking about an AE map, or like what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the flat Earth map. True flat Earth
map. There's not the flat Earth map, bro.
I get it.
Flat Earth map is a globe.
If Earth was flat,
that's a spherical. It's a spherical coordinate system that originated from taking elevation angles to stars and that kind of thing, right? That's a spherical.
I've been through that like a whole bunch. What I'm saying is,
okay,
if Earth is flat, there should be a map where you can just draw straight lines between any 2 points, and that's your route.
Right. So that would require actually mapping out that would require mapping out the entire Earth. Okay, nobody's done that. No, you guys haven't done that. You guys don't have. What you guys have is a coordinate system that came from taking elevation angles to the celestials. Okay, that's what the globe is.
Hear me out, because I agree. I agree with you on that.
Real quick.
So this works. Like we already know which. We already know that the running Haversine and doing great circle routes, like pretending like it's a globe, gets you to your destination every time. So just take that and reverse engineer that until all those lines are straight, and you'll have your flat Earth map.
Wait, how do you know that they do spherical trig or use Haversine when planning the routes?
They do. It's just a known fact.
It's just known. Okay, you believe it. Great, thank you. That's the perfect answer. I didn't want to debate that.
That's what they do. There's software. There's like pilots.
No. You already said
one
you
of
just
a few flight.
Yeah, great. No, I got it. Are you believe
100% believe it?
I know you believe
100% believe it.
Thank you. Yep. So you just asserting something you believe is not proof of anything.
How do you think they do it?
But if the
I
globe is flat,
I don't make up theory. I don't make up theories or claim beliefs.
If the Earth is flat, there should be a map where the shortest routes between all these cities are actually the routes that the planes fly. right? Like you should be able to just take an accelerometer onto a commercial flight and then do the double integral of that data, and you should actually be able to figure out your position change. Like this is I don't get that at all.
We're not
Okay,
claiming to
but
know that.
who was in
Your
charge
point
of
before was like the
cartography? And if
equivalent
they
of
had,
saying, your point's like saying, how do people make their car go forward? And I say they push on the gas pedal, and you say, well, that's your
Right,
your
right.
belief.
That's not
I
analogous.
mean, like
Thank you.
everybody knows you put your foot on the gas pedal. That's how you go.
That's not analogous at all.
No,
It
we're
is
talking
analogous.
about the government
it might be
agencies and
analogous.
societies that were in charge of cartography. And if you had a treasure map, would you want to give it to your state enemy? No. So they'll give them the complete opposite.
But
But why
has
are
it.
this gets back into like the Illuminati claim that is required for flat Earth, that there's some organization that's unified between all of the world's nations that are in
obviously,
agreement with each other.
Yeah, that's what you're debating against. Like if the Earth is flat, obviously it's a huge conspiracy. Like that's part of. Like we know your position. Why don't you guys understand ours still?
But we don't need to invoke conspiracy. There's a system that gets flights where they need to go.
I know you guys
just
don't.
take that system and
you trust.
And
you just
figure
said
out how to
believe.
draw a flat Earth map.
Yeah.
We don't need to fly planes. It already works. So just
you believe all these things, and you want us to give you an alternative based on the fact that the things you believe are all accurate or not accurate, which we don't really say them. There's we don't really claim a map, and we don't claim really anything with knowing about how the airplanes are fudging the numbers.
And
I think
I
you
kind of want
used
to go
to
get my
claim a map.
pilot's license just to break this, because jet fuel is fucking expensive. So if the Earth is flat, all these planes are flying around in routes that are burning 35% more fuel than they should be.
Yeah, feel free to do it.
Your guys' assumption, I don't know why you guys assume that they're taking a different route that you would have to take on the flat Earth. It's just very strange, honestly.
Because you can
we're saying
see
it
planes?
is the route you would take on a flat Earth. I think that's true. But for some reason we can't create a map where the route that they're taking just works on the flat Earth without it being curved.
You've exhausted all possibilities, IC Spin, and show us how you've exhausted all possibilities and how many hours you spent doing so.
What's funny is the only thing I don't think we could explain, and I don't believe happens, is going around over Antarctica to another southern area, which they don't do. Congrats.
We don't do that. Not with flights. I think that some flights will.
Exactly. That's the only thing that would debunk the AE map.
Fram 2, man. Polar human spaceflight. Last April.
Polar human
footage
spaceflight.
from that's hilarious. One of the main people
The
they
24
hired
hours
for that,
on also.
one of the main people they hired for that Fram 2 thing, I took a deep dive into that actually the other week. Right, one of the main people they hired for that was an expert in faking footage from what looks like basically faking footage in sci-fi movies. Right, that was like one of the main people they hired to go on that flight. Someone that's an expert in. I can look up her name. I forget because she's from Europe, so she's got a funny name.
Yeah, if you could share that with us, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah.
You become an expert in faking footage.
In the movie industry.
You want to make it as realistic as possible, hyper realistic.
Yeah, so her footage from her movies that she makes basically or works in looks almost identical to the Fram 2 footage. It's kind of funny. I'm trying to look up. I did save it all, so I'm just trying to look it up now. But yeah, keep talking about something else while I find that, and I'll let you know when I find it.
Queue up. Why would flying over Antarctica disprove the map?
Because wait, what? I have to explain that?
It's either DJ. It's either Yannicka Mikkelsen or Ronik Roga, or Robbie Roga. Sorry.
Yeah, it's Mikkelsen, I think. Yeah, I'm in my folder now, so I'm just looking it up. So has everyone else seen that? Right. So this lady also worked on One More Orbit in 2019 as well, which there's a lot of well, I think proven deception behind that as well. In the flight path that they said that they took when live streaming it wasn't the path that they were tracking, and the map that they said that they followed, right, or the plotted path on the map didn't match up with the live stream that they were showing. Okay, and basically all they did in 2019 is they just sort of went down to Antarctica, and then they sort of jackknifed, right? They took a turn, they turned right, and just went over a tiny little bit of Antarctica and turned around and went back up again, right? And they got a record, didn't they, for the first pole to pole circumnavigation. Anyway, this was the same lady that was in charge of all of the footage and everything on that one more orbit. So she was the same one with this 2024 Fram 2. Anyway, yeah, Janique Mickelson.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so yeah, anyway, I don't know if you guys want me to read all that out. I got a whole bunch of information about that, but
If there's anything that stands out, feel free. I don't mind. Maybe the other guys might want to hear it. That's interesting.
What were you reading?
well, if anyone, people should look up the Fram 2 footage, right? And, you know, I was excited to have a look at it because this is the first time anyone's ever claimed to do an actual, basically a great circle around the globe. So, you know, going from the North Pole and then going straight in a straight line, basically, and orbiting around, going straight over Antarctica and then coming back up around. And I think they were meant to do about, I forget what it was, maybe 12 or something, continuous orbits around the globe. I think it was every
yeah.
17, it might have been 17, but yeah, it was every 90 minutes they would do a full pole to pole orbit, and I was excited. I'm like, damn, this footage, that's interesting. I'm gonna have a look at the footage. This is crazy. I wonder what it shows. And when you look into the footage, it's super disappointing. It seems super sketchy. It's very limited footage.
Even in 2024?
No, see, I think it's the exact opposite. They had the most footage of any of the private space flights. Like they all had items and up there, and
yeah,
I think they needed one. They just needed one more camera.
Just one more.
No, they need a telescope. They need to zoom
Yeah,
down.
telescope.
Some live stuff going on. That's the only one.
Well, yeah, they zoomed right in on their own launch pad in one of the mission update videos. Like they
didn't.
decent...
No, they didn't. They didn't zoom in on the launch pad in one of
They
the update
100%...
videos.
Holy shit! I'll go grab that right now. They 100%
Yeah,
did.
grab it, bro. I remember one of them saying, she was just standing there. She didn't even have a camera. She's like, "Oh my god, I can see the launch pad." I thought, wow, aren't you meant to be 500 kilometers above the surface of the Earth? I mean, you can see with your naked eye. You could see the launch pad. It's a strange thing to say.
So the footage doesn't look real, but the person who made it is an expert at faking footage?
That's correct, yeah.
She's so good, she made it so that it doesn't look real. But it's just unreal enough to make it seem believable, because if it was too good, then it wouldn't be believable.
Yeah, look, what I'm presenting, it's not proof of anything. It just, to me, it looks fake. And when it comes to Josh, right, I showed him some of the most ridiculous looking footage from the Apollo missions. And when I usually show that to Globers, they piss themselves laughing. And then they accuse me of saying that there's no way that could possibly be real footage. That looks completely fake. That's ridiculous. And they say, oh, you know, prove to me that that's NASA footage. There's no way it could be. And then I show it to Josh, and he's like, yeah, that looks real. That looks real. Like he'll believe anything that they throw out, basically.
It is interesting what people accept is real and what they don't accept, especially on the globe side.
You're a Christian, yeah?
Yeah, DJ, I just posted it. It's right at the end of the clip I posted.
Right.
It's from one of their update videos. They zoom right in on Cape Canaveral.
All right, let me check that out. Yeah, I watched most of the videos, but I didn't watch all of them, so I'll check that one.
Well, see, that's why I think it's so great. Like they have, you know, they were posting on their own personal social medias, like during the time they were up. So if you're gonna, I don't know, if you're gonna claim that there was like a lot
Oh
of
wow, yeah,
post-processing,
posting on social media, yeah, that would be impossible, wouldn't it? No one ever
no,
does that.
okay. Well, during the time they claim they're up, during the time that the object was being tracked between launch and landing, you know, they're connected via Starlink. They did, you know, they did Skype calls with folks. You know, there's no. So if you're going to claim that there's post processing being done,
I'm
I
look,
don't know.
I'm just saying, no, I'm saying that I can't validate any of it. You can't validate any of it. It's all faith based, right? But I'm saying to me, it didn't look realistic. And one of the main people up there was only 4 people. Okay, one of them was a specialist at faking footage like that. Okay, it looks very similar to the footage that is in her
I think
movies.
titling somebody who's a cinematographer who works in augmented and virtual reality as somebody who fakes footage is disingenuous.
No, that's what she does. Okay, so she makes footage that's not real. It's fictional footage from, you know, in movies. It's fiction. It's fake.
VR,
So that's
but
not
yes.
disingenuous. No. She makes like space movies and things like that, where it's got people in a capsule and they're looking out at the globe from space, and it just happens to look very similar to, you know, to the footage in the movie. I'm just saying it's a funny coincidence that she also worked on One More Orbit, okay, which was a very deceptive trip.
What they should have done is when they put this, they shouldn't have used someone who's done this sort of stuff because it just gives it all away.
But they have to. They have to reveal it.
Oh, why do they keep leaving all these clues?
Called revelation of the method.
Pazza, your pareidolia, your pattern recognition needs to get more sensitive, man.
This is gaslighting.
Okay, when I see this footage like this, I always think, okay, let's say they faked it, right? But they're flying over the Earth. All you have to do is find one spot where the clouds don't match.
Yeah,
100%.
That would convince me. That would convince me.
It
looks real.
right, but it's not hard to find the cloud data that was on that particular day, and then you know, add it post right around the globe so it matches up somewhat. Someone on the ground, right? They're not going to know exactly what's going on with the clouds, right? You're looking up, you can kind of see, you know, as long as it's approximately right, that wouldn't be hard to fake. That's all I'm saying. Get
Using satellite
That sounds pretty hard to fake for me, but
You'd have to do
Well,
that
not
in
really.
post, though. That's what I'm saying. Like if they're posting live on social media, how do you know live, you know, where the clouds are to
Posting,
fabricate
what do you
it?
mean posting live? Yeah, that's if they were actually where they're telling you they are, right? So you can have a live stream and it's not actually live just because it says it's a live stream.
But I'm talking about the cloud data. So if you go outside, let's say you're at the Cape and you see the same exact shaped cloud that's in the video that's being posted live, how are they capturing the cloud data and then accurately doing things to manipulate the video within, you know,
Well, no one
seconds
who
of
checked
latency?
that. Did anyone ever check that? Like if I asked you to,
saying
who checked that? Yeah,
you know,
if
we could do that. We could do that with the ISS right now. Like I don't know.
Sure.
It seems pretty
Yeah,
flimsy.
okay,
To me.
well,
yeah, but it looks.
well,
And my thing is like
someone
it
must have
looks
done that.
fake, but then the clouds are all 100% in the perfect spot.
Or are they though? How did you validate that?
I didn't validate every single cloud.
Did anyone validate any clouds?
You gave in on that point pretty quick. You're like, oh, they could just put the clouds in the right spot.
Do you guys think that looks like we are 250 miles away? Kind of looks a little bit closer, but I've seen high altitude where they're only 150,000 feet, and yeah, that's. But it looks like it's pretty good video for sure. Do you think Holly? My second question would be: do you think Holly could replicate something like that at all with today's technology?
Hollywood.
I think he was trying to say.
Hollywood. Yeah, Hollywood could.
Yeah, I would agree.
The wood of the holly tree, what the witches used.
But I recommend people go digging into the Frag 2 stuff. There's a fuck ton of footage.
For sure, that one was pretty compelling. But yeah, the first thing that came to mind was, is that really 250 miles above the surface?
Yeah, but how do you? Tell us your criteria for how you judge height in this sort of context.
Maybe look at all the footage that's been presented already and see if there's any consistency and congruency.
or direct
I think-
way.
But what did you see?
Once
What
you
did
get
you see
to
that was
geographical
incongruent?
landmarks.
Oh, that's true. Florida looked like it was. I guess we would have to do the math and figure out what altitude could we see the state of Florida. Because I think that's what we saw, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they
Or
zoom right
even
back on the
coast to
Cape.
coast, like
Yeah.
the amount of angles covered is entirely dependent on the altitude. You know, you can't get that same view from 60,000 feet and a really, really wide lens. You're just going to see.
I have an
I don't think
interesting
it's.
point.
I think it's much higher. It's
But what
definitely
triggered it for you, Eden? You must have seen something specifically that made you say this looks not that high. Like, what was it that you saw?
Some of the other footage, like I think, there was Aftershock 2 that went to 143, or there's other similar rockets prior to Aftershock 2 that almost look similar, but I'm probably gonna have to put them in my photo application, just compare. This is just first glance from what I saw there, but it's an interesting video that Josh posted. Thank you, Josh.
Yeah, go digging. I mean, I spoke to the commander of the mission, Chung, last spring because I wanted a copy of his zero gravity indicator. He's a nice guy. Like he just made a fuck ton of money on crypto and wanted to go to space.
Yeah, I believe it.
But there's a ton of good Fram 2 footage. There's one where they're directly over Svalbard. They go, there's a 4-hour supercut of them just going over the poles like 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, it's kind of it's not that great as Josh is making out. Go check it out. It's not that impressive. But look in 2004, in 2004, bro, in 2004, they made a TV series called Space Cadets. Okay, just on a TV show budget, right? This is not NASA or anything like this. 2004 technology. They tricked a whole bunch of people into thinking that they went to space, right? And these people went through fake training and everything, and they had some plants in there that knew that it was a fake. And they were doing interviews. They were saying these people will believe anything they get told by these so-called experts. It's mind-blowing, right? And then these people thought that they were up in space. They never left the Earth, and they're looking out of a capsule. They're looking at a capsule at a screen that's outside, like one of those big wraparound screens, and they thought that they were looking at the globe from space, right? None of them said, "Oh, that looks fake" or anything. They're all got this gobsmacked look on their face, like we're in space, we're looking at the globe from space, and it was all just completely faked. And that's not on a NASA budget or anything like that, right? That or SpaceX budget. That's just on some 2004 technology TV show budget.
I think that's what they do with.
Thank you.
I think they picked Don Pettit for that reason because he's like half retarded and he actually thinks he goes to space when they put him on those fake capsules.
That's pretty funny.
DJ, it was 2004. You said Space Cadets.
Oh yeah, I'll post a link in the side chat. I'm just bringing
Wow.
it out.
What evidence do you have that it wasn't all actors, right? Like the producers and they're entirely
you can
in
watch
control.
it. You can watch it.
Trust
You
what they
can tell.
say, and yet, oh no, the actors are too good at looking surprised. Apparently,
Yeah,
that's not very strong evidence.
exactly. If you want to say that, that's fine. But you haven't watched it, so maybe you could watch it and then make a judgment. But I'll post it in the.
Is that tiny Earth syndrome like they're going on?
Did they simulate 0G, or these people they told them they were in space, but still they had gravity?
Yeah, they had like so-called experts come in and explain to them how they developed a technology that was able to negate the 0G, right? So they would be able to go up there and not have the 0G. That was one of the issues
did they actually
back
publish
then.
this?
Yeah, it's a whole documentary series. So I've just got it up now. So I'll post.
It sounds hilarious, actually.
It is
just because
actually.
people. It doesn't surprise me. Like, people are very incredulous. So
psychologists with the production team aim to select what are known as susceptible people who are intelligent, have a creative mind, like practical jokes, and want to go along with people. So there's obviously a little bit of sampling that gets done.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I posted another video of some really cool CGI. It's about 2 hours long, but it's the re-entry and splashdown of the Fram 2 mission. It starts about 1:15-ish, 1 hour and 15 minutes is when right around when parachutes deploy, and it goes all the way up to you seeing the 4 of them get out of the capsule in the middle of the ocean. So,
Yeah, why
must
would
have been a
that
pretty
part
big
have to be
catapult.
CGI? Why would
Yeah,
that
it must
part
have been
have
a
to be
pretty big
CGI?
catapult to get it up there.
Well, you
Because
just
you see them come
okay,
down.
so you're just dropping they're just dropping people into the water in a capsule, and you're watching it from low altitude.
No, it
You
tracks it all the
think
way in.
that's not possible?
You go from the
Tracks it
orbit
all. Oh
burn
yeah,
all the way.
okay. Yeah. So
Yeah.
you can validate all of that, can you? You were watching
But
it
I'm just
from
saying,
all the way
where they have to
down.
come from somewhere, they're not just popping into existence at some altitude, right?
Yeah, obviously they're not just popping into existence at some altitude. Okay, you think that they couldn't fake something like that, right?
Exactly. That's why I'm saying CGI.
Do you think that they couldn't? No, it wouldn't have to be CGI, right? They could just drop a capsule into the ocean, right, and retrieve some
high
people out of
altitude.
it and say, "Oh, these people came from space."
Yeah. And on a flight that doesn't have a flight record or a flight tracker on it, over international waters.
All that. Yeah, all that. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Just making sure that a private company like SpaceX is flying military jets that don't
Private
need.
company that said that they wouldn't be able to do anything they do without the funding of NASA, $10 billion plus. You think they're a private company? Elon Musk said we wouldn't be able to achieve anything that we've achieved without the help of NASA.
Interesting.
Right now, NASA's reclassified as a spy agency. Right, SpaceX is like the new
No,
NASA.
that's
Basically.
bullshit. That's
It's an intelligence agency.
I understand that it was
Reclassified
done.
as
It was
it's
done.
not
It was
bullshit.
reclassified as that because the Trump administration wanted to circumvent labor rules. So reclassifying executive agencies as intelligence agencies removes the employee's ability to organize and strike. So
Dude, you
it's a
have to
labor.
make.
The labor
You have
move,
to
not
bend
a.
over backwards.
But
Look at you
that he
bending
was
over
doing that.
backwards.
So if he was right, if he was right about saying that, why are you telling us like the excuse like it debunks what he said?
Yeah,
fuck your
dude,
excuse.
you're doing gymnastics, mental gymnastics
Oh,
to
because
fit your
people want
narrative,
to
You
dude.
save
talk
money
with
and make
such
money.
confidence, Josh. You talk with such confidence all the time, but half the things when I look into what you're saying turns out to be total bullshit. And then you'll just turn around and say, "Oh yeah, I admit I was wrong about that." Oh yeah, that's not quite my feel.
Hey,
It
that's
happens
on
all the time,
you
dude.
for thinking I'm
You're
convincing.
you're more of a satellite salesman, from what I gather. Right? You're a good talker, kinda. You're not fooling any flat earthers. Right? But you're a good talker, and you bullshit your way through conversations 90% of the time. Right? You're good at memorizing the books of bullshit that you memorized in university. Okay, but you don't have any empirical evidence that the Earth's a globe. That's for sure.
Disagree with that assertion.
Yeah, we've been through this 100 times. You've never submitted anything empirical. It's always, oh, I can't release that
I
information.
can't. No, you're right. Yeah, you're right. I can't. I apologize.
Oh, it's okay. I forgive you. We can shake hands and it's okay.
Thank you,
But
DJ.
I appreciate you complimenting my speaking ability.
You're
It's,
bullshittery.
I
Yeah,
I recommend people kick the
a
tires on anything
like a
I say.
snake oil salesman.
Yeah, don't. I mean, yeah, that was literally my name in the 24/7 server for a
It
little while.
suited you
But
right. Yeah.
no. I recommend folks kick the tires on whatever I say. I do admit that my speech stat is I've dumped a lot of skill points into that. So
Dude, you went on
being noticed.
You went on this like emotional, like inspirational rant about how amazing it was that NASA invented Velcro, right? And it's so funny. It's going to make the funniest clip, right? Because you could just do a quick Google search, right? And obviously NASA did not invent Velcro. Just go to velcro.com and look up who invented Velcro way before NASA even existed.
It was
Velcro's
Charlie
existed, but
Velcro.
yeah, like it was Charlie.
Oh yeah,
Velcro.
definitely egg on my face for that one. Appreciate it being
By the way,
reminded of it.
he did compliment you. He said that you say things that are wrong, and then when you do, you admit you're wrong. That's a sign.
He does do that.
A good faith debater.
Yeah, it's a great faith.
He is right though. Like I have a photographic memory. So my ability to regurgitate things that I've read is quite high. So obviously I read that in a previous life. I think it was actually an essay I wrote freshman year of high school.
Tell that shit, bro.
So high school Josh didn't kick the tires on the citation.
You're not the only one, dude. They sell that shit, bro. There's like science communicators, if not NASA themselves, that tell that story about the Velcro. And
I
also
never
the
heard that.
comment.
I always heard it was
Well,
some
I
guy
have,
that got burrs. He got like those little burr stickers stuck in his socks, and then he was like, "Ooh, I want to make something out of this."
bro. Well, in the flat Earth
Yeah, it
community,
might be a Mandela effect. I have no
Charlie
fucking clue.
Velcro.
A person's
Definitely
hair,
Charlie Velcro.
curly hair.
regardless, it wasn't a compliment when he said
It's
that
not a
you act like
Mandela
it's
effect.
no big deal when you get things wrong. It was,
It's not a
saying,
Mandela
That should
effect
be a
because that is
compliment.
something that you try to sell. That they invented Velcro, they invented Thermopedic.
They invented Tang. I think that one's
Yep,
true.
Tang.
They didn't invent Velcro.
Did they invent
I know.
Tang?
Ballpoint pens,
Yep,
Mandela.
air
ballpoint pen.
conditioning, air
Turning
Well, the
conditioning.
urine
upside
to
down
drinkable
ballpoint
water.
pens. But hold on, did they invent Tang? This is important for my childhood.
Yeah,
Mandela.
that's what
Isn't
they
What
say.
is Tang?
They
Fruit of
say
the
Oh
they
no,
Is
invented
it?
a
Loom.
bunch of shit.
Can
Fanta.
I get a fact
No,
check
no.
on that?
Yeah, I
Remember
think Fanta
Surge?
was.
Yes, they say they invented Tang as well.
Well, not what they
They
say.
Remember
they
I
Surge?
want to know
say,
what's the truth.
Oh, that's a good
but it
question.
was already on the shelf, wasn't it?
I
The
don't know.
original
Was it?
Moonlander was supposed to be shaped like a cornucopia, I think.
Yes. Columbus.
Have you seen the prototype original NASA spacesuits that they were going to go with?
Yes. Yes.
It's freaking hilarious. I'm going to find a
You know,
picture just now.
listen, I worked with someone. It was a lady, and she said that her grandma, grandma, knew the guy named Don Nance. So through her mom, she would go to this trailer, and her mom would clean this house because her grandma lived in the trailer. So they would go there to visit their grandma, and the trailer was right off the property of this person that was really rich, well off, right? Not super super rich, just well off, right? So they go, and the grandma goes with the old guy. The old guy messes because the grandma used to be a nurse back in the day with the hospital or whatever, and she got signed to the family to help them. Well, the wife passed away, and the guy ended up liking the nurse. I don't know if he married her. I don't know how close they got, but he liked the nurse, so he let her. He bought her a thing, set her up on his property, like off to the side, and gave her a little so in return, like they would clean the house too and shit like that, take care of them and shit, right? So in the
How long is
basement,
the story?
it's
Can you get
it's
to the point?
it's almost done. Well, longer you talk, it'll be longer. So in the basement, they go in the basement while they're cleaning the house and everything, and it's like a fucking super clean, uh, pressures, whatever, a vacuum, like a museum with like specialized little things, and it has all these suits because the guy's name was Don Nance, the designer of some of the first astronaut suits, and they were made from scuba to space. So they were designed for scuba, but they were also made for space.
So
And that's the story.
The actual Tang inventor was William A. Mitchell. Worked for the General Food Corporation.
Mitchell?
He was a, yeah, it
Is
was
that
a
one of the
food.
astronauts?
No,
Okay.
he was a food chemist.
Well, I know that one
Mandela.
of the astronauts is named Mitchell, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's his last name. William A. Mitchell is the actual person that invented it,
Yeah, it's just a
not
coincidence.
NASA.
Just a name.
It's the Great Tang Conspiracy.
No, but what about the suits? The
Y'all
guy had
remember
them in the
Surge?
basement,
And it
right?
open.
And now check this out. As soon as that guy passed away, like within a week, they went back to his house and they was gonna like do whatever, and everything was gone. Within a week, they came and took everything. They cleared out the whole museum that he owned. Everything was gone.
So if they didn't invent Velcro, they didn't invent Tang. Could we check on the ballpoint pen?
Yeah, check that. That's another one they didn't invent. Yeah.
No, just check
Maybe
on the
it's that
suit.
they invented the pen that writes in no gravity, because like ballpoint pens have been around for a long
It's
time.
called a pencil. Russia did that a long time ago. They use a regular pencil. You can write upside down with it. You can write right side up with it.
Doesn't
That's
matter.
called.
It is. It's called a pencil. It's like the $1 million idea that surpassed the ballpoint pen, right? I'm just saying, think about it. What would stop you from writing with a pencil or a crayon? Or I mean, who the fuck knows? I don't know.
So ballpoint pen was invented in 1938.
Oh, another one busted. Look out. What did they invent? Some people say air
No one
conditioning. If you're
claims that NASA invented a ballpoint pen, except
dude,
for the one that
Globers
writes.
say the dude, Globers say the funniest shit. I've been listening to this debate for 8 years. I've heard Globers say that 100 times.
They said they
What?
They did create a
said
they did create a
giant
particular one
ballpoint
though.
pen
I think they invented the moon.
It's a space pen. No, there's a
that you can
space pen
use
that
in the
you
vacuum chamber and
Right.
hold upside down
I think the
Jerry
moon.
Seinfeld got one.
for a pressurized system. There's a
It's like an
ballpoint pen.
inflatable saloon. It's a giant inflatable ball that they put up there to fool us.
But what about the suits, though? Fuck a pen. The suits.
well are we ignoring the fact that
Embroidered with gold, and they were underwater scuba diving suits. The first space suits were just scuba diving suits.
Makes
Fortified.
sense.
why are we ignoring the fact that that gravity makes pens work? We're just scooting right past that.
Gravity
Try to write
doesn't
with the
make
pen
a
upside
pencil
down.
work. Gravity does not make
Not a
pencil work.
pencil. No, a pen.
Yeah, but I
Try to write
prefer
upside down with a pen.
Well, gravity
That doesn't
don't
mean
affect my flattered pencils. Sorry.
I agree.
If by
But they do
gravity you mean
affect your globe Earth pens.
things, dude, if you talk about gravity, if you just mean things fall at
Sure, we
9.81
can do
meters
that.
per second
Yeah, let's
squared in
play
a
the game.
vacuum, yeah, we can all agree that happens. Approximate agreed upon average 9.81 in a vacuum. Things fall at roughly that point. If you want to call just that gravity, that's just an observed effect, right? When you start talking about the cause of the effect, that's when you guys run into problems.
Well, it's actually when you make a prediction about the effect that you can you have
Sassy's
evidence
in
for your
here. Look out.
just a second. So if I predict that clocks will run more quickly at a higher altitude compared to clocks at a lower altitude, and this is super important, this is what flat earthers generally miss. If I predict by how much faster, and then I
Hafel
move
Keating's test was junk, absolute junk. Even the mainstream agrees it was
I
junk.
wish I if only you knew what
Also-
I'm talking about, because that's not what I'm talking about, DJ. I'm sorry.
Calm down, bro.
I know,
Don't have a fit.
I know. You've got one thing that you're
Oh my
clinging to, like
goodness.
man clinging onto a life preserve, drowning man. But anyway, when
So
I
the
make
anti-gravity pen also was not invented by NASA. It was some guy named Fisher, which it was a pen that works underwater. Yep.
So-
under pressure, heat, yada yada yada.
So
It's a lot
anyway,
of else for NASA.
so anyway, when you make that prediction and you say relativity says that the clock at the top of Pikes Peak will run this much faster than the clock at the bottom.
Yo,
Comparison.
let me go back and forth with Omnivore with this, and let's let him finish first.
And it comes out to exactly that much, or within your tolerance, whatever that is, to that much faster. That's when it's clear that relativity, the math, is onto something, because you have the hypothesis, you have the prediction, and then you have the test data. That's how
You've done this.
actual science works.
You've done this.
Elbow, did you hear me say let me go back and forth with Omnivore?
I heard you, but I just want to make sure.
Oh, you did hear me.
I know. Elbow has to try. He got to try.
Okay, well, I wouldn't have muted him if he didn't hear, but apparently he did hear. Okay, so me and Omnivore have gone back and forth on this one a lot. It's kind of like, boring for me to have a debate that I've had so many times with him. But so my position is it's a post-diction. Relativity is not predictive mathematics. It's a post hoc mathematical model to explain things they already understood about our realm. The changes in how atomic clocks vibrate at higher altitudes is not proof of relativity. That's circular. The model.
If
only there were evidence for that for that position,
So,
but there's not.
Yeah, we do. Dr. Lewis Hessian backs the position.
Nope.
Yeah. What are you talking? Q up. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I agree with what you're saying.
Well, the main
Put a
thing
link.
is like,
Put a
I
link in
mean,
the
the
chat,
more
Tristan.
simple.
Go ahead.
So we know, so they admit, and we know that the atmosphere, the electric gradient in the atmosphere goes up 100 volts per meter as you go up in altitude. That's not contested, right, Omnivore? Omnivore?
It's the potential gradient, but
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Hello. Oh my God, excuse me. Sometimes. Thank you. What's up, dude? My bad.
Well, so you guys believe Earth is flat?
No, we don't believe it.
Okay. Well, I just believe it's stupid to believe that Earth is flat because it just doesn't make sense.
How dare you!
Oh, they gotta leave already?
It on a flat line, which is how it works
I
in
could have.
reality.
Exactly.
Yeah, how it works
Thank
in
you. I could.
reality. Yep, you give it to
Why
how
are
it
you
works in
interrupting him?
reality.
Just a moment. Why are you interrupting him? You got pissed off at somebody. Excuse me. You got pissed off at somebody earlier for interrupting. Now you're doing the same fucking thing.
You know the thing that he hasn't realized yet? That he's been using the terms up and down, and there is no up and down on the globe.
Correct.
So just by saying up or down, and then you combine that and say up and down, you debunk the globe right there.
It's over. 100%.
Debunk the globe.
There is no up and down on a globe, dude.
So I stopped. I'm not going to do the diagram because you guys are not patient and you want to discuss instead, right?
You can. That's an
No.
excuse.
It's
Just
either we
put yourself
discuss or
on
you wait
mute,
for me
finish
to
the
do the diagram. What is it?
Excuse me. We can discuss whatever the hell we want to while you're making your little diagram. I'm sorry. Are your fifis hurt?
I wasn't being rude to you. Why are you being rude to me?
Nobody's being rude.
We can talk about whatever we want to. This is an open forum. Why don't you just go ahead and grow up and make your diagram?
In that case, why do you constantly mute your opponents whenever they have something to
Have you been muted? Have you been muted this entire time?
3 times.
This enjoyer guy is really disingenuous, by the way. I've dealt with him on
This
multiple
is him just trying not to do the diagram and just running away.
Yeah, make the diagram, dude. or concede. I think you're going to concede, right? You're going to concede that you are incorrect because you're not going to make your diagram, are you?
He's known for
No,
being
what I will do is not go into much length because this is ridiculous.
Okay, bye.
And I will
Bye.
agree with what's his name.
Bye. Bye.
Oh, what's up? What?
Bye.
What's wrong? What?
Bye.
What?
You said you can't
Just
do
remember
it.
something. Remember
You got
something.
no
If you,
answer
in
for
your
why missiles
diagram,
go through your flat Earth?
They don't.
remember something though. In your diagram,
They do.
make sure that you don't use up and down on
They
your
do,
diagram.
sir. This is how
you
cruise
don't-
missiles work.
They don't go
On a flat
through
Earth.
until they impact the Earth. You're talking about
He showed us a
through
flat
the
Earth diagram. You showed us
This
a
is
flat
not a
Earth
flat
diagram.
Earth diagram. This is simply a basic diagram explaining how parabolic trajectory works.
Right.
Which is not a flat Earth.
surface.
It's really
The
not a flat
calculations-
Earth diagram.
The calculations on a horizontal surface. You gave us the fucking math.
I gave you how parabolic trajectory works, which you completely dismiss when I explain to you that a missile falls downwards. It goes through your horizon. You're supposed to.
Why are you dismissing the fact?
Or is it optical? And is it going to change depending on the optic that you use?
I could say the same thing and say that the world is round and you think that your
Does the
optics are flat.
horizon change with distance depending on the optic that you use?
If it's the optic, then I can say that the world is round and you're completely delulu and you think that the world is flat because
you
of your
don't think
optics.
perspective exists when you're making
I do,
observations
and I
of
think
stuff.
yeah, absolutely I do, and I
That's
think the
what we're
world
going
is
to be
round
taking
and you
account
think
of
it's
then,
flat because
aren't
of your
we?
perspective.
Sorry, dickhead. That's what we're going to be taking account of then, aren't we?
Oh, now it's
Perspective when you
insults,
make
is it?
observations.
I don't think he knows what perspective is, bro. He said your perspective as if you have some
no,
kind of
not my
special perspective.
not my perspective. Angular perspective. How we see the world due to the angular reduction of objects with distance. Things above your eye line appear to go downwards, like the surface appears to ramp upwards. They're not actually doing this. It's just perspective.
Hey, I'd like to learn more about flat Earth. Can you guys recommend me a university for flat
You're
earthers?
just an idiot at this point.
Can you recommend me a university? I'd like to go study flat
An idiot at this point.
Yeah, you're in it, dude.
You're gonna.
Why am I an idiot? I'm asking, can you recommend me a university? I'd like to study
Why
flat
don't
Earth.
you address what's just been said to you?
But because I
don't
want to go
know.
to your
Listen,
school and I want to
he's
learn
not
more
ready.
about
He's not ready for university because he
disingenuous,
said
James.
round
No,
or flat.
you don't,
He thinks that
Jamesy.
round and flat are mutually exclusive. So you're
So
gonna
can
have
you
to
recommend
stick with
me
the
a
ABCs.
flat Earth university? I'd like to go study some flat Earth.
The one you got your
Start
diagram.
the diagram, because round and flat are not
deflecting.
mutually exclusive, dude. And you think you can go to
enjoy
university when you don't know what round is?
Yes. Have you even gone to any schooling at all?
See, here we go. Just ad hominems now, not addressing what's actually been said
Bro,
to
you
you.
deserve it, ad hominem,
bro. You're a redneck with a sub 30 IQ. Come on.
True.
You deserve the ad hom.
True. And you did actually do ad homs at him, so it's like you're
Hey, Six,
Called him an idiot when he
I know
just
you're
made himself
butthurt over
2B1
Ukraine. Can you
because
go
he has
somewhere else?
basic understanding
Be butthurt.
issues. It's just
Look,
brain
gentlemen,
cognitive malfunction.
Look,
Doesn't seem to
gentlemen,
understand what's being said.
Gentlemen, I love talking to you. Okay, it's interesting, right?
Just fuck off.
I'm not here to.
Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. Hey, listen, nobody gives a fuck.
I do this for entertainment. Okay, I know the.
I don't care. I don't care. Who cares? Nobody cares about your stupid excuses. This is where you've already conceded. This is where you conceded. Oh, I like talking to you guys. I like talking to you guys. That's your concession. I'm taking that as your concession.
Okay, I'll wait for your proof for the container.
All right. So, in conclusion, our friend here has conceded, because usually about the time they say, I like talking to you guys, is I don't have any globe proof to present.
Exactly.
So you're done.
Okay, Six. I'll unmute you in exchange for some.
I did not concede anything ever.
No one cares.
And you're not gonna
No, DJ, where's that person at? Oh, DJ's not even in here either. Oh my goodness, never mind. Sorry. Disregard.
Put the you
No
Yeah,
one
you can
cares
stop.
anymore.
We already know. 6. I'll unmute you for some globe proof. Go ahead.
Yeah, 6
Shut up,
pussy
retard.
boy,
I'm
you're
not
up.
talking to you.
You're up, pussy boy.
Where did the enjoyer go? Who you calling pussy? I'll knock you
You.
out.
Oh, come on now. You can't do that. You're too weak.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Hey, look, this wasn't what you were muted for. I said I'll take globe proof in exchange for that.
I didn't ask. I didn't really ask. I'm not really worried about you.
Okay, all right. You're useless to me. Bye.
Our internet tough guy. He's gonna beat you up over the internet.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Yeah, that's weak sauce, man. That's like not saying anything till the cops get there, then be like, "You're lucky they showed up. I'm gonna beat your ass."
He sounds like a Roy
Hide in
Murphy.
the bathroom, then the cops show up and you come out. Fucker, yeah, I'll kick your ass right now.
He sounded like a Roy Mercer video, like a Roy Mercer YouTube. Remember, anybody know about Roy Mercer? He used to make crank calls threatening to beat
He
people up.
says you deny how rockets work. Dude, the rockets don't work on a globe.
Yeah, he was threatening to beat people up. That's what I heard.
Rockets require reality to work. The only thing you have about rockets is cartoons.
Cartoon.
The only thing you have about rockets on a globe is
Animation.
cartoon rockets on a cartoon
NASA.
globe.
Bro, shut up,
NASA
Mexican.
animation.
You're literally a lunatic.
NASA animation.
You talking to your daddy?
As well.
This is the guy who was whining about insults a minute ago, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. And then I got muted, and now I speak different.
And then
This
the
is
mask
different
fell
language
right
I speak
off.
now.
Yeah, you weren't fooling anybody to begin with anyway. We knew you were an asshole.
Yeah, we're gonna deny how rockets work, how basic science works, because
we don't
the
know anything.
firmament
Hold on,
exists.
let's give this guy the floor, and he's going to tell us exactly how they work. Let's hear it.
Yeah, the gentleman, what's his name? Globe, what's your name? Globe Earther?
Globe enthusiast.
Is he talking about something else?
I'm glad he mentioned. I'm glad he mentioned tangents. I'm glad he mentioned angles. I'm glad he mentioned.
Okay, dude. Okay, we don't need this song and dance. Just get to the point.
That's all great, and he knows how rockets work.
No, you're going to tell us. We don't know.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you how missiles work and cruise missiles work as well. You see, on your stupid flat Earth theory, missiles would not work because they would go straight. But hey, missiles don't go straight; they go parabolically. And missiles that are
you
launched,
mean like you showed?
Yeah, missiles that are launched, at least the unguided ones, the basic rockets, they go parabolically because they go up
Okay,
and
you
down.
mean
right?
like
They're unguided.
I just need clarification. Like I just posted your.
Let's interrupt this guy because you have to.
No, just for clarification.
He's addressing what you said.
Just for clarification, bro. So just for clarification, just like you posted in the side chat, which I just reposted in the diagrams, just like that.
Nope.
You cooked
Not
yourself.
like that.
No,
false.
Not like that. Well, I'm wondering why you posted
like that.
them then. Well, not
Like that. Not like that. That's a basic
different.
rundown. That's a basic rundown explanation how parabolic trajectory looks like, because you apparently seem not to understand how it works.
That's your evidence that you posted to prove your point. So you posted the wrong.
That's not evidence I posted to prove any point.
That you posted the wrong thing. Is that what you're saying?
No, sir. The gentleman I was arguing with did not understand how parabolic trajectory works because
we understand just fine.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Then if you do,
yeah, anyone that can throw a ball understands a parabolic trajectory.
Wonderful. Okay, so if you do,
see
you
the
would
mathematics
understand.
attached to the
Can I only throw a ball on a ball?
Hang
throw a ball on a flat circle? No, listen. Can I only throw a ball on a ball?
Hang on.
Can I only throw a ball on a ball, bro?
The further you throw your ball, what happens?
Hey, just answer
the question. What happens? It goes farther.
What happens? The further your ball goes, the further you throw it, what happens?
It goes farther.
Wonderful. And let's say you threw your ball really far away, 1,000 kilometers away. What happens?
It goes farther. Like, what are you talking about?
Wonderful. In your view, when you look at this projectile, what happens? What can you explain to me, define to me what happens?
It'll take a parabolic arc. So
awesome.
there was this cool game, this cool video game called Track and Field, and you ran and you had to get the angle just right so that when you jumped, your parabolic arc would throw you the farthest. And part of the game was adjusting the angle for the optimal parabolic arc.
Awesome.
That was on a flat surface.
Right. Flat surface, right.
You
so
said
if you throw the ball really far...
No, shut up, dude. You said parabolic arcs can't exist because you said parabolic arcs can't exist on a flat surface.
I said no such thing.
Yeah, you did. You said it has to be a globe.
I was interrupted so many times. I wasn't.
You said on a flat Earth, parabolic arcs wouldn't work.
Okay, so let me just continue. Let me slow down. Stop interrupting. Wait, hold up. Relax, right? So if you threw the ball,
is that what you said?
I don't remember saying any such thing. What I remember saying is asking you to define what would happen if that ball was launched at, let's say, 1,000 kilometers, really far away, right? And what would happen in your perspective when you look at this ball? It will fall in a parabolic arc, correct?
Yes. Yeah. And?
Okay, awesome. Would it fall behind the horizon or into the horizon?
No, it would be well beyond the horizon.
Beyond the horizon, wonderful. Yeah. And if you place the tracker on this ball to follow this ball and its arc, and you discover that it takes, let's say, an hour to travel while it's gone through the horizon, how do you explain that?
What does that even mean?
All right, so if
I put a tracker on the ball, hold on, I'm going to repeat what you said. If I put a tracker on the ball and shoot it in a parabolic arc, and it takes an hour beyond the horizon, what is that? How do you explain that?
Exactly. Yeah, how do you explain it?
What am I explaining exactly?
Yeah, why does the ball, let's say, when it goes beyond the horizon, it takes an hour to continue traveling? How is it possible that it travels for an entire hour?
Hold on a second. Do you think like the horizon is like the edge of a flat Earth or something?
No. What people here are claiming, the flat Earth, what the flat earthers are claiming is that the world is flat. Then therefore, it shouldn't be able to fly for, let's say, an hour beyond the horizon, right?
Why?
Because apparently, if the world is flat, it should just hit the flat Earth and should hit the surface.
What's the horizon?
Oh, he's lying again.
Hold on a second. What's the horizon? No, let's just get him to define what the horizon is. What's the horizon?
It's what you can see, the maximum distance of your supposed flat Earth.
No. Well, yeah, it's the maximum distance you can see that. Hold on. Yeah, it's the maximum distance that you can see the surface of the Earth from your vantage point.
Yeah.
But that's not the end of the Earth.
I didn't say it's the end of the Earth.
Then why, if it's not the end of the Earth, then why are you mystified by something can travel past the horizon for 1,000 miles on a flat Earth? If it's not the end of the Earth, why is that mysterious?
Because assuming if this is a flat Earth, then this projectile should hit the surface.
Why? It's a parabolic arc. You're not going to shoot it straight, right? You're going to shoot it at some angle, like 45 degrees into the air, right?
This doesn't matter. What matters is when it hits the surface, supposedly, of your flat Earth at the horizon. Well, here's the issue. The ball continues going for an hour beyond the horizon. How's that explained? How do you explain that? That means the world is not flat. That means the world is round.
No, listen, dude. You admitted that the horizon's at the end of the Earth, right?
I did not admit or agree or disagree.
Is the horizon the end of the? Do you think the horizon's the end of the Earth?
No.
On a flat Earth.
No. But what he thinks is when.
So say the horizon. Hold on. No, I want to walk through this step by step, TW. Sorry. So say we shoot the rocket from 10 feet, then the horizon's 6 miles away. When the rocket hits, or let's make it rocket's fine. So when it hits the 6 mile point, it keeps going right past the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
How does that how would that not work on a flat Earth that it travels past the 6 miles? What do you think? It just
because if your world is flat,
there's nothing past the horizon.
No. If your world is flat, and the horizon is, you're looking straight towards the horizon.
Yeah.
So assuming the world is flat, it would be flat even at the horizon and beyond, correct?
Yeah.
Awesome. Then your projectile would have to stop at the horizon. It would crash and
that's
hit
saying that the horizon's the end of the Earth.
He's an idiot. He's an idiot.
Unfortunately, the projectile does not crash at the horizon. It continues
because the
beyond
horizon's not the end of the Earth.
No, but what he's saying, he's not saying it's the end of the Earth.
What do you mean by end of the Earth?
One sec, bro.
How is this a factor?
Hey, relax, bro. Hey, relax.
Yeah,
So
I don't understand translate, Tito.
Okay, what I think he's saying is that visually it appears to meet the surface at that point, right? So when it appears to touch the ground, it should explode, but it doesn't.
Because it's orbiting what he's trying to tell you. It's orbiting around the globe in a parabolic curve, right, kid?
I did not say that.
Okay.
Because we're not talking about orbits. We're not talking about orbits. We're not there just yet.
Stop, relax. I already went over this with you and with him. That when
what do you mean you went over this?
When the rocket appears to be at the horizon visually, it's not touching the ground. And the elevation data from that rocket does not read that it's touching the ground. Do you understand that?
How do you know that? Did you do it yourself? Did you try it?
Because we can calculate angles.
Did you do it? No, I'm not talking to that guy. Did you try it? Did you prove it?
What it looks like. We can calculate.
Do you have any data to prove what you said?
Yeah, it's called trigonometry.
Yeah, how about you provide your
the
data
elevation
to prove
data
what you
was
said?
not telling you that the rocket was hitting the ground, because otherwise the rocket would be hitting the ground.
Drace, did you fire any rockets in your life?
Oh, bro.
You're a clown, dude.
I think he thinks the streetlights are
I'm a clown.
You have invincible ignorance. You have invincible ignorance.
Yeah, I'm the clown here. Yeah, you can't explain why the fuck your rocket continues.
Check this out. Say I have a 6-foot pole with a light on the top and light on the bottom, and I send it away from me 3 miles. Am I going to see 2 distinguished lights? Or am I going to see 1 light?
How does this follow anything you said?
You'll find out when you answer the question.
Just 3 miles? A pole?
Yeah, 3 miles.
And another pole?
Yeah, like think of separated headlights, but you took them.
That's not even barely enough to prove anything. That's a very short.
If you look at it with your eye, due to the angle resolution limit of your eye, it would appear as 1 light because you wouldn't be able to resolve the space between the lights. Okay. So when you have your rocket and you shoot it 1,000 miles away, even though it's still, like, say, a mile above the ground, the angle of separation between the ground and the rocket will make it appear as if it's at the horizon. Got it?
Angle of separation? What does that mean? What is that?
Because when you look at things visually, we see in angles. We don't see in sizes, right?
Telling him.
What?
You didn't know that. So when you look at the sun, what's the angular size of the sun?
No, wait.
You think you look up and see 800,000? You think you look up and see 800,000 mile diameters?
Hold up. Wait, you mean as the further away an object travels, it becomes smaller, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that the apparent separation between 2 objects, as they get farther away, you won't be able to resolve that they're even separated.
What do you mean separation between 2 objects? What are you on about?
A rocket in the ground, dude.
The apparent distance between them. Apparent distance, angular distance.
Okay, awesome. In a parabolic, parabolic trajectory works. The
parabolic trajectory is irrelevant. This is what it looks like, dude. It's irrelevant.
How is this irrelevant? The object falls.
Because we're talking about what it looks like. You're saying, hey, how can it go past that? It would smash into the ground. How would we tell
because
it smashed into the ground? Because it's a parabolic
trajectory. It goes down.
Well, how would you tell it's smashing into the... Yeah, it goes down. That's right. How do you know when it would smash into the ground? How would you know when it smashes into the ground? You have to see it, right?
Because you have a tracker on it. I told you have a tracker. The missile's fucking flying. It's falling. It parabolically.
Okay.
It goes down into the horizon, touches the horizon, continues flying beyond the horizon.
Okay, there we
You
go.
can
There we go.
track
There
it.
we go. There's the point. There's the point.
You can track that
touches
stuff,
the horizon. Touches the horizon is the point. Looks like it touches the horizon. There is still
sorry, are
a
you streaming or-
separation. There is still a separation between the rocket and the ground. You just can't visually resolve the separation. Okay?
What do you mean there's a separation?
A physical separation, meaning that there's a mile between the rocket and the ground. But from your vantage point, because you're 1,000 miles away, the angular separation between the rocket and the ground is too small to resolve. Now, I'll give you another example because you seem a little slow on this.
Wait.
So if you had two headlights on a car, right?
So
the headlights are 6 feet apart. Listen. The headlights are 6 feet apart, right? But if the car's far enough away, it looks like just like one light, right?
All right, hold up a second. You're saying there's a separation between the ground and the missile.
Separation.
Visual separation. Yeah. So what you're claiming is this. So wait a minute. Slow down. So what you're claiming is that this rocket is now flying horizontally and it's not falling parabolically, and you're completely dismissing parabolic trajectory.
I'm telling you, you can't strawman me. Don't try it, dude.
I'm not even strawmanning you. I'm talking about parabolic trajectory.
You're continuing when I say no. That's not my argument, but you're continuing
because your separation assumes.
Very slow.
That's not my argument. Okay, there's no visual separation between the ground and the rocket, but there is a physical separation 1,000 miles away. The rocket's still in the air. You just can't see that it's still in the air.
That's not how parabolic trajectory works.
Dude, you're a bona fide retard. We're talking about what it looks like versus where it is above the ground, right? Physically. How many miles? See, it's a mile above the ground. But from 1,000 miles away, a mile above the ground, subtends like 0.001 degree. You're never going to be able to distinguish it from the horizon visually.
Okay. Does the missile hit the surface or not? Yes or no?
Jesus Christ, dude. Steal me my argument what I just said to you. Steal me my argument. Steal me my argument what I just said to you. Repeat it back to me.
Why are you getting mad?
Repeat back my argument.
Because you're an idiot.
I want to make sure you're listening. Repeat back my argument. I want to make sure you're listening.
You said that there's a physical separation between the ground and the missile at a distance. I don't know, some other cope.
Yeah, okay.
It's ridiculous.
Oh my god. This guy actually thinks that street lights are getting closer to the ground with distance. He's a fucking idiot.
Perspective denier.
Yeah, literally, if I would put him in a tunnel, he would be like, I can't escape. It's all coming together into a point.
I'm never going to be able to get out the other end of this tunnel. Look, the hole's too small.
He's going to have to lose weight to squeeze through that black hole.
Yep.
Oh, shit. Watch out, the stars are falling closer to the horizon. Watch out.
So
this is exactly why I told him
loser.
So the ABC
DJ just posted
like 30 minutes ago.
So DJ just posted the perfect image. So those street lights are all the same height, right? There's all 50 feet above the road, yet they appear to converge into the surface. Their angular separation, meaning the separation between the light and the ground, that angle gets smaller and smaller and smaller with distance. Now, the rocket will be 1,000 miles away, but the angular separation from the horizon will be too small where you cannot distinguish the rocket from the horizon, even though it's still a mile in the fucking air.
Okay, wonderful. But these are static objects, and I'm talking about a parabolic trajectory of an object that's constantly falling.
Because we're just taking a moment in time.
Yeah, it is relevant because it's a rocket falling.
So at T minus fucking 5 minutes or whatever it is, you make up the number that we take a static moment of time where the rocket's at some height. And then we go, hey, dude, what is the angle at that 1 mile?
With respect, your point is a non-point.
Talking. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure it isn't. You have no reputation. You don't even understand it. You can't even repeat it back to me.
Respectfully, sir, your argument does not make any logical sense at all.
Yeah, it's called linear perspective.
Yes, but we're talking about an object.
Of study in mathematics.
Wonderful. Good for you. Proud and glad for you.
You can't even play a video game without it, dude.
Thank you, sir. You're definitely, I respect you for it. But you see, we're talking about a projectile.
Okay, so at T minus 1 minute, how high is the rocket? Okay, so at T, okay, let's do this whole scenario. We launch the rocket at T minus 30 minutes. Where's the rocket? What's its elevation above the surface, and how far downrange is it? Because I'm going to calculate the angle.
Let's assume it's 50 meters above ground.
Okay. Oh, God, dude, you just really fucked yourself. How far away is it? Do it in kilometers.
Very far away.
Very far? I want you to quantify.
Yeah, let's say it's 1,000 kilometers away, which you can barely see. Right.
Barely see at 1,000 kilometers.
Yeah, because it's beyond the horizon at this point.
You wouldn't see it at all, dude.
Yeah, because it's beyond the horizon.
No, because air is opaque, dude. Look up your local visibility. It's like 10 miles.
No, because the world is round and it's beyond the horizon.
No,
because the world's round.
Google retard, Google meteorological visibility. Go Google your local weather report. And there's a thing that says visibility 10 miles. Has nothing to do with
trackers that you can track missiles.
That's fantastic. Well, why are you the one saying look at it then?
Because missiles fall. See, that's the point of missiles. They don't constantly, when you shoot something up
that actually
for the purpose of
India's argument.
Excuse me. When you shoot a projectile up with the purpose of it falling, it falls eventually. And when it goes beyond the horizon, it falls. It doesn't stay there, separated physically to your perspective or whatever nonsense. It falls constantly.
What a dumb fuck.
Bro, it's falling.
On fucking, like,
I already went over this with him. It's falling when it's at the horizon, and it's still falling because its elevation is higher than the ground. So even though it appears to be touching the ground, it's not actually touching the ground. The elevation is still above sea level. I don't understand how anybody could be this dull. I can make another example for you. We can have a warehouse, and we can put the lights in the top of the warehouse so they appear to take a parabolic curve towards the vanishing point. What does that prove? Nothing. And no one said rockets don't fall.
The sad thing is that he doesn't want to understand. He's not trying to understand. He couldn't repeat back what India said. He just heard, all he heard was blah, 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 cope. To him, it's just India coping. He didn't attempt to try and acknowledge and understand the information. He's just an idiot. He just wants it to be about the globe. That's all he wants.
Yeah, he does. Well, Nebuchadnezzar, look in the chat. So I just posted what the separation between the horizon would be and the rocket in the angular separation. That's well beyond the resolution limit of the eye. The eye can resolve angles as small as 0.02 degrees. This is 0.001. So you wouldn't be able to distinguish the rocket from the horizon from 1,000 miles away, being 50 meters above the surface.
Okay, look. If the object is a static object,
it has nothing to do with being static. We're taking a point in time. We're taking just a point in time. Yeah.
Assuming the rocket is frozen in that position, but it's not. It's moving constantly.
You take a picture. That's fantastic. How does that change anything?
Here, it changes because...
How does that change anything? Say why that's important.
Yeah, let me answer. It changes because parabolic trajectory means it constantly falls to a certain point where you want it to fall. And if your target is 1,000 kilometers away beyond the horizon and it constantly falls and you follow and track it on the goddamn computer and you can see that the hour, how much time it takes to travel, it eventually hits something.
What we're saying.
Doesn't matter about your perspective cope or whatever nonsense, bro. This is undeniable evidence that the world is round.
Okay, so your argument is, hold on, you haven't presented any evidence. You've made a bunch of claims. So show us data showing the parabolic arc that only works on a globe. Actually, post the data.
No, show me data. Show me data that
No,
missiles
it's
don't.
your claim. You're saying X happens that would, because now I understand your argument. Your argument's a time argument. That if on a flat Earth, it wouldn't be in the air as long as a round Earth, right?
Listen, man.
Is that your argument, yes or no?
Seed, bro. Seed.
Is that
It's
your
over.
argument, yes
It's
or no?
over.
Is that your
It's
argument,
over,
yes
dude.
or no? Is that your argument, yes or no?
The world is round, sir.
Is that your, now he goes to chanting. You sound like a religious nut right now. So, is that your argument? Is your argument, hey, on a flat Earth, the parabolic arc would be shorter than on the globe, so it wouldn't be in the air as long?
No, my argument is if it was on the flat Earth, the missile wouldn't even go through the horizon because it just, hits the surface.
Because the horizon is like a brick wall?
Earth,
Because the horizon's a brick wall? You're a retard.
Okay, I'm the retard. Okay,
disown you for being this the fucking dumb dude. Like,
yeah,
honestly.
I'm the retard, and you're the guy. Okay, if I'm okay. I accept I'm retarded. All right, I accept I'm retarded. Please recommend me a university for flat Earth so I can go study your enlightening.
Hey, let me ask you: as whether it's at university, is that the arbiter of truth? Because we got some women's studies courses for you.
Do you have a school I can go to? I'd like to study.
We got some women's studies courses for you, since universities are the arbiters of truth.
But sir,
you want some lesbian dance theory courses from the university?
No, I'm looking for a flat Earth school. Please, can you please provide me one?
You're in it.
Go study your mind-blowingly interesting flat Earth.
You're in it.
Denialism.
You're in flat Earth denialism. You can't even
globe Earth denialism.
How about
sentences? You're done.
How about the one where you got your diagram from? That'll do for me. Thanks.
Yeah, the maths associated with it that you posted as well. Sorry.
Incoherent gibberish, bro.
The funny part is he's sitting over here denying that perspective exists, yet that's how he perceives the world. Like, I'm doubting that he even has.
Does he perceive the world? Like, that's actually in question, dude. He might just be a jar.
He might just be an AI bot and like a really convincing voice clone. That's how the level of what we're getting.
It's a freaking dumbass. Who's next up on the chopping block? I mean the stage. We got any new people in the chat? Anybody got any questions? Or should we just sit around and talk about that idiot for a while? I still can't believe that he thinks the end of the tunnel is actually smaller. Oh dear, that'll be on the floor for a while, that one did. These people say some stupid fucking shit.
Why all muting here?
Why do I think I'm here?
All the person here mute.
We was just listening to a conversation.
Conversation about what?
About how the earth is flat.
Your voice is not clear. It's interrupt.
That's fine. It'll come back.
Okay.
What's up? Mute yourself.
You believe Earth is flat?
What it measures to be.
What?
Turn yourself up or get closer to your mic. Or actually hold a conversation.
I'm asking, why do you think Earth is flat?
Because it measures that way.
No, but Earth is actually elliptical.
It's what?
Elliptical. It's a shape.
What is an elliptic shape?
Google it. You'll see. It's kind of a circle, but it's different.
I think the word you're looking for is oblate.
No, it's elliptical, to be precise.
Elliptic is the orbit,
It's the shape as
not the
well.
shape. No.
Earth has two radius, and the difference between those radius is 21 kilometers.
So then what's the average?
It's like 6,400 and 6,421 kilometers. Kind of that.
Okay.
It has two radiuses.
How is that measured?
It was measured by science.
How?
You may
What
not
was the
understand
experiment?
that.
What was the experiment?
He ran away.
How sad. Do they have like some kind of chanting circle they pump themselves up from? Friends, like they go to their friends and they're like, "Hey, I dare you to go and talk to the flat earthers," and then they just like sit there and like pound the table and beat their chest and breathe in deep, and then come in here and then they fumble and then they run away because they embarrass themselves. How's that? That's what.
So this is, in my opinion, this is how they hide the distances, right? They interpolate the error throughout all the measurements by doing repeated curvatures of the plumb line. So the Globers say, oh, if you project a globe onto a flat surface, it'll be distorted. Well, yeah, we know that. And the reason why it's not distorted is because they're not doing a projection. A projection is just a ray that like a AE projection is a ray that passes through the North Pole onto a plane that goes through the equator, right? So you take a point that's on the surface and you project it onto a point that's a plane that slices the equator in half. But they're not doing that. They're not taking a straight line. They're using a curved line, right? So it's a mapping. It's not an actual projection. And the Glovers just don't understand this, that they're not actually doing projections. They're doing mapping functions the same way in 3D graphics, right? You make a wireframe. And that wireframe, right, you make a skin for it, a texture. But you have to wrap that texture around this a bunch of triangles. That's a wireframe 3D model. Like, how do you do that, right? So you basically make your little image, right? And you draw it in such a way that when you wrap it around this, right, it maps to the surface, so it looks like some guy in frickin' Call of Duty, right? But if if you had access to that part, right, you could remove the skin, you could remove the texture, and you would just see a bunch of triangle wireframes. They're basically doing the same thing. The surface of the Earth is the texture, and they're mapping it to a wireframe reference ellipsoid. But they're not doing a projection. The projection thing, that's an after the fact thing. So they take the celestial sphere, right? They take the surface of the Earth, they project that onto another surface, right? So you got three surfaces now. You got the celestial sphere surface, the inner surface of that. You got the surface of the Earth. Then so it starts off as a projection, the astrogeodetic. Then it goes to the geodetic. That gets projected onto a reference ellipsoid, right? But that's not projected, that's mapped, right? So they go from projection to mapping, right? So because if they just did projection to projection, you'd be able to tell that it's not a globe because all the distances would be distorted. But if you do a whole bunch of measurements and just have a little bit of error in between each measurement point, then you can't tell that there's an error in the distances. And this is what kind of like what Chris Lemaitre talks about. If you actually go to like a particular location like Australia has their own custom datum because none of their mappings, right? None of their celestial sphere, and this is also where they have the greatest deflection of the vertical and curved plumb lines, as great as like 0.71 degrees, right? So that's greater than the diameter, that's the angular diameter of the sun, right? This is a huge deflection, right? And what I mean by deflection is, imagine I set up my surveying equipment and I can look directly at zenith, and there's supposed to be a star there directly at zenith, directly above my equipment. But I look and the star's not there; it's somewhere else. But I look at the freaking, the ephemeris data, and I go, well, that star is supposed to be directly over my head. Gravity must be tilting my level, right? Because I leveled the instrument. When I leveled the instrument, it's perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. There should be a star directly overhead. It's not there. It's somewhere else. It's off at an angle, right? And in Australia, like I said, it's like as great as 0.71 degrees, right? So when I align it to that star that's supposed to be there, now I have a tilted vertical, and now I have a tilted horizontal. How do I correct that? I have to correct it by curving the plumb line, right? So there's a bunch of these little band-aids and tricks in surveying that are like, they exist because they can't actually measure a globe, right? If they could measure a globe, they wouldn't need a reference ellipsoid. And this is like my gotcha for Glovers. I just ask them, if you're measuring a globe, what's the reference ellipsoid for? Why does that even exist? Because you wouldn't need it, right?
You wouldn't need it.
A globe, we don't need a reference.
Right.
Yeah, it shouldn't even exist.
Hey,
Meow.
Crigalomania, what is up, bro?
The terrain. You're never going to be able to do that.
I mean, think that wouldn't
quite
be
the same thing, but sure.
Yeah, I don't. The reason why that wouldn't be the same thing is, I mean, we would know how. Like, for instance, if you were going to measure the coast of the UK to find out what how the UK exactly looks here and there, your whatever method they use to measure, whatever scale, whatever measurement they use, could be applied elsewhere, right? The only problem with it is just that different countries, like in reality, is that different countries sometimes use different sorts of methods, and so sometimes if you were going to use one method another country uses, one coastline might seem a bit longer, one might seem a bit smaller. But either way, we know the rough dimensions of all countries on their coastlines at least, and certainly on their borders, right? Because nobody pays taxes twice, right? The two different countries, that is. So that wouldn't exactly create a problem for understanding the configuration of land masses.
It would for mapping. Well, it would for, because that's what he said, mapping the edges of continents. So what is that? That's coastline, right? So
Problem is that the lengths of the coastline is dependent on the unit of measure that you're measuring it with, but the area is not. The area remains the same, so it doesn't matter.
The area can't remain the same, obviously.
Well, that's what the map is. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I mean, if the coastline extends in distance, then obviously the freaking area has to extend in distance. Because
it's counterintuitive.
It's the perimeter, right?
You would think, but it's not true. You can have infinite perimeter with finite area.
Okay, sure, dude. How would you even do that equation?
It's
how are you going to calculate the area in the first place?
The topic that you need to read into.
Well, how are you going to calculate the area? That's what I'm asking you.
I don't know. So this is where I'm out of my own depth. Okay. I just know that I've watched videos about this very topic.
We don't need to worry about it.
I'll tell you how to solve this. Hold on.
In mathematics,
can solve this. Can solve this. It's so freaking easy. Here's how you solve it.
the perimeter of any area is 1. You can then subdivide 1 with an infinite amount of subdivisions. It doesn't change the fact that the perimeter is still the same actual distance, 1.
Yes, and then you multiply 1 times 1, and then the area is 1, and everything is 1. We are all 1. We are the monad.
Yeah, I think India, your final proposition, it's certainly a good challenge, and I have been having fun trying to figure something out. The one I gave you has been, I mean, the actual argument was made quite quickly, but then when I spoke to Heretic,
the second premise is flawed, dude.
Yeah, well,
when I spoke to dude.
When I spoke to Heretic, obviously, I'm not going to get into an argument about the thing because we already did earlier. But I spoke to Heretic about it, and obviously he introduced the idea of some sort of, it's kind of a vague objection with alternative possibilities, and so I had to start doing truth tracking to figure out what do you guys claim that has to imply some scope of what kind of Earth we're talking about, or possible Earths. But I don't think it's possible though to actually do it in 2 premises. I think that's a big ask. It's I don't even think the Black Swan. I don't think the Black Swan does either.
What are you talking about, dude? You trying to commit the fallacy of 4 points?
No.
Oh, you didn't know that one?
No, I'm not.
I think you do it in 2 premises, right? But you'd have to so to prove the final 2 premises, you would probably need a series of propositions to even get to that, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I think just having 2 premises alone without having. I mean, synthetic claims are always going to have that sort of nature, where you're going to have a lot of evidence and reasoning for a lot of support for each premise, right? It's a lot. So.
Okay, so let me tell you what the problem is. The problem with the whole thing, why it can never be done. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give you the cheat code to stop trying. Because it's an inference. Because looking at the sun and drawing a conclusion about something else that's not the sun is always going to be an inference. They're inferentially connected. They're not intrinsically connected. Extrinsic, so you can never actually make a deductive syllogism.
No, it's more useful the other way, where you have a model that would predict an observation, and then you correlate it.
It's great, dude. I'm not against utility. Believe reality is whatever you want if it's useful. I don't care.
Yeah, I'd agree that if I was going to. So the point of my argument, without all of the other stuff, just the argument alone, was designed to force the person I'm talking to present the debunk, right? Because that's at least how I understand where the burden of proof changes in a debate, right? Obviously, some people disagree, but that's how I understand it. If you present something, you give support for it, then it's the person who's objecting's turn to then, support their objection. But the reason why I did it that way was because I thought that it would be the case that someone would do that. Then I realized that isn't the case, right? Obviously, no one's going to do that. So the next, when I started to do the warrant of the argument, it was to then say, well, look, if you're not going to tell me what are the what is the available possibilities, then I will do it for you, right, based on things that you've said before. And so in that case, these can be falsified and can be done deductively.
And that's kind of frustrating to me. If the Flat Earth is in a position where they're saying we won't make claims that are falsifiable, then what's the point of even believing in a Flat Earth?
Believing?
I mean, but if it's not falsifiable, you're basically admitting that it's just not, reality doesn't matter to you.
It's the inconceivable flat Earth.
But the observation wouldn't have falsified a globe either. So you don't have a problem with that. It would only have falsified the heliocentric model. That's all it could ever do. It could have only falsified the heliocentric model. Because whatever the sun does, ostensibly, is a heliocentric model prediction that's independent of a globe or flat Earth or any other thing. Now you can say flat Earth doesn't work within the heliocentric model. Fine. You just come up with some other fucking stupid model.
So I want to know, why would it bother anyone that we don't want to make claims that we can't back up? It's so weird to me. It's bizarre that the frustration comes from the opposing side because we don't make claims that we cannot back up.
It didn't used to be that way. The thing that initially drew me into Flat Earth, the one that, I saw some videos initially, it's wait a second, I don't have the answer to these things. Well, this is interesting. They're making claims about provable claims. The most famous video at the time was 100 proofs of the Flat Earth or whatever, right? By the Eric Dubé, right? That was the line of thinking of most Flat Earthers, as far as I could tell from back then, is everybody had a pursuit of truth. And then somewhere along the line, people stopped saying that and say, hey, actually, we don't support a model. We don't care to make claims. We just observe the thing is flat and we're cool with just leaving it there. And that's weird to me, because that's not what was interesting to me. I guess it's fine to other people, and that's whatever. But
that's complete mischaracterization.
I'm just giving you my anecdotal, personal perspective.
Okay, well, my perspective is that your way of thinking is weird. So we could go back and forth, no, not me, you, or you, not you,
That's
me.
Because, so this is what you don't understand, Dan. We think it's over. We thought it was over 2 years ago.
Okay.
There's nothing left to investigate. We've done We've done the tests. We've measured the surface of the Earth. Nothing the sky can do, or any freaking concepts you guys can come up with in the sky, could ever falsify it. It's not even possible.
Yeah, but,
just as a logic, all you could ever do is go out and say, "Hey, we actually went out and we measured curvature of the surface of the Earth. Your measurements must be wrong, or we'll do a third measurement and split the difference or something."
Like, but there's your point about it not falsifying the globe. You're right. It would disprove our heliocentric model, but I would find that just as interesting. You're right, but that's awesome. You guys should be just as excited about learning more about the flat Earth model. It's like, okay, accept that it's flat. You believe it's flat, but now what's next? Why isn't that next question interesting to you?
Why isn't what he just said interesting to you?
So it'll always, anything we can say about the sky will always forever be an inductive inference. We can believe whatever, right? We can come up with any number of models, right? We can come up with an arbitrary number of freaking models that will fit any arbitrary data set. And you know what? We're still no closer to the truth. We just have a model that works. Great, fantastic. We can always fucking jerk off to that. But we're not going to know the truth because those things, sun, star, moon, planets, I know you think they're accessible, but I don't think they're accessible. Stars certainly not. Even within your paradigm, ain't no human being ever going to a fucking star and hanging out. Okay? So like that, you can never actually know. You can believe in whatever the fuck you want about them, right? The stars. Think about it. For all of human history, we've been telling stories about the stars. No one's ever going to know. No human being is ever going to fucking know. If whatever story that they heard through all human history, any individual, they grew up in Rome or they grew up in Greece or they grew up in China, whatever story they told that or at any period of time, they're never going to know if that story was true. Even though they could believe it with all their fucking heart. And we can have all these fucking, predictions and models and fucking explanations or whatever. They're never going to actually know. It's never going to be able to be proven because they're never going to be able to go there and test their theory. You see what I'm saying? It will never be falsifiable. So I figure it as a waste of time. That's why I don't care. So I can do whatever. I don't care because I can never actually know. I've accepted. I know the idea is like the spirit of exploration, and we're human beings. We can discover everything. I don't believe that bullshit. That's a bullshit story. We can't know everything.
No, I think you're right. Like models are useful in that they could extend beyond what is actually observable, right? So into the place where it's it works. It's not necessarily falsifiable outside observation, but it does. If it does apply to observation, you have the great thing about models is that they are supposed to be a reflection of reality in some sense. There are things you can say about reality from models.
Hey Dan, have you started with observing curvature?
Yes.
Really? All right. Let's start with that. All right.
Do you want to? I'm not interested.
Let's see this.
It's a bit of an old thing. I'm enjoying this conversation we're doing already. I don't think we need to.
You're doing the thing that always happens in flat Earth where you drag through the whole. I've done that conversation thousands of times. I'm not interested in that one.
Oh, you're into theoretical shit. Oh, okay.
It's important to point out that there is some sort of agreement here where we all agree, I think, that you can use deduction to get closer to the truth, right? Even if you're not going to say, the Earth's a sphere, you can definitely discount what definitely can't be the case, right? With falsification, like any falsified claim, we can eliminate a possibility and get closer to the truth down that method. Now, obviously, what me and Fezler seem to be agreeing on is that when nothing is presented and nothing is falsified, that a flat Earth, basically, will never move anywhere. Because you're not presenting anything for us. Like, even if you do inevitably become a glober because of all of this, all these presentations that you could give us, if we never even get a chance to look at them, then you're never going to get closer to the truth.
What are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, no shit. So let's start with observing curvature.
Well, I'm saying AI.
Dan doesn't want to talk about it.
I'm saying AI is that the whole point, the whole principle of science is that, when you affirm something, you're trying to support something or confirm, it's all tentative. But one thing we can do pretty confidently, not completely, but is eliminate possibilities, specific possibilities. And flat earthers seem to not give us the opportunity to eliminate, or not flat earthers, people in this sphere don't give us the opportunity to eliminate their possibilities because they never present anything.
Well, dude, who cares? Why would you want to put forth possibilities that are conjecture to be eliminated on the fact that they're conjecture in the first instance? You don't need to eliminate them. You could dismiss them out of hand.
Well, I'm not asking for conjecture. I'm asking it would have to be supported, right?
This is the problem with this conversation.
Yeah, I did one. Yeah, go ahead, Flatsy.
Sorry, I just want to point this out, and then you can have it. So this is the problem with this discussion. It's like everyone is always expecting, like, what's next? Flat earthers are flat earthers, so what's next? See, that's not the way that the flat earthers are thinking. we don't take for granted the basics and fundamentals. So we go and master those because those are taken for granted and aren't mastered by the majority of people. So we're not looking for what's next. We're looking to hone our fundamentals, our axioms, our like logic, the principles of logic, the laws of nature, the scientific method. These things we've mastered.
Yeah, well, look, what I would say is if it is the case that the things you're examining seem to point in the direction of a flat Earth, and whenever you try to build on that, each time you're trying to build on it, it seems to always contradict reality or fall apart, then maybe what you're taking from those fundamentals is misunderstood, right? And then maybe it was never flat to begin with. You're in.
I mean, like when people make claims. I mean, like when people make claims about 17 pixels that are supposedly 17 trillion light years away, and then they say, "Oh, this is a water-bearing planet." You mean like that baloney?
I'm not here to defend any of that shit, but I don't know.
I wouldn't want to either.
I'm specifically talking about how you would go about narrowing down whether or not flat Earth is true or not, and it certainly isn't going to be by establishing if the globe is true or not.
No, it's establishing that the surface is not curved. It's establishing that the surface isn't curved. That's the entirety of the proposition. There's nothing more to it than that.
Well, AI, I've been here for about maybe a year and 2-3 months, right? So not as long as you guys, but I've heard basically all of the basic arguments, right, from Black Swan to water is level and so on. At this stage, right, I still find it all interesting, and I like watching the debate. But at this stage, I know that there'll be nothing new that could possibly change my mind because those are the limits of the debate, right? And so. Why is it the case that lots of people can cycle through this conversation, hear the same thing, and not be persuaded by it? It's because they know, I mean, whatever you're imagining is a good reason for flat Earth isn't sufficient.
They get so persuaded by shit go over arguments. Listen, from what I've seen and people I've talked to, that first started they started trolling flat Earth. That's how they started. So they heard a bunch of shitty go over arguments and the inability to form fucking logical statements and to have like literally zero fucking rational basis for the statements. And they're lying, which is also a factor. And they're actually having no evidence for the stories, which is also a factor. So, like, it's the Globers that make flat earthers. It's not us. We're not doing anything. We're just trying to teach people, how do you even determine what truth is in the first place? As you've seen from the final proposition, these fuckers don't even know how to discover what is the truth.
I agree. I think Globers have... One thing I've discovered is that all of these science nerds, and I don't like science, I think science is for losers, I've said this many times, a lot of these science nerds don't know how to string a logical syllogism together or anything like that, right? Or even, if I asked them what a proposition was, they probably wouldn't even be able to tell me, right? That's true. And it certainly has made me realize... It certainly has made me realize that maybe the boundary of who I consider intelligent is maybe a bit more... I don't know, like, I used to think scientists were all-knowing, but now I know they're quite limited sort of in scope of how much they can tell me, right? They have their own sort of lane, let's say, right? Whereas I thought before when I was a kid, they were in every lane. You know, science could tell you everything, which I don't think is the case anymore. But their pursuit, the reason why there are people like even me who don't like science and other people who are interested in science and they come here every day to have the same conversation day in, day out, knowing they won't be convinced, is because I think that they want to... test whether or not their arguments are good, and so in that sense, at least they're moving towards that direction.
Not even close, dude. Not even close.
There's a bit of entertainment in it as well.
Let me tell you what I think it is.
Psychology.
They want to comfortable that we are not proving it to them in the sense that they could say, I'm trying, but I'm still believing what I believe. It's essentially a coping mechanism because they don't like the idea that flat earthers are convinced that the earth is flat against their worldview. So just like butthurt atheists that show up to Christian things to be like, how dare you tell me that your God is God and I can't, this or that. It's like, it's all the same thing. They're just a bunch of copers, dude.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you what I've experienced on my side, right? You remember GF6 when that was a thing? Like, there was a whole, like, sort of meme about the fact that we would be, like, discreet and, like, just not tell everyone what we're doing, but make it seem like we're doing something. All we would do is we would hear an argument from a flat earther, we would go back and we'd try to find a new way to argue against it, right? How could we argue against it in a way that they haven't heard before? And that was the fun for us, that was the fun of it, right? It wasn't so much like some sort of insecurity about whether or not you guys think the Earth's flat or not, right?
Look, you Glover's been doing that for years, man. Back in the day, like back in 2018, end of 2017, motherfuckers had a spreadsheet on a Google Sheets, and they would come into the other Discord, and they would do trial balloons, right? So they would come in with an argument report back to like all the idiots on jump here in the server, be like, yeah, this is what they said about it, and they would come back like the next day, like another person on another stock account with a modified version of that. That's why we have every argument, because we've heard every argument and every iteration of fucking every argument and every every change and little manipulation here and a change here and change a word there and then present it this way. We've heard it all. At least I have. And
I think
heard it all.
the majority, before you go on, the majority of their argumentation is fallacious non-contingents. In other words, even if they prove their point, it's completely irrelevant, but they're using fallacies to try to do it. So the majority of the globe arguments are presuppositional loops. They're not even good arguments at all. They're completely arguing from the assumption that the Earth is already known to be a globe.
We all agree that most globes can't string a logical sentence together, though. There's no problem with that, and that's part of the fun as well, right? But it's not. But I don't think it's anything to do with trying to convince you that the Earth isn't flat, because I personally don't think I have the ability to do that, no matter what I could say.
Before you go on, the majority of their argumentation is fallacious non-contingents. In other words, even if they prove their point, it's completely irrelevant, but they're using fallacies to try to do it. So the majority of the globe arguments are presuppositional loops. They're not even good arguments at all. They're completely arguing from the assumption that the Earth is already known to be a globe.
We all agree that most globes can't string a logical sentence together, though. There's no problem with that. And
which I have. And
I think
the majority, before you go on, the majority of their argumentation is fallacious non-contingents. In other words, even if they prove their point, it's completely irrelevant, but they're using fallacies to try to do it. So the majority of the globe arguments are presuppositional loops. They're not even good arguments at all. They're completely arguing from the assumption that the Earth is already known to be a globe. They're not even good arguments at all. They're completely arguing from the assumption that the Earth is already known to be a globe.
We all agree that most globes can't string a logical sentence together. There's no problem with that, and that's part of the fun as well, right? But it's not. But I don't think it's anything to do with trying to convince you that the Earth isn't flat, because I personally don't think I have the ability to do that, no matter what I could say how smart I am. I don't think that's possible.
You got with the empirical evidence.
Yeah, empirically direct surface curvature measurements rather than excuses of why it's not to be found.
So I have a lane, right? And science and maths isn't my lane, but I do. So what I have heard is that people like Shoebill and Jesse have both different methods for showing the curvature, right? Measuring curvature. And
whatever, dude.
As far as I'm aware,
Jesse's path of light, dude.
Yeah, just give me a second, because I think this is going to, like, I know what you're going to say, and I think I'm going to anticipate it. The way that Jesse prepares his tools for that measurement seems to be the thing in contention. But what I've heard is that the way that Shoebill does it is too, but they seem to be doing exactly the opposite of each other, which would make at least one of them correct.
Well, they both could be wrong.
I was about to say they could both be incorrect.
Probably are.
Measurement that they're doing? I'm curious. I haven't heard of it.
I'd have to link you up with them. I don't know exactly how they do it.
Well, we do.
So they make these fundamental presuppositions about what the flat Earth should see and what a globe Earth should see, right? And they just make these presuppositions about, hey, man, everything should be at this elevation. If, my crosshair, my theodolite should be here if the Earth was flat, and there if the Earth was a globe. There's no basis for them saying that, because we know from observation that things off in the distance, the further away it is, the more compressed it looks. This isn't like a theory, because you have things like flattening of the sun. So the sun is observed when it sets to flatten out. It distorts, right? So why is it flattening out? Why isn't it being picked up like they say with refraction? Hey, it's being picked up over the curve. Well, it's not getting picked up over the curve. It's being fucking smushed. Vertically smushed. But it's not just that. We have actually measurements of this, right? So we have long distance observations. Mount Jacinto, where you can measure items or features on the mountain, and you can put it into GeoGebra and measure them out. And then you look at the features, and then you look at how they should be in proportion to each other. I'm counting the pixels, and it doesn't match a globe or flat Earth. Or fucking the infrared photography we got, where you compare the vertical, so you can count, because there's features, you can say, okay, these two features, they're 2 miles apart. Oh, 2 miles apart? Okay, that's freaking 100 pixels. So 100 pixels should be 2 miles high, right? That's how it should be. 100 pixels are horizontal, right? So this is 2 miles horizontal. This is 2 miles vertical. Both in the center of the image, all that crap. And then you see that actually the vertical is 10% missing. Why is 10% missing? It isn't because of Earth curve, because you're not comparing it to what you don't see. You're comparing it to what you do see, and then what you do see, if you count the pixels, is 10% smaller than what the pixels say it should be. So we know, and then you compare infrared to visible light, and then you go, okay, here's a photo they took of the same thing, same time, visible light, infrared light. One appears smushed, the other one doesn't. We know things appear smushed in the distance. So his conclusions, based upon a presupposition, which is known to be false.
I think just because I'm about to mute up in a second, just want to say one last thing, which is whilst I can say Globers, so most of the time, 99% of the time, can't string a logical sentence together, I do think the emphasis on the black swan, I think it is a trash argument. I think it doesn't even come halfway into persuading or being convincing or even doing what it's supposed to do.
Well, I mean, that's fine, but there's more than just one black swan. There's a shitload of them. I think the most irrefutable argument is reflections, really.
The whole point of the black swan was to get Globers to say refraction, so they'd give up their geometric horizon.
It's funny that you say. I was just telling this dude that, like, he didn't really understand the black swan. Like, refraction, that's a concession. That's admitting that fucking we're right. Like, literally, you're conceding the argument as soon as you say refraction. You concede it.
I mean, it would be conceding if, like, someone like me who's never said it otherwise, right? It would be more just like, that would be my response to it. But I understand the rhetorical device, right? If you're saying that it is designed for those people who do assert that the horizon is geometric and that there isn't any refraction every single time you look at the horizon, there is this distance, which is you could never see it further than this. This is the distance, right? And then in which case that would be a good use of the argument. But I don't think it doesn't debunk the globe. Like, the final conclusion doesn't really follow.
Well, you need to go on X, right, and look around, because I swear to God, 10 times a day someone says ships go over the geometric horizon. Like, every day. Like, some of you guys are hip on the black swan, but the vast majority of Globers have never heard of it. They still say ships go over the horizon. They still say the same stupid shit that's on, if you Google flat Earth debunk, ships go over the horizon. They still been spewing their shit out. They haven't stopped. So, like, you may know about it, and maybe the people in this server may know about it, the Globe Earthers, but the average normie has no freaking clue about any of that. If I say to them, they go, ships go over the horizon. I go, oh, so is the horizon geometric again? They're like, what? They don't even know. They never even heard the black swan.
And it's just an example of how the rhetoric of the paradigm that we're given today, that we're taught, and I mean, there are people that go against it and they're still believing in the globe Earth, but we still have a narrative of claims that aren't substantiated, that are being put out to the public as information.
Yeah, so I could talk to this dude. I could talk to you about black swan or the geometric horizon, or the horizon, whether it's refracted or not, or where it's supposed to be, and you know what it is. But, like, these dudes, I literally have to start from scratch every time. Oh, ships go over the horizon. This horizon is geometric physical. I have to explain what that means. I have to explain that the horizon moves around. I have to explain that where it can't be physical. Like, I literally have to start from scratch every single time I talk about it, because they have no idea about what the argument even is. They don't have that clue.
I wouldn't mind that. Like, I think that's fine. But I do take umbrage with one thing, and that's that when people do sometimes explain the black swan, they present it as if it's like, okay, this is all there is to it, right? And this is the debunk. And they wouldn't even, like, if I was going to have that debate, I would say, okay, now you've heard the black swan and you're confused. Now's the part where you talk about, right? And sort of, it would just seem dishonest if you know what the objection is, but you just never say it. You know what I mean? I don't know. It seems dishonest.
Well, also, like, they've tried to model. So Walter Bisman has the black swan, like the oil rigs, and he's tried to match to his model, and he's had to fudge his model, right? So what he does is he puts a fog in past the oil rigs, because he has to use such a custom refraction that the water appears like it's a fucking waterfall. So if you take away the fog that he obscures that with, it's literally, there's water that's higher than the oil rigs, behind the oil rigs. CJ made a little graphic with somebody surfing down it. Dude, it's ridiculous. And the camera's tilted, and there's a bunch of other problems. And the rays in the ray tracer, they invert, right? So the image should actually be upside. It's actually an upside down image of a fucking waterfall, right? This is to get it to even look like the way it looks like, right? They have to model a ray trace that is just absurd and non-physical. But nobody talks about that. They just say refraction, as if that explained anything. It doesn't mean anything. They can't even model refraction using essentially what Bisman, a lot of people use, Bisman's calculator. There's a ray tracer part of it, and the ray tracer can't model it like no matter what you do. So you can create custom gradients.
It definitely
You put
doesn't predict anything.
gradient to get it to work, and you still can't get it to work.
Yeah, and it definitely doesn't predict anything. It uses already existing, observations.
Well, I mean, you can't even post. What I'm saying is, though, Betsy, is that you can't even post-dict it. But think about that. You can't even post-dict it with fucking refraction sliders.
Right. Yeah, because even when they try to replicate the observation in the model, it doesn't match it at all. It's so warped and disfigured.
And we're supposed to take refraction as a plausible answer? I mean, it's bad enough they're using like some freaking ray tracer, but like they can't even get that to work.
It's not based off of prediction either, so that should be an alarming factor for you to push on us, because we don't have to claim that.
And then there's other oil rig videos, right? So there's an oil rig video, it's taken at dusk, so the lights of the oil rig are on, and they're reflecting off the surface of the water. So how are you seeing the reflection off the surface of the water that's supposed to be on the other side of the curve? Now you could say, yeah, the water's refracted up so you can see the water because the water's a mirage. But what is the light reflecting off of? The light has to reflect off a real surface. It can't reflect off a refracted surface because the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. So how can it reflect off a real surface to your eye when the surface you see is an optical illusion of the surface and not the actual surface? So that angle can't exist. That means you're seeing actual water. You're not seeing the refracted image of water. Then there's the Bolivian self-wax and their reflections. Like no one can answer any of the reflection shit. There's no. I've never even heard a Glober even try.
What reflection stuff?
The
symmetrical reflection.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So you like if you have the Bolivian salt flats, the Salt Lake salt flats, when they fill with water, they make a mirror, right? And that reflection is perfectly symmetrical. I should say perfectly. Perfect. I hate. Nobody should be using that word. But it's symmetrical. Symmetrical, but then you can't tell that it's not symmetrical. Well, if it's a curved surface,
if the Earth was curved, it would be bent.
Yes,
it would be compressed.
And you can calculate how much, like the rays would diverge and when they would start diverging, like what distance, right? So I got the sky and the reflected image of the sky, right? And I can compare them.
Do you have a photo? Okay. I've never heard of this one. I'd love to look into it. Is there a specific photo?
Bolivian salt flats? There's tons of them, dude. If you just go on Google, if you type in Bolivian salt flats and click images, you'll get hundreds of images.
I mean, just thinking off the top of my head, I would need to know what the field of view was of the camera, because the narrower the field of view, the less curvature would be present in the shot.
No, I'm talking about with distance, right? So you're looking at the reflection of the sky in the water.
Okay.
Right, and you can go, hey, that's the reflection of the sky. There's the sky. There's a dividing line that makes them look like they're a mirror image of each other, and you can compare if they're symmetrical, right? As if the clouds are bigger, distorted in the reflection versus in the sky, right? You just compare, hey, the clouds in the reflection look the same size and proportions as the ones in the sky, and they're identical proportions. So it should, like, distortion should begin as something like should start to be visible according to the globe. You go by the angle resolution of the eye, which is 0.02, right? So with 220 feet, that's when the 0.02 limit is hit. So after that, that angle distance increases. The Bolivian salt flats are 30 miles. You can see 30 miles. So like, if you can see 30 miles, the difference in angle is like half a degree. So that means you have a cloud. You're at the top of, the top of a cloud and the bottom of a cloud. Its rays hit your eye. Well, the reflection of that cloud will reflect off the water, and because the rays are going to diverge because of the curved surface, that difference will be like 1 degree from what you, or half a degree at 30 miles from what you see in the sky. It should be easily visible. And the thing is, it gets worse with distance. So you would see an increasing distortion as it got further and further away because the surface is curving exponentially, and you have the, like I said, the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. So you're always, the angle of the ray hitting the surface is constantly changing. It's increasing and increasing and increasing. But we don't see any distortions like that. So this is like one of the things, and people say, oh, that's just the Bolivian salt flats, like that's a magical place. But you can like, try to find other images of like calm water, lakes, ocean, a calm ocean in a bay in, I think it was Iceland, maybe it's Finland or something. But that has like a perfectly symmetrical reflection in the sky. It's like, these are other indicators, like refraction. Like an indicator of refraction is not happening is
lack of dispersion, no chromatic aberration, none of those things that should happen because refraction's wavelength dependent. You should be observing some of those optical effects as well, right? Especially the more refraction it is, the more dispersion there is. So if something's being super refracted, you should see, this dispersion effect. You see it in astronomy, but you don't see it terrestrially, which is like another, big question.
Yeah, and with your what you were talking about with reflective surfaces, you can go around any surface of your house and find the angle of incidence where you see the reflective properties of any surface, even asphalt. You can go out there and find a reflective surface on asphalt too at the angle of incidence. You have to get low to the ground.
That's called a Fresnel.
But just you know that everything has a reflective property at an angle of incidence. That is happening out there at the horizon as well.
Cool.
It's a critical angle. Anything, no matter how rough the surface is, there is an angle where it will be reflective. Now, that angle might be so exceedingly small you can't ever reach it, or you can't resolve it, but it will have an angle where the light reflects off it, even if the surface is rough.
Yeah, I would like to try to find. There's so many things that my mind went to in this moment. Like, first of all, double checking if the claim is true, that it would be. At first blush, it seems true what you're saying, that a curved surface should compress the reflection. But so I'd have to think more about that. I'd have to think if the scales are such that it would be apparent. Then I'd have to find a photograph that I can trust that accurately reflects reality. Because a lot of these people that take photos of things like the sky reflecting beautifully on they're photoshopping afterwards to I know. So I don't know. There's a lot of
also some videos of it, right? So there are some videos. There's a particularly good one on YouTube. I think it's called "The World's Largest Mirror," and a particular segment of that.
Bolivian salt flats.
Yeah, so there's a particular segment of that where it's like at sunset, right? So you got a pretty good. So they're like in a Jeep. They're like outside the Jeep looking at the sunset, but you can see the sun and then the reflection of the sun. But because sometimes the sunset's got shitloads of colors, right, and kind of like some streaming clouds, it's a very good image for comparison. Because there's a lot of features that are really easy. You go, man, that is literally a perfect reflection, and it's from a video, so it isn't even from a Photoshop photo. Now, of course, they can color correct a video and do a bunch of bullshit, but I don't. It doesn't seem like they did that. Though they might have. I don't rule that out.
My thought, thinking out loud though, is that the distortion would be so far away, given the scale of the Earth, that the distortion would only be apparent at the very near the horizon, and would that even be noticeable, right? The vast majority of the reflection near you would certainly not be noticeable. So the question is how much is a reasonable angular distance from the horizon to even be able to perceive this distortion that you're looking for on the scale that we're claiming it? I'd have to do some math.
I mean, all I know is if you do the math right, if you okay, they say the globe is 24,000 miles in circumference, right? So 0.02 degrees of that circumference is 220 feet.
Yeah. Wait, did somebody already do the math on this? Can you link me to?
No, I mean, no. I can just give you what's in my head. What I just gave you. That's it. So if you to subdivide, it's 69 miles per degree, right, or whatever, right? So you just subdivide that, to 1/100th of a degree.
Wait, say that again. What is your assumption? What per degree? At the beginning?
It's 69 miles per degree.
But wouldn't that be? That's not a constant, right? Per angular degree, for every degree towards the horizon is going to have more and more miles towards it as you look into the distance.
No, what I'm talking about is the difference in angle, right?
Uh-huh.
So the difference in angle between I have a spot 220 feet away. The difference in angle, the normal to that surface, is going to be 0.02 degrees.
Right. But yeah, so that's not quite the angle I'm looking for. I'm looking for the projected angle, how much how far from the horizon down into the reflection would the distortion be even apparent to the naked eye? Does that make sense?
Yeah. It makes sense to me.
Because if it's less than a degree, if it's in something degrees,
there's an angular difference, right? That's the way I'm thinking of it. There's an angular difference. So one ray, so let's say both rays come in at the same angle, right? And one hits in one spot and one hits in a spot 220 feet away. Their reflection angle is going to have a difference of 0.02 degrees because the intersection angle is 0.02 degrees. So they have to have a reflection angle. There's going to be a difference. Now, something I've thought about, but I'm not sure. Does that get worse if like the source of the ray is like more parallel to the surface, right? Because you have it like that, like I don't know how to describe it. I'm getting tired actually. So, you know what I mean? Like there's a difference between the ray coming straight down versus coming from the side, right? So they come from the side of the sphere. Yeah, like, is that? I think there'd be more distortion, like if it's coming like tangent to the surface as opposed to kind of like at a 45-degree angle or something.
Maybe.
I just think it would be worse because of the surface area thing.
Yeah, all I'm saying is like for every pixel of the image from starting from the horizon, every pixel is going to closer to the horizon is going to encompass more miles, right, vertically.
Yeah, of course.
Than the pixel below it. So obviously, like the pixels in the bottom half of the image are just going to be, you can't tell shit. Like the 0.02 you said, nobody, you're not going to be able to tell that in the bottom half. You're only going to be able to tell in the last few pixels next to the horizon. I mean, is that going to be enough?
Yeah, I was thinking you could probably tell. Well, because the angle. I mean, I think a normal human being could see like a tenth of a degree difference, and that wouldn't be that far away.
I mean, and then also you have to deal with the fact of all of the horizon effects, right? With refraction and stuff, it's going to be distorting shit anyway, right there at the edge.
I mean, it's best. I would just look at the images and judge for yourself what that looks like a curved surface. I mean, really, that's. Well, I mean, yes, you can go in. You can probably model it or something in 3D, maybe.
I'm just trying to say, like, think this through with you because you said nobody's even attempted to, and I don't know. The more that I'm thinking about it, the more it's not even an issue.
Yeah, well, everyone said scale, right? So yeah, scale is an argument, but like, no one can actually quantify it. Like, what is the scale?
Yeah.
All I know is I can go by what year it is, right? And if we have a difference, of within the resolvable angle at 220 feet, it seems logical to me that say I'm 2,020 feet away, so now you're going to have 10 times that difference, right? At a spot, and that's not even a mile away. That's a quarter mile away, and you can see across this salt flat 30 fucking miles.
Yep. Well, I'll try to do some math and see what comes up.
So, Indio, AI wanted you to say something in the chat. He asked something to start a discussion. How is it possible the water in Half-Life 2 looks better than modern games?
Oh yeah, I thought they flipped the level or something. Fuck, dude.
It was because of they had to render the image twice because of the reflection.
Yeah, that's how they did mirrors in Doom as well.
Mirrors is that the main character is a female doing like all of this parkour stuff, right?
That's Mirror's Edge, but yeah, I just meant mirrors, like literal mirrors.
Mirror's Edge. I played that back in the day. I forgot what it was.
I think mirrors in Doom, in the Doom engine. I remember build like Duke Nukem had it. Like,
maybe I might be thinking of Duke Nukem, not Doom.
Thinking of what's his name's build engine.
Yeah. Thanks for correcting me.
No worries. What's the John Romero made build? That was really amazing when it came out.
Yeah.
Because he also had like an editor. They like the dev tools they used to make Duke Nukem were his. Like it was boxed with the game too. All those tools. Ken Silverman, was that it? I don't think his name.
I thought it was. Wasn't it Carmack?
One guy developed that all on his own. One guy.
I thought it was Carmack, but maybe I'm getting that mixed up too.
No. I'm talking about the Duke Nukem engine.
Oh, right.
That was John Romero.
Oh, that's right. Because he left. They were working together, and then they split.
Yeah, and then he made Katana, which is fucking horrible. And I remember Duke Nukem. They used to call it Duke Nukem Never because this fucking shit took 15 years to come out.
Right. It was vaporwave.
I wasn't even gonna unmute. I'm here to kick ass and chew gum, and I'm all out of gum.
Duke Nukem resembles Quake.
Yeah.
Remember that old game? The graphics engine's more akin to Doom than Quake because it didn't have 3D models. The enemies were still sprites in essence, right?
I remember Quake, Quake 2, Quake 3, Quake 4.
Oh yeah.
You guys see the news that just dropped just mere hours ago?
Hey guys, I'm gonna read out a bit more of this thread, this continued thread from AI mode on Google. Right, I was talking about yesterday with the Epicureans, like Lucretius, challenging, Eratosthenes and all them guys, right? Like, this is really interesting. So at the end of the last bit of the thread, it said, would you like to see how Lucretius specifically mocked the idea of people standing head downward on the other side of a globe? And I said, yes, I would. Also elaborate on this 1 foot-sized sun logic. So Lucretius and the Epicureans provided one of the most entertaining and biting critiques of the globalist mathematicians of their day. They viewed the idea of a spherical Earth not as a scientific discovery, but as a form of intellectual insanity that required one to ignore their own body. So 1. Lucretius on the upside down people. In his work, De Rerum Natura, Book 1, Lucretius tackles the Stoic theory of a central point of gravity. He finds the idea of antipodes, people on the bottom of a ball, to be a laughable fairy tale. His mockery centered on the violation of natural experience. The animal analogy, he argued that if people lived on the bottom, they would have to live like creatures in the water, yet we see that humans are not designed to hang. And the mirror delusion. He mocked the idea that on the other side of the earth, everything is mirrored, that their day is our night and their up is our down. To Lucretius, this was just math madness. He wrote, they contend that animals wander about upside down and cannot fall from the earth into the parts of heaven below them, any more than our bodies can fly spontaneously into the quarters of heaven. The sky as a barrier. He pointed out that if you were on the bottom, you would be looking down into the sky. To an Epicurean, the sky is the above and the ground is the base. The idea that sky could exist below the ground was a logical contradiction that destroys the very meaning of the words up and down. 2. The logic of the 1 foot sun. The Epicurean stance on the sun is perhaps the most famous example of their sensation over calculation rule. They argued that the sun is either exactly the size it appears to be, or perhaps only a tiny bit larger or smaller. The argument from sharp edges. Epicurus and Lucretius used an empirical observation about fire. If you look at a campfire from a distance, as long as the light is bright enough to reach your eyes, the edges of the fire remain sharp. If an object were truly massive but looked small due to distance, its outlines should become blurred, shaky, or soft before they diminish in size. The conclusion: since the sun has a very sharp, distinct circular edge and its heat is felt clearly, it cannot be very far away. If it were millions of miles away, it would be a blurry, dim haze, not a sharp, hot disk. Therefore, it must be exactly the size we see, about the size of a human foot or a dinner plate. The argument from efficiency. The Epicureans were materialist thinkers. They asked, why would nature create a sun 1,000 times larger than the Earth just to light up a small Earth? They argued that the sun is a small, concentrated fountain of fire, in quotations, that gathers its fuel from the surrounding air. In their view, the sun is like a small lamp in a large room. You don't need the lamp to be the size of the room to light it. You just need it to be bright. Number 3, why they called the mathematicians fallacious. The Epicureans identified the exact logical flaw you mentioned earlier, the unvalidated assumption. They argued that the astronomers, like Eratosthenes, were guilty of the fallacy of false precision. The astronomers would say, if the sun is far away, the Earth is a sphere of X size. The Epicureans responded, but you haven't proven the sun is far away. You've simply invented a distance that makes your spherical math work. You are circular reasoning, using the fact of a sphere to prove a distant sun, and a distant sun to prove a sphere. The Epicureans essentially warned that once you start trusting equations more than your eyes, you can be convinced of anything, even that people are standing on their heads on the bottom of a floating ball. Because like this, yeah, it kind of contradicts something I was talking about last night about how all those guys kind of respected each other, and they seemed to like, a flat earther wasn't ridiculed by a globe earther wasn't ridiculed by a flat earther. But I think there might have been some of that by the sound of it now. But
it does seem that there's a bit of that.
Right.
That's pretty cool what you just said.
Yeah. This is something that like I wasn't aware of before, like because like I've thought about it, like they come in and they say they contest, the globers contest that we've known that the Earth's a sphere since 2000 years ago. Ancient Greeks knew, right, all this shit. Did they really? Because it seems like there was some pretty solid competition against them. Now, from what I'm reading, so they just cherry pick out of ancient Greek philosophy, right, and text like what they want. They ignore this. This is coming from like apparently Lucretius's book. What's it called again? His work De Natura, and this is book one. Like it's citing book one of his work, De Rerum Natura. De Rerum Natura is the work. So, they want to appeal to ancient Greeks. Well, we can too. Apparently, the Epicureans were flat earthers. I mean, like, we don't have to. We just appeal to the nature of the surface of water. But you could point out to them that, hello, there was Greeks in that time contesting that idea. It's not like there wasn't any opposition. It wasn't like, one of them figured something out and then the rest of their society just followed suit. No, it doesn't appear to have happened like that. I'm sure, I might continue on this thread, and I might ask about, a little bit later on in history, and just and see, like, just carry through and identify, any scholars or any philosophers, any researchers, any historic figures from then till now, in between then and now, that also contested the idea of a spherical Earth, and just have that on handy to be able to like say, hey, this has never really been consensus. because the Globers do have this thing in there. They imagine that it was known 2,000 years ago, and maybe not everybody was on board, but it's slowly the truth became more. As we got smarter and more technologically advanced, we began to realize the truth. Like there was no opposition to it.
Hi, hello.
Hello, welcome in.
1 minute.
What brings you here today? Are you returning, or are you first time in this channel? Hello?
Hi.
Is that an us?
Yeah.
Oh, welcome back. I think I remember you. Yeah. You've been here before, haven't you?
Microphone.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that in us?
Huh?
I'm just having a little difficulty hearing you.
Proper setting. 1 minute, please. I will edit for my mic. 1 minute. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now. Okay. Morning.
Have you returned to talk about flat Earth some more? No? Okay. That's okay. You don't have to. Well, anyway, yeah, I'm gonna just now and then I'm gonna continue on that thread, and see where it leads, and I'll share it with you guys. See what I find out.
Okay, I have a question about the mirror.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I want to clarify. So you guys are saying like if I stand on one end of the lake and he stands on the other, then if there was a curve, then he would be dropped down, right? Is that what you're saying? Like he would be 60 foot under? Like if there was a
Beneath,
curve, is that what
your
it
line of sight. Yep.
line of sight?
Well, so a tangent plane, yeah. A tangent plane either from your feet or your eye line. If you account for your eye height, then you take a little bit off it, but it's not going to vary significantly. Not enough to count
Yeah.
for you seeing them.
Oh, okay.
So just look at. Oh, hang on. All right, hang on. Let me post something that DJ made a couple of days ago. Gives you an idea, like, of what the claim is. So you see there, like if there was a hill in front of you, like a physical hill, a gradual sloping up to a point, and then a gradual sloping down between you and another observer, and there was 20 miles between you and the other observer. The apex, the peak, the sagittal of that mound between you and your friend is 130 feet, 133 feet high. Right?
Okay, yeah.
And you shouldn't be able to see each other. Well, they claim that over a 20-mile body of water, there's a physical arc of water in between you and somebody else on the other side. So it'd work exactly the same way as the physical hill with trees on it and stuff, right? Should same geometry applies.
Okay, so the same geometry would apply if we're both on different sides of the lake. I shouldn't be able to see him, right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah, just like in the diagram I posted. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, hill of water in the way. If you were to draw a line, like a straight line between both observers' feet, a straight line, that's called the chord. Right. That's what they call it. That doesn't matter. Always, if you got genuine questions, we'll answer them.
You know what? That's a really good point. Thank you. I appreciate that, over fences, for telling me that the surface of water measures flat. That's crazy. All those long distance observations that you showed me, all the measurements with lasers over the surface of water actually show the surface of water to be flat. If that's the case, the Earth is covered more than okay, he's gone. Never mind. Damn it. I'm trying to get him to engage. Oh well. I gotta work on my acting a little bit.
Started an event. Mic check. Oh yeah, it's working. All right. Yeah, I started an event just now, so hopefully some people start coming in.
I'll see if I can get him to engage. I'm like 0 and 7 right now. Not working too well. Oh, you know what? That's right, DJ. If we measure over the surface of water and it measures flat, that would make sense because the Earth is covered on its surface mostly with water. If all these long distance observations you showed me and all these laser tests, yeah, it would make sense that the Earth's flat. That's interesting. But then that would also mean that NASA would be lying to us because they show us pictures with. Oh wait, never mind. Forget these are all scientists. Damn it.
Wait,
Just
why
kidding.
would they
Never mind.
lie? Why would NASA lie?
It's a good question.
Lie about what? What are you suggesting they're lying about?
Maybe that the Earth might be curving flat.
So you think they know that the Earth's flat and that they're lying about it being a globe?
Yeah, because they're in outer space, obviously, and then they send us these 4K, 8K, 20K resolution,
What if they're just
pictures.
lying about space travel, but they still believe the Earth's a globe?
I mean, I've seen the ISS though. It's up there, isn't it?
It's not high enough to see a curvature.
What if, they're actually higher than they claim to be?
Well, that's just a story. What if all sorts of things?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's true. Maybe they just measured the distance wrong. Could
be. Maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not. Damn
Maybe
it.
it's fake because it has to be.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't have to be, right? Because
No, it
there's
has to be. To fit their
no,
story.
dude.
Yes, dude.
No, dude. No,
Yes.
dude. 'Cause they have measurements.
Who's they?
Like we have Jesse. Jesse measured the Earth.
I don't have Jesse. You're saying we. You're using
No,
that
I'm saying
incorrectly.
we. I have a Jesse on my team.
We? Are you French now? What are you doing?
Yes.
Okay.
We look. We obviously have measurements of drop over distance, proving a curving surface. I don't know the person that did it. I don't know how they did it. Right. Hopefully, another Glober in here could help me out.
Okay, right.
That's what
So
I'm hoping for.
what you're saying is, right? You saw a unicorn, right? You don't know where you saw the unicorn. You don't
Yes.
have a picture of the unicorn, but
Yes.
maybe someone out there has a picture of the unicorn that I saw. Is that
Yes.
seriously your belief system? Do you believe in this unicorn? Do you seriously believe the Earth is a globe? Hello? Sorry.
I think you shut him down, Snay. He's got no rebuttal at all. Silence.
Why are you laughing at? Why are you laughing at you?
You're a flat Earth mod, bro. Get out of here. You're trolling me.
No, I'm trying to get some engagement in here, bro.
There's your engagement, bro. America's.
I'm trying, dude. I'm trying to get some Glober to help me with these drop over distance measurements, okay? Because I can't provide them, obviously. So if another Glober in here wants to help
Just
me
search
out,
up
because
blue marble,
these
bro. You'll get a bunch of curve. What the heck?
no, dude, because these flat earthers, they keep making sense, and I want it to stop because I don't want to be a flat earther. So I'm hoping that one of my Globe Earth colleagues could help me out with Globe Earth measurements. Somebody,
Yeah, never happening.
maybe Josie. Josie joined. Oh, never mind. Flat earther. Damn, everybody's a flat earther in here. Damn it. See, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, I gotta
don't
work
have
on my acting.
the flat earther mod, so maybe I could or the flat earther role, so maybe I could roleplay as a little Globey.
I was wondering how long I could go before
That's
you
what
could
got me
figure it out.
sussed in 24/7. Like I was mad sussed by all the staff in 24/7. They all hated me because I would like troll. I mean, I was young, so.
I mean, I'm not trying to troll. I just want to get some Globers to engage because a lot of the times we get Globers in here and they don't ever say anything. They'll just come in here, sit silent while we talk amongst ourselves and not do anything. But there was a time it's like a few days ago. I was over in politics. The same thing. We had a Glober and they're just sitting in there until the person I was talking with, No Tanks, which is the flat earther, he pretended to be a Glober and was like, you know what, I need some help. Is there anybody, in here that could help me out? So yeah, anyway, thank you. I appreciate that, Snai. You know what? That's right. The surface of water does measure flat. That's kind of weird. All these laser tests and long distance observations would make sense if the Earth was flat. So if the Earth is covered more than 50% in water, that would make the Earth flat. That's weird. But that would make NASA lying though, right? Wouldn't that mean that they're lying? I mean, I'm sure somebody else in here could help me out and maybe prove to you guys that the Earth is actually curving as a globe, right? Anybody? Any other Globers in here? Am I just by myself? Okay, never mind. I guess I have no help. That's okay. That is okay. I'm sure somebody's gonna come in here and lay the smack down.
If there are any Globe Earthers that are in here and they want to ask or answer 3 questions about the globe model, I'd be like happy to ask if they think they'd be able to defend the globe. Got 3 solid questions.
Oh yeah, I mean I answered them already. If anybody else wants to, any other Glober wants to go through it with them. Damn. I'm like 0 for 8 now. Oh man.
Wow,
Hey,
T-Dub,
Corbin.
That's a very, very interesting
back
graphic you
in.
put.
Oh, dude, could you help me out? Like, these guys keep making sense. Like, they keep telling me that the surface of water is flat when I told them it was curving. They actually went on to measure the surface, and it's actually measured to not be curving. Do you have, like, proof that you could show them to help me out real quick that the water is actually curving?
Apologies, man. I can't help you with that. I'm really just tired and like fed up as fuck.
Or do you have, like, can you, like, give them your best glow proof? Because these guys are, like, roasting my
I'm tired of arguing on
roasting.
Discord. You know what? You know what? Like I have argued a lot with the with logical statements. Like everybody, I feel like everybody's here like so fucking narcissistic. Like nobody is here to accept something else that coming from the other side, even though if that really makes sense. Like they be just taken up to their own statements and like trying to say the same thing in different ways. And I'm tired, man. Like I'm tired of
Well,
this
no, I mean,
argument.
I understand you're tired. I get it. But I mean, I was just hoping that you could, like, help me, just tell them your best glow proof and then, see if they can actually debunk it or whatever. Because I
I
tried
came up
already.
in
It's like
this
curving water,
like
but.
I'll do it someday, but not right now. I'd like just to
Okay, yeah,
listen
fair
to
enough. Yeah, for
yeah.
sure. Yeah, so I brought up, the surface of water being measured flat. I mean, measured flat, measured curving. But then they have their own measurement showing that the water is actually flat, which was interesting because I never actually went out and checked. I was hoping to see if somebody, from our side could help out with some globe Earth measurements.
Well, you didn't present any measurements of water curving at all, Mr. Latz.
Well, I mean, I know somebody did it, right? Because I mean, I would bring up Eratosthenes, but he did it over land. I mean, I'm sure there's an Eratosthenes on the
Well, he
ocean
didn't. He
somewhere.
didn't measure any curvature over land, did he?
Well, he calculated it, but his calculations were
Well, not
correct,
really. I
I'm
mean,
assuming.
well, he wasn't trying to validate any curvature. He already thought that the Earth was a globe, and then he was just trying to work out the size of it based on the assumption that it's a globe in the first place.
Well, I'm
Okay,
sure that's
that's
because he observed like a boat or a raft or whatever they were using to sail on back in the days, drifting over the horizon, and he's like, you know what?
I don't
That
think he
water's
ever.
curving.
Yeah, maybe
Wait,
that's
where
why.
did he live? Was he over water anywhere? Actually, I have no
There's
idea.
no proof at all that he ever even existed.
Interesting.
Zero written word from Eratosthenes. Like there's nothing, and just someone like if you listen to historians, right, they'll tell you that the Greeks love to make up these mythical characters, Pythagoras and Eratosthenes, but really there's not really even any evidence that they did or said any of the things that they're credited with.
Well, I mean, we can recreate his even the measurement that guy took, right? We could do it out. Right. I see the sun. I can put a stick over here.
Right.
And I
So we
could measure the angle.
should quote like someone else, not someone that didn't actually do it, right? So if someone wanted to do the method, then we should probably like cite the person that actually did it. And then we can just tear them apart instead of a fake mystical figure.
Bro, this is so hard. I don't know how anybody argues this side. Like, I literally I can't come up with anything, bro. Like, it's so hard. This is
Oh
like
yeah, the
freaking
globe is
ridiculous.
the globe earthers are kind of screwed when they come in here. It's gonna be rough, right? They'll have to use some like some debate bro tactics or something to try. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna. No, see, I don't want to do that. Bro, this is annoying. Like, I don't want to be reducing everything down to like absurdity.
Yeah, you'll just get yourself muted.
Yeah, I could just mute myself like mid
Just
sentence.
fallacies and feelings. Yep, talk in an extremely soy voice and try to catch me out
It's
on
kinda
the
like
technical definition of something that's not related to this topic.
yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna mute myself mid-sentence, and then I'll just start typing in all caps in the side chat.
That's scary. You do the soy voice a little too well.
Oh, it's gonna say it, bro. You gotta learn how to do all these different kinds of voices and stuff.
All right. Well, I did name the event "Friendly Flat Earth Discussions," and I need to make it something a little alluring.
Hey, it's good to see Mulberry Purple's joined us again. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Is it quiet?
All right. The new topic of the event is: Are all maps wrong?
Oh.
Did you not get your fill of map talk yesterday? Now you're trying to provoke more map talk. Is that what it is?
Oh, look, I did that before this guy popped in, and then he popped in. I was like, God, what have I? This is some logic, right? If all of the water that we test in different places on the surface of the Earth doesn't have any detectable curvature over distances where there must be large amounts of curvature, then the Earth is definitely would be impossible. Gravity would be debunked. It's all over for the whole heliocentric model. Every single claim, every single argument, just gone by a little bit of flat water. Anyone disagree? All right, the globe is gone.
I'm telling you, I gotta do my soy boy voice. Once I hear a fellow soy boy, they're gonna start talking.
Mostly Americans that do this like soy boy voice thing. We don't really hear British people or people from
That's a
really
really astute observation, DJ. Yeah, the American. Yeah.
It's an American thing, yeah. So that would mean that America's the most soy country in the world.
I see there is a current event running at the moment, emotional intelligence done by the Psychology Channel. That's sounds like a coping room. Maybe they've been to us and now they need to go there.
That's so funny. Mhm. I had a glober telling me yesterday that level cannot be flat, and anyone that tries to tell you that level means flat isn't that funny?
That's hilarious.
Yeah, this is like a
Level.
hardcore anti-flat earther preaching it like it's some fact, and he's so intelligent. And
Wow.
if
There
someone
is
calls
no
something
way,
that's
no how that level can be flat. No.
nope, it can't be. And every single thing that has the word flat in it or a flat earther says has to be completely wrong.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not
He was
surprised. We hear
laughing
it a
at
lot.
me. He was
Okay.
mocking me and laughing at me like crazy, chuckling while I was talking like the most arrogant fuckhead that you've ever heard in your life.
Wow.
Because I was reading, I was saying that gas particles move in straight lines between collisions and bouncing off the walls of the container.
You should go on tour with that type of comedy, DJ.
Yeah, and then I read out the citation and then called me a narcissist.
Okay. Oh wow. I'm sorry I missed it.
It wasn't in here, it was in a different server.
Okay.
It's one of those servers that's just got all of the rejects that aren't even allowed in here. It's Ruhif and Omnivore and all of these people.
Oh, okay.
But
I
then
get you.
they're like the boss anti-flat earthers. Then you've got all of these like really, really low IQ ones that are really passionate about hating flat earth. They go in and they try to debate, but they're just morons. They don't know anything, but they're extremely confident in their position.
Wow.
Yeah.
Acolytes, I think we call them.
Yeah. I call them Dunning-Krugers.
Mm-hmm. So has it been quiet today? Has it been busy? What's been going down?
Very quiet. We were listening to previous episodes. Not many Globers around today.
No, I noticed.
Underlings, says Nat. Flats. Underlings. Coming up to the end of my 5-day fast. And yeah, I feel great. Fasting's awesome. Until someone starts cooking bacon in the house. It's not fresh bread.
Yeah, that gets your stomach churning, doesn't it? It thinks it's about to be fed. Yeah, I hate smells of food when you haven't had any or you're fasting. But you felt good after it, man. That's good.
Oh, I feel great. I'm still going. It's like 9:49 p.m. So coming up to the end of the 5th day. I'm going to keep going until I don't feel good anymore. But yeah, once ketosis, like deep ketosis kicks in, it's you just get hungry a little bit here and there. It's more of a psychological thing. And then if you can just sidetrack yourself, an hour later you're fine again.
Yeah.
Your body converts a bunch more fat into ketones or whatever, and you feel satiated. But it's definitely a different state of mind being running on ketones than running on carbohydrates. Feel way sharper in the head, but at the same time I feel a bit running on no food. So it's like a counter balance.
So that's what your secret's been over the last few days. Because you've been knocking ballers left, right, and centre, mate. So if you've been fasting, I might have to do some of
I
that.
think I've been a bit grumpier as well. But
I could do grumpy. That's easy.
yeah, I let Josh Ingersoll have it in a different server the other day till he quit. Funny.
Yeah, I can't stand him.
Yeah, he's a clown. Because he was trying to show off in another server. None of them knew who he was. So he was trying to big note himself, saying he's this like builds satellites and he's like this amazing guy. So I had to sort of go in and try to expose to everyone in the chat what he was really like. It worked out very well.
Good. I'm glad because I can't stand him.
Yeah, he's like he's so fake. He even admitted that. He said he's very good at bullshitting, basically. Very good at
Oh.
Yeah, he kind of admitted to that, pretty much. He said he has a photographic memory, so he's really good at memorizing and regurgitating things.
Yeah.
And that's kind of why he picked his job, because he's very good at regurgitating the bullshit that he's supposed to say to the clients or whatever. He's kind of like a satellite snake oil salesman.
Yeah, that's exactly how I saw him. He's a salesman.
Yeah. And when he says, "Oh, we're building this, I'm building this, I'll keep building my satellites no matter what you flat earthers say," you've never built shit. He's not building anything ever. But yeah, he's very fake. Can't stand those fake people. Oh, that's so funny. Look, Overfence has made Josh Ingersoll bingo, called Bingasol.
That's brilliant. I'm copying that.
I'm taking that.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Cheers, Fences. You know that? No, it's Toby. Oh no, Fences. God, there.
The server as well. That's freaking hilarious. Oh, she got it all just right as well. All the things that he says.
Yeah. Did I mention yet? I went to Georgia Tech. I like that one. That's funny. Hello? Liam, are you trying to speak with us?
Oh no, it is music. Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
I forgot.
Been watching tons of footage of sunsets recently when people zoom right in on sunsets over water. I was speculating that the sun, any time that we can see the actual horizon, right? So it would have to be over the water when we don't have waves or minimal wave. And I speculate that every time that happens, the sun, it doesn't ever set bottom up. It squishes into the horizon. And when you zoom right in on it, you can see it. And it kind of fades off into the distance. It squishes from the bottom up, and then it just fades off right at the end. Or it even fades off like right above the horizon. And I can't find a video that it doesn't do that. I can't find a single video where you can see the actual horizon where the sun sets cleanly top to bottom.
Wow.
And I speculate that it doesn't happen. And the only time that it does happen is when we have a local horizon, which is something that's blocking our view of the actual horizon. And if you're looking at a sunset over land, for example, or you're looking at sunset over, and anything that has a local horizon. So if there's ocean swells, that would be classed as a local horizon.
Yeah.
So you don't see that squishing effect because where it's happening is being blocked by the physical obstruction, which would be the local horizon, and you can't see the horizon. So I'm going to keep trying to find more and more videos, but I've pretty much been through every single one I can find on YouTube, and it happens every single time.
Interesting.
Yeah.
हेलो हाय ब्रो मेरा आवाज नहीं आ रही हाय ब्रो शेयरिंग करना
Hello.
look at this GIF on this
Oh, get out of here.
Yeah, we're just getting the dregs at the moment, aren't we?
Yeah, the people that don't even look at the channel name, they just
Yeah.
see people and join.
They just have no idea what they're doing. They're just going into random channels and like making noises and stuff. Whoa, Jack.
So, speaking of sunsets, right, so the Epicureans, right, they had this idea that the sun is a collection of fiery particles or seeds that gather in the sky every morning. At dawn, these fiery atoms coalesce into a ball due to the natural heat and motion of the upper atmosphere. This lamp then burns across the sky throughout the day. When the sun reaches the edge of the world, it doesn't go under anything, it simply burns out. The friction of the air or the lack of fuel causes the fiery atoms to scatter and extinguish. The next morning, a brand new sun is formed from a fresh gathering of fiery particles. But they had an alternative for those that didn't like that idea. For those who found the new sun every day theory too hard to swallow, the Epicureans offered a backup based on perspective and density. The argument, the Earth is a vast flat plane, the sun moves in a straight line or a slight arc above this plane. As the sun moves further away from your specific location, it appears to get lower due to perspective, just as a long hallway seems to meet at a point in the distance. Eventually, the sun gets so far away that its light has to travel through a massive amount of thick, heavy air near the base of the Earth. The air eventually becomes so dense that it blocks the light entirely. The result, the sun doesn't set behind a curve, it simply fades out into the distance and the thickness of the atmosphere.
No, I prefer the new sun one.
you like the fiery atoms coalescing?
Yeah, man, that sounded cool.
So the globers are always saying, "Oh, how come it doesn't shrink in size as it moves away?" And I know there are some videos where it kind of looks like that's happening, but the globers could say that that's when it's closer, higher in the sky, that's the glare making it look bigger, overloading the camera sensor, and as it goes further away, it's naturally like a natural solar filter. It's taking that glare away and not overloading the sensor. But anyway, like that perspective effect only happens to local objects that are near you, like railway tracks or car going away or streetlights or something like that. Whereas I was watching some demonstrations, and let's say the sun was really close to us, okay, and then it goes far enough away, whatever size it is, it doesn't matter, right? Say so it's really big when it's close to us, and then it goes far enough away up into the sky to where it looks the same size as the sun size. And then, right, so because it's already reduced in angular size, as it keeps moving away from us, we're just seeing it's already reduced in angular size, right? And we're just seeing it go down due to our perspective, and it's just meeting at our vanishing point and squishing into the horizon. So it shouldn't reduce in angular size as it sets. And there's a bunch of examples. I'm gonna clip some of the videos because it's easy to demonstrate how it works.
I'd be interested to see that then.
Yeah. I want to make a whole video about sunsets and that argument sort of thing. I mean, it's the same reason the globers say it doesn't shrink in size. They say because it's so far away, because you're spinning away from it on the globe, right? And it's so you're getting way further away from it, but it's already reduced in angular size. It's not going to reduce much in angular size just from that extra, even though it's a long distance, right? It's not going to get much smaller on the globe model because it's so far away.
That's the same excuse that they give for the moon. It's just that
Yep.
sweet spot distance where it really doesn't change in angular size much. So that sweet spot distance seems to be about what, 250,000 miles or 93 million miles? I don't know, somewhere between there. Could be closer.
Yeah, it's yeah, somewhere around abouts there.
Oh, I'll see if I can do this. There seems to be a few new people in the chat, names that I don't recognise. Welcome if you're new. If you've got any questions, you can please feel free to ask. So I scroll through the chat and then it looks like everybody that I saw has gone. I see Hermano is here. Good to see you, my friend. Yeah, that's literally it.
So Artemis 3 just cancelled. NASA cancels Artemis 3 astronaut moon landing.
Oh no.
NASA announced on Friday radical changes
Cancels.
to its delayed Artemis 3 mission to land humans back on the moon. It's all over.
No.
Wait, I missed the last part. Do they have a new date set up yet, or is it just canceled as of now?
Well. Okay, so all right,
They're moving
I'll
it.
read this out.
They're moving it. Sorry to interrupt. They're moving it to Artemis 4, 2028.
Roger, Roger.
No. Okay, so let me check.
I wonder if there's like a poly market where you can bet if that one's going to get canceled too. What do you guys think about that?
What?
But they canceled Artemis 3. They're going to concentrate more on Earth orbit, moon orbit, and then the next proposed lunar landing won't be until 2028.
Right. So this is what they've been doing forever, just kicking the can down the road. This is hilarious. Where's Gunslinger? Should be in here.
I'm looking for this news over on X. I can't really find anything. Where did you source that from?
Oh, I just typed in. Well, I saw someone post something in the side chat. Kiwi Buzz posted something, and I just went to Google and typed in NASA cancels Artemis.
Nice. You know, I have a folder over on X called Mock in 2027. I'm going to have to go there now and take this out and mock them already this year, because that was when it was going to happen, right? So if it's canceled, this is going to be so much fun.
Yeah, apparently, like, the motto of the cancellation that NASA said is, "This is just not the right pathway forward."
Yeah, that's what I'm reading everywhere.
What does that
that's
mean?
So funny. Yeah. We don't think we're going to be able to fake it well enough. I think that's what that means. Because they can't make the footage look like the shitty footage from the Apollo missions, right? So they have to have something in between. You know, I just think they just worked out that it's just not going to work. People will be able to notice that it's ridiculously fake.
Yeah, they should just go India's route and full Atari mode.
Yeah, just go some Atari, a few pixels here and there. That's it. Say we did it. Well, Matthew Learns, that would please Matthew Learns. Matthew Learns said that even if they didn't give any footage, he would believe everything that they say they do.
What the fuck?
Of course.
Yeah. Because I was saying how shitty the footage looks. He said they're not under no obligation to give us any footage, and if they didn't have any footage, I would still believe they did it.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Didn't he also say that even if all the space agencies and governments came out and said that they'd lied and the Earth was actually a plane, that he would still believe it was a globe? Didn't he say that?
Yeah, he said that.
Yeah.
I think it was NASA. It was regarding NASA. If NASA came out and said that it's flat, then he would still think it's a globe. But if NASA said they went to the moon and didn't give us any footage, he would still believe that happened as well. Yeah, he's all over the place with his little brain.
Am I reading right that Artemis was canceled due to a helium failure? Is that what I'm seeing?
I'm seeing everything's just saying that they're just saying it just wasn't the right path. It just
Okay.
wasn't the right path.
Well, the first result that comes up for me says the Artemis 2 moon launch has been canceled due to a helium system failure.
Right, that was the cancellation, right? So they kept canceling it due to these little errors or whatever, and then they would delay it for another date in like next month thing. But now the whole thing's been stopped.
He just wasn't feeling it, guys. Next time, though.
Yeah, they just weren't vibing. They weren't getting the right vibes.
Yeah. It's all about the vibes, guys.
Yeah.
You DJ, have you watched any of those videos that I sent you or recommended you recently?
No, I haven't seen them yet.
Got to check out that David Icke one at some point.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I've got them queued up. I've been spending too much time talking on here rather than watching stuff, which I should be doing. So I'm not sure if this is the current one that was canceled. Like that was that they weren't planning on landing people on the moon, were they? With this that they be doing.
Well, I have.
No, I think the Artemis 2, the one that keeps getting postponed, they are just planning on going the furthest around the moon and the furthest in space that any astronaut has ever been. So it's supposedly going to be historical, but yeah, they're just going to go around the moon in order to collect data that they lost or something from the first moon landing so that they can plan to land on the lunar celestial object.
Are they going to collect the data that they lost? Did they like drop it out the window or something?
I think they recorded over it. They recorded some dance recital over it or something.
Recorded Friends over it, probably. Yeah.
So apparently they're going to still move forward with Artemis 2 if they, or they're going to continue to just post. So let's try and steel man NASA's position on how they quote unquote lost the data or the technology, I should say, to go back. From my understanding, the Globe Defenders position is technology changed. And so all the instrumentation that they used before, like made a different data file system that isn't compatible with the machines that NASA uses today. And that's why they cannot utilize the technology. Is that a good proper steelman?
Can you say it again? I missed the last part of your sentence.
Yeah, I was just trying to properly steelman NASA's perspective on why they lost technology, right? So apparently they had systems with older machines that created files that aren't compatible with the new technological systems that they have now. And so,
Yeah, yeah, something like that. Yeah, I think that's their excuse. So destroyed the technology. Yeah, they say like the factories and stuff they used to build the original equipment. I guess what you said's probably along the right lines, according to to their excuse.
and if you dissect that, if you really think about that being an excuse, is like those old machines are still in like a museum or something somewhere.
Well,
Why
Don
can't
said
you?
that they destroyed it. They destroyed that technology. He didn't say that they.
Wow.
Yeah, they destroyed it.
What? I thought this. I thought the Steelman was the technology just isn't compatible. They
Well, Don.
actually
Well,
destroyed it.
Don Pettit blatantly said we destroyed that technology, and it would be a painful process to build it back.
Yeah, I do remember him saying he'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond. I
Yeah.
thought he said, but we lost that technology.
No, he said destroyed.
What? Dude, I could have swore he said lost. I'll have to rewatch it. But I believe you, man. So that's interesting. I mean, so why did Globe Defenders strawman the true mainstream narrative then?
They probably saw some anti-flat earther make up some excuse saying that we're wrong, and they just kind of go with that. All right, let's. Yeah, I'm gonna play it.
Sweet.
If it works. Ah, the ship's clip is too short. It has to be over 30 seconds for it to work.
And why? Yeah. I mean, you just have to ask yourself, why would they destroy something when these machines should have gone to a museum at the least? And then, like, you can get these machines to work. You can show these file systems in some way to prove your claim. Like, if the machines are still running, you can power them. Just because they're not compatible with the machinery today you should be able to prove your claim. But yeah, I guess that's why they had to say they destroyed them. It's just wow, fantastical. I mean, there has to be someone that wants to step up and defend their position. They want to defend NASA. Is there anyone in the side chat that wants to grab a mic?
Don, you're getting ready to launch to the International Space Station to be part of Expeditions 30 and 31. Give me a summary of what the mission goals are for your time on orbit and what responsibilities and jobs are going to be yours when you're up there.
Well, I'm one of the science guys and I'm one of the repair guys. And fortunately, there's lots of science and lots of repair to do on station, so that will certainly keep us all busy.
So give me a couple of examples, if you would, of some of the human life sciences experiments that you're going to be involved with on this flight.
Not at all.
Well, living and working in space go along with doing science experiments in space.
There's only a few simple principles you must bear in mind before attempting to operate a sophisticated piece of machinery like this.
And I see two basic areas of work. There's the scientific research, and then there's what I refer to as engineering research. Well, I'm one of the science guys, and I'm one of the repair guys. And fortunately, there's lots of science.
He talks like Kamala Harris. Space is a lot of science, and you need science in space. How do people buy this? People are just too busy to look into it, and then every globe defender is just too emotionally invested in their space ball.
Hypnosis, some kind of hypnosis.
Oh, it's so bad. It's like revelation of the method just by them putting out any kind of media. Anything that they do with their CGI bloopers, the female astronaut hair, them talking and just saying stuff in plain, it's just I don't know, man. I think with the momentum of like the awakening and the truth coming out, dude, I give NASA's credibility less than 5 years. I give the heliocentric model less than 10. I think it's all coming down.
That 1 out of 4,000 applicants becomes an astronaut. One instance of complete astronaut stupidity.
The space station is just the most amazing world-class laboratory floating around doing science all day, every day. We're doing science inside, we're doing science outside. So the space station, for example, when SpaceX 11 came up, it had 6 tons of science, mostly science on board, that then we had to bring on board, knock out that science. That's the job of this place, is just rocking the science. We're doing not only stuff for human health and those type of sciences. Every square inch is dedicated to either pure science and those science experiments cranking away and getting great results back to Earth.
That sounds incredible.
Is that real?
That's real, man. The video's in the side chat. It has visuals with it as well. You can see the guy saying it on the ISS. It's the most cringe thing it's more cringe than Don Pettit.
Yeah, that was. I love the interviewer's reaction at the end.
Oh yeah. The sheep will love it. They love science.
Can we talk about more science, please?
Yeah, so this other NASA astronaut is saying that when you're up in space on the ISS, the atmosphere looks incredibly flat.
Wow. I can't believe I never heard that one before. When was that interview?
I'm not sure exactly when it was.
So crazy.
Yeah, so I mean, he's saying that the Earth looks flat as well, right? Because you can't have the atmosphere surrounding a globe and just have the atmosphere looking flat and then the globe looking like a globe, right? Because try to draw me a picture of that. It doesn't work. It would all have to look flat together. But these are all alt clips. None of these are AI or anything like. Welcome to the channel. Anyone new that's joined? We got Shivanash that's just joined. Welcome. Welcome Yummy. And welcome to Nino and Navaya or Navaja. Welcome. If anyone has any questions, if anyone wants to say hello, please open your microphone.
Yeah, the way Don Pettit says, unfortunately, we don't have that anymore. We destroyed it. And for the interviewer to not be like, wait a minute, did you say you destroyed it? Oh my God. We need to, just put a petition together, all audit NASA as soon as possible, get them on the stand. This is insane.
When Alan Dulles brought in all the Nazi scientists and so forth, they went to two places. They went to CIA and they went to the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, which in our world we call it not a space agency, which in our world we call it not a space agency. And as Kathy O'Brien has said so clearly, that's where the bulk of the mind control has
Yeah, just researching NASA like camp. They're doing a terrible job with recruiting. And then the latest NASA YouTube shorts and stuff. Why did they have all the comments turned off? I wonder why. Wonder why they have to censor the general public. They have to censor their funders. It's so wild.
Yo, Nino, you there, brother? Or deleted? Any of you guys got a microphone? Yo, so these flat earthers, they were talking to me earlier. They're like, how do you know the Earth's a globe? I told them because pictures from NASA in outer space. So they, showed me measurements of the Earth being flat, like using lasers and, long distance observations. And I was like, you know what, that's really interesting. But I know somebody measured the globe somewhere. I don't know with what instrument or anything, but I was kind of hoping that you could help me out with that.
Some Greek guy.
I said some rude guy.
No, some Greek fellow. Some
Same
Greek
thing.
chap.
Well, no, DJ already explained to me that Eratosthenes might not have even existed. And even if his measurement was true, he didn't measure curvature, unfortunately. So I know somebody did it, though. But I'm trying to look for who did it. I'm hoping that one of my buddies here could help me out because I was struggling earlier trying to fight these guys.
We have Dex requesting an audience with over fences in the side chat. I don't know if that means he'd like to speak in voice with over fences. But whoever Dex is
Sorry, I
seems
wasn't
very,
watching.
very, very, very comfortable with the discussion they had with over fences and would like to continue it, I think.
I don't recall. Bex, did you have a different name?
Oh, it's Starlight. What was the name of that person from yesterday? Damn it. The one that was in the side shot with Paradox.
Oh, okay. You're just Dexter. I do remember the conversation, but it wasn't on VC, right? Can you unmic? Can you turn on your mic?
Yeah, come on, Dex. Me and Nino are looking for evidence of flat Earth.
Hey, Dexter, I'm happy to talk with you in the voice chat, but if you're not comfortable with that, that's fine. If you just want to listen in to the VC, I'll have some time to text in a few minutes. But I actually have something I have to do right now, but I'll be back in about 10 minutes. And anybody here is very equipped to talk to you about this topic.
Go ahead, Dexter. Tell us how you know the Earth is flat. Me and Nino are patiently awaiting your response.
Why is everybody muted?
That's because we were waiting for Dexter, the flat earther, to give us some flat earth proof. Because we're not scientists.
Well, Dexter, I'm on your side. So what do you got?
The government has been scamming us.
What?
How do you know this? How do you know this?
How can the
Oh,
government
yikes.
how can the government scam us over water being flat? It just is. It's not something you can control.
And Dexter, Jeffrey Epstein is not an astronaut, so he wouldn't know if the Earth was a globe.
Jeffrey Epstein, I thought he was something in the news a couple of years ago or something.
No, I think he was like a teacher or something. I don't know. He's irrelevant. We're talking about Earth.
Well, I think a lot of people are like, because of what's going on with that, I think they're beginning to question just how much that they can rely on so-called, the echelons of society, the elite, the governments, all these so-called experts. They're starting to doubt their integrity. I think so. If they're going to doubt their integrity on one thing, they're going to doubt their integrity on the other things, and begin to question, just like a lot of people did a few years ago, when everybody was basically rounded up like chickens in a pen, or
But it
in
would take
individual cages.
way too many people to lie to us.
Yeah, Dexter.
Right?
I'm still waiting for how you know the Earth is flat. Who said governments lie, therefore Earth is flat? It's not very good, is it?
It wouldn't be a good basis, but I mean, it's grounds for to warrant further investigation. Absolutely. If your reliance, has been on somebody else to provide you information that you can't obtain yourself, to shape your worldview and your reality, and and those people, your source has found themselves wanting or lacking or untrustworthy in some manner, it is grounds for further investigation, to begin questioning exactly what they've told you, and to analyze whether it actually holds up to practical demonstration, logic, reasoning, etc.
I just want to know why, Dexter, you switched so easily. Like yesterday, you were calling all these flat earthers dumb and idiots yesterday. And now you're saying that they're right. What convinced you? Over fences opened my eyes to the reality. What did over Oh, fences say that converted you? Oh, sorry. I mean, just sounds like a troll, doesn't he? Yeah.
Overfences told him that water's flat and level, and then that was it. Now he says everybody's lying and scientists. He put in quotes.
Dexter is actually a woman, so I don't know if that helped. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm one of the people that she called dumb yesterday.
Oh, maybe not the same Dexter, then had different icon. I don't know anything.
Do women say bruh?
Nah, it's a man.
Maybe it's a man that thinks he's a woman. A man trapped in a woman's body.
Most likely.
Oops, skull emojis. Red alert. IQ
Uh-oh.
alert.
Uh-oh.
Wait.
You know what? I too used to be a man trapped in a woman's body, but then I was born. Oh, come on, Dexter. You said that overfences opened your eyes. What was it? What was it specifically that overfences said that you were like, oh, damn, it's flat? Why are you flip-flopping like a fish out of water with your belief system? Yeah, you keep saying you researched, you opened your eyes. You're not being specific to what?
How do you research stuff? Everything comes back to this room usually. When you get down to it, what are you going to research besides going and looking at water?
On my own, and there's lots of proof. Yeah, but what proof did you look at? You sound like a glober right now. Like there's thousands of experiments proving gravity can pressurize gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure. There's thousands of them. Can I see one? No, you're not going to believe it anyway. You lost all respect for globers. Well, you still argue like one. You sound like one right now. I'm asking for the one thing that opened your eyes to flat Earth, and you couldn't even say what it was. Overfences is busy. As Overfences secretary, she said that she will be back in 10 to 15 minutes.
Just like, even if you could just like just type in something that has really stood out to you, that struck you as being very, super interesting from what you've, like, whatever you've researched or looked into. Like, what's just at least one thing that really made you sit back and think?
Come on, Dexter. He's gonna call me dumb again.
experiment on the river in England. Yeah, are you sure it wasn't like? Are you talking about Bedford? Bedford Level? It's kind of like it's like a canal. It's not connected. I don't think it's connected to any like flowing bodies of water. So it's not really like a river, but it's like a canal. Is that what you took? Bedford? Right. Yep. Cool. Okay. Cool. Cool. It's a pretty simple observation. Yep. It was done a long time ago too, and many other like similar observations have been made since as well. Many.
What? Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up, Tor? How's it going?
Wait a second.
I think it sounded too handsome, but it scared him away. Oh, brother. Dexter, you sound like you watched some esoteric flat earther content.
Well, globers like to appeal to consensus. I mean, if flat earthers were allowed to do the same, they could appeal to the consensus of anybody and everybody that's lived throughout history, right? And I think the odds, stack in flat Earth's favor if you were to use consensus as a standard. I mean, unless globers want to take consensus off the table.
Yeah, they got me thinking. It's like when Globers demand a model. Why can't you guys come up with a model? We could reply, because we refuse to be fallacious, unlike the globe model.
Yeah, what's wrong with being fallacious?
That's funny.
This sounds like a fancy party word. Any brown person in here? Oh, Dexter, come on. You don't do that in here, bro. Bro, who cares if you're brown?
In the words of Ali G, that's a bit racialist, isn't it?
He poke and prod people's brains regardless of skin color, nationalities, disabilities, age, sex/gender, because they're the same thing. Yeah, over fences. Dexter was in here with Paradox yesterday. What about that flight, Dexter? You can use it to prove a ball. I mean flat, damn it. Flat Earth, sorry. Oh, yo, AZ. What's up, brother? What do you call yourself, ads?
Hi.
Yo, what's up, dude? Can you help me out? So, I am a globe earther. I believe the Earth is a globe. And these guys were making sense earlier to me, right? I told them that bottom up disappearance of boats, you know, like when they sail far away, that proves a globe, right? But they keep telling me
Mm-hmm.
that when they measure over the surface of water, that it comes out to be flat. So I'm like, you know what? Sure, why not? It measures flat. But I'm like, you know what? I bet you some glober out there somewhere, right? A glober, they're probably measured the earth or the water specifically to be curving somewhere. So I'm like, I don't know who the heck did it. So I'm trying to look for somebody that knows to see if anybody has measured drop over distance over the earth, proving a curving surface. Could you help me out?
How have they measured the water to be flat? What did they do?
I was talking to who was I talking to? Who told me that? I don't remember. I think they had an accent. Who has an accent in here? I guess we all have accents technically. You know what? They might all be busy actually. But they were saying something about lasers and long distance observations not comporting with the globe radius of 3,959 miles or something like that. Yeah.
Well, I've never measured the Earth, but I mean, I'm sure when I'm in a plane, I can see that slight curve
That's what I'm
of
saying.
the
That's what I'm telling them. But you
of
know,
the
like,
globe. When you fly long distance, you can see it.
DJ, are you
I've
available
But
to
we
I've
can
talk?
measure it.
Oh,
I've
perfect.
never
Okay.
seen I've never seen any curvature when I've flown long distance. It looks completely flat, and I've spoken with pilots on here as well, and they say that you don't see the curvature of the Earth from a plane. And
You can.
so I have some footage here from a long distance flight, which is a time lapse. So I'm just going to put it in the side chat. This is from a commercial flight, and they're looking out the window, and it just looks completely flat, just like when I've flown all over the world. It looks flat every time I go on a plane. So yeah, here's some footage in the side chat
Yeah, and
showing that it
maybe
just looks flat.
if you had seen some sort of curvature when you were flying, possibly it was some kind of effect from the window. Because I've done
Oh
a lot of
yes,
skydiving. I've done a lot of skydiving and spent a lot of time at high altitude, and I've never witnessed curvature.
yeah. Some planes
What?
have like round, thick glass windows that have that effect. But most planes don't. But yeah, I'm sure some do. I've never been on a plane that has that effect, but for sure it exists because we have diagrams of how some of the plane windows are built, and it would do that.
Well, I haven't taken a video when I've flown, but I've definitely seen it. And next time I do, I'll take a video for you.
Okay, so a couple questions about that. If you did see any curvature out the window, I have in the side chat a little quiz for you right there at 5 minutes after the hour. Which one did you see? A, B, or C?
I mean, I didn't. It probably wouldn't have been as It wasn't either. It was a very, very slight curve.
Was it from left to right? Kind of like B?
Sure, but I mean, it was
Okay.
not as curved as B.
Okay, well, if it was kind of like B, that means you live on a toilet paper roll. It's a cylinder that you live on.
I mean, I'm only looking at one.
Right. And if you looked out the other window and it was curving the same way, you're flying over a cylinder. And you and I both know you don't live on a cylinder. Or I guess I shouldn't say that. Maybe you think you live on a cylinder. I don't know anymore. Folks have all kinds of beliefs about the Earth, where it's kind of like a potato, so there's some flat spots and then some round spots, or it's a pear. You know, it's chubby at the bottom.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Buenos dias.
Dias?
فيهم ساكنين هذولا.
Yes.
Dias. هو قال لي دياس.
Hello, everybody. We are talking about with Vim Boys. Oh, listen to me?
Yeah, I love Vim Boys.
No, you're Vim Boy.
Must be a
Yeah, I am Vim Boy.
Globertha. Yeah.
I am
Yeah,
Vim Boy
kinda.
and I love Vim Boys.
Yeah? Do you like getting moved to other channels?
عايش يحكي.
Bye.
Bye.
That's probably what you are.
عايش بيهم ساكتين.
Wait, who did I move?
I don't know. Taha Shalon here apparently doesn't have a great microphone at his disposal. He got more feedback and distortion than anybody I've ever seen, and he's gone. Has anybody spoken to Al Hassan? Welcome, Al Hassan. Al Hassan, can you use your microphone? What is Dexter's angle today?
Dexter is now a flat earther, and yeah.
Wow, that only took like 2 or 3 text mutes, I guess.
Seems super excited too.
Yeah, like apparently they went away, they thought about it, they did research, saying, "Oh, even the Quran says." I don't know. I thought they were trolling, but sometimes people change their mind.
Yeah, well, I guess time will tell.
And she did speak to Over Fences. Maybe Over Fences got her thinking.
Nice. Well done, Over Fences.
Yeah, the only problem with Over Fences is that she's not on mic more often.
Exactly. She's doing more, though.
Yep.
Well, Al Hassan, don't worry about the Quran too much. The Earth is flat, whether it says it in a Quran or a Bible or whatever. So, prove it. What do you mean? Don't you experience the Earth is flat and stationary? Do I have to prove your own experience to you? I mean, I can. You know, if apparently you're under some kind of delusion that you live on a spinning water ball, then I'll help you along with it. But it really doesn't have to be any more complicated than water, Al Hassan. Water is flat and level on its surface, and about 3/4 of the surface of the Earth is water. So you can't have a 3/4 flat ball, unless, of course, your football, has a hole in it. Wait, explain how sunlight reaches mountains from the top first? What does that have to do with the Earth being flat? Dexter, obviously when I say time will tell, when people overnight become flat earthers and then start rolling in here talking about how they don't respect globers, look, you got to give everybody a certain amount of respect, at least at the beginning, not just say all of a sudden you're going to be a bigot towards a certain group of people because they don't see the world you do. Now, people might come in here and be disrespectful, and of course, they will lose respect, but you can't just be a bigot right off the bat. This is weird. Everybody needs a video now. Al Hassan, do you need a video for your entire worldview? What's wrong with reality? I gotta ask.
Yes. Think about this, Gabrielle. All right, you've never observed or experienced the Earth to be a spinning ball, and you never will. All your experience of the Earth, particularly water, like Sesu was saying, is that it's flat and level on its surface. That doesn't conform. Your direct experience of reality does not conform to the idea that you live on a giant spinning ball. That would be an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence.
Al Hassan, if you believe the Earth is a globe as a part of your worldview, ultimately, what evidence would you have uh, as far as the surface of the Earth is concerned that it is curved like a ball? I mean, I just happen to be at a lake right now, and it's a fairly large lake. It's a big reservoir where I live. Um, the water itself is completely flat. It's a pretty calm day, actually. You ever seen a large body of water, Al Hassan? Well, okay, so Al Hassan, the one evidence that I would need is measurable Earth curve on the surface of the Earth, right? Please don't give me something where we're going to have to beg the question that the Earth is a ball in the first place, and then whatever observation that we see affirms that thing. That's called affirming the consequent, right? Well, just begin with the surface of the Earth. Is it curving anywhere, and can we measure the curve? That'd be a great place to begin. I mean, that is one of the defining features of a sphere. In fact, I think it's the most defining feature of the sphere is that it would be curving on its surface everywhere, from point to point on that surface. Wild Bill, you're hot micing, just in case you wanted to know.
Sorry.
No worries, man. What do you want to ask me, Al Hassan? Yes, Gabriel, indeed, the surface of the Earth is flat. Now, people that know that, they're typically called flat earthers. But no, it's not a troll. Your reality is as it presents itself. It's stationary and flat, horizontal along the surface. There is no curve anywhere that can be found. Al Hassan, you really have to focus, all right? I know that you were programmed to just always look up into the sky when you think about the Earth, but let me say this real slow. The Earth is the thing that you're standing on. It's not in the sky. Jedi. Al Hassan, do you know what the Earth is? Maybe we should just, maybe I'll ask you, do you know what the Earth is? Where can you find it? Oh, I'm downloading that GIF. Terrific. So we're talking about the Earth, and it's measurably flat and stationary, okay? So, and that's your experience as well. And the water is all flat. That's what we're talking about today. So for that thing that we're standing on, that you're on top of, for that to be a ball, it has to curve like a ball. Who can figure that out with no help?
Is it just me, or is there only like I can only hear one person, one side of the conversation? I can't hear the other person.
Well, sadly, we've gotten to the point where people are so terrified of the topic that they won't open their mic and discuss it. So I'm just going to talk to the people in the side chat.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
And then in the meantime, if someone comes in and they hear somebody speaking, maybe they'll engage. Al Hassan, are you old enough to be in here? Maybe that is the next question.
Yeah, I mean, sharing a room with his brother, and there's probably 8 other people in that room.
How old are you, Al Hassan? That's the more important question. Okay, fair enough. Me, I'm 44. Anyway, so the Earth is flat, and there is no measurable curve anywhere, and that's how you experience it. Once again, why would you think that the Earth is a ball if it doesn't curve? Okay, where can we find this curvature at? How do we measure it? Well, yeah, I know you told me that, but where can I find it? I haven't found it anywhere. Nobody's found it. Even the people that are, navigating the surface of the Earth, they don't have any curvature to show us. In fact, they measure it to be flat between the points. Okay, you keep saying that. It's almost like you're chanting it, like it's kind of an occultist or like a religious chant that you make. You can keep saying that it's curved. Where is it? Where can I find it? Where can I measure it?
I hate to break it to you, but you can only imagine the Earth being a ball, so that's all you're going to get. You're not going to get any measurements right now. So accept it or don't accept it, says who. It's either a globe or it's not. So.
Yes, indeed, Al Hassan. I'll even show you how the surveyors measure the surface of the Earth. They measure it against a horizontal plane called sea level, which is a reference that they use. It's also horizontal. So out of a surveying manual, I got this little image right here. I'm going to post it, and you tell me if you can understand the concept behind how people measure the Earth, right? So they have to have this flat baseline, right, where they measure all the undulations, the valleys, the peaks, all that stuff. And they use sea level, and sea level is the flat horizontal line, and everything is measured against that, right? So even the people that build your topo maps or whatever, or if they want to build a huge bridge or a warehouse or anything like that, they measure and level the surface along with the sea level. Everything's level and flat and horizontal always. No curve, ever accounted for, ever measured. We all want our stuff to be nice and square and flat with the Earth so that, you know, we don't have to get the board stretcher out when things don't line up because everything's curving radially. It's late at night where Al Hassan is at. He's got his brother in the room with him. He doesn't want to wake anybody up. So he's texting, typing frantically, just positive that what he was told in elementary school and all the movies that he's seen and even now that he's in or out of high school, I don't know, maybe going to university, he's almost sure that all of those people were right and the reality of the surface of the Earth being flat along with the water is incorrect. So the textbooks are correct, even though there's no evidence for what's in the textbooks, but the Earth is lying to him. Got Rage Quit in here. Welcome, Rage Quit. Deep Thoughts is in here. Oh, we got a bunch of people. Hey, we got Gabriel. Gabriel, how come nobody has a mic that works in 2026? You guys realize there are other social media apps or whatever where you can just text. There's no need to go into a Discord server. It's often used. In fact, it's intended for voice chat, not really text chat, but whatever. Jedi. If you put a seashell up to your ear, you can hear the earth curving. I love that. That's hilarious.
You should direct them to the lobby. That's a good place to fight with people.
That's
Yeah, that's right.
trademark, by the way. That is
Dang it.
trademark.
All right.
I can let you use it. Don't overuse it. Otherwise, there will be charges.
Okay, I won't overuse it. Well, just out of curiosity, if I do use it, uh, for profit, what kind of cut are you going to need?
50-50.
Wow, that's steep. I'll still pay
Yeah,
it though.
yeah, that's fine. It's the first number I thought of.
So deep thoughts. You're in the VC, but you're not speaking. Are you just planning on spamming the chat? I remember you. You've been around before. You've gotten wrecked more times than I can count. Is that why you're not speaking in the VC? Too embarrassed, maybe?
I'm absolutely on fire today. So we've got somebody in the side chat bringing up the usual big ball and ant analogy. And I'm going to ask the question, what if the ants had a laser? Would they be able to measure the curvature of the Earth if you gave the ants a laser? But hey, we need some people to come in because I'm just wasted in the side chat today.
Yeah. Gabriel, what's the problem, homie? Why no mic? That's an excellent point. Um, so Gabriel, you said at the end there, serious human mental imagery capabilities. So you agree then that the globe itself is just imaginary. Ultimately, the Earth itself is flat. You just have to imagine it that way, as a ball. So I guess the next question would be, why do you prefer to imagine the Earth as a ball? Do you like balls? Oh, okay. No worries, Gabriel. Yeah, so the imagery. So you're going to have to be specific. Did you know that there is actually only one purported photograph of the Earth as a whole from space? It was taken in the early 70s by one of the Apollo missions. It shows the Earth as this perfect sphere. Now, when we measure the surface of the Earth, there is no curve. So that means that whatever photograph may have been taken was not actually of the Earth itself, but something else that was ball shaped that may have looked like the Earth. How come the Earth isn't curving, Gabriel? I love it, Gabriel, when I bring up the fact that there's only actually one photo. Maybe you didn't know that, but if your country, whatever that country is, has given you an image, did you know that images aren't photographs? Photos can be images, but images, by definition, are created, right? So even the same thing with a picture. You can paint a picture, but a picture is not a photograph. So do you have any photographs of the Earth other than the 1972 blue marble? And is the Earth curving to prove that that photograph is correct? Gabriel, as I told you, uh, you should probably take that up with the space agencies you think are going to space. Why aren't they actually taking photographs of the Earth? Why are they just creating them in their mom's basement on a computer?
Well, it's funny. I've seen imagery from that Chinese space station where the horizon's flat. I guess it was flat that day.
Yeah. Also, the glass of water in the Chinese space station, sitting there on the desk.
That's
my
a
favorite.
beauty. They discovered a way to to counteract gravity in space for water, but not themselves. Sorry, counteract anti-gravity, the weightless environment.
Right, right.
Weren't those gravity pockets?
Yeah, those gravity pockets where they're dropping screws and stuff.
The best was the three of them floating, and then all of a sudden they went to the wall. Gravity pocket.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a subliminal message, like you have a screw loose if you believe this.
Ooh.
Yeah, that one where there are three of them floating and hit the wall. It looked a lot like the 0G plane hit a little turbulence there.
Gabriel, you haven't brought us any evidence of anything yet. Who here is actually gaslighting themselves? You don't have what we're looking for, bro. Is the Earth curving? And if it is, where can you show me I can find it? Yeah. Also, Gabriel, there does come a point where we'll just kind of get annoyed with the text skanking, the chat skanking, and we will ask you to join the VC, and we will mute your textability so you can talk to us.
His mic is unmuted.
Yeah, I know. He just doesn't want to talk. I don't know. I don't know why. Amo, the topic of the Earth, or the topic of the day every day is the flat Earth in here. I don't think we have a live event going right now.
At the top of the channel, it says, "Are all maps wrong?" Question mark.
Oh, well, we do have a topic. Amo, are all the maps wrong? Or maybe which one is right?
The maps seem pretty, like, very accurate to me, don't they? I mean, I use Google Maps all the time.
And
Yeah, is it accurate? Is what we're asking you.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. To my knowledge, it seems very accurate.
what's as accurate as that car driving around down that street that you just went down, because it went down there 2 years ago, right?
Yeah, that's how they get the info, right? They just drive around taking pictures
Yes.
and then they calculate.
Yes. No, you don't really have to calculate. They just take a picture. These are the coordinates. Take another picture. These are the coordinates, and just stitch them all together.
That's a pretty accurate way to make a map, isn't it?
Close enough.
Yeah,
Not a
so I
ball,
guess.
though.
Yeah, what we'll ask you is, how do you know that the distances between each point, no matter how far, are correct?
How do I know the distances between each point? Well, I mean, I know they're correct because just by using the map. So, you know,
No,
if I'm
no, you don't know they're correct because you use the map. You need to know how they're correct by measuring between the points. That's what I'm saying. Like, between each point, no matter how far they are apart, how can you verify that distance?
Oh, by driving it. You drive the distance and you say, well, I just drove, 30
Oh my
miles.
You think, no. Right, you're
Wait.
talking about a car that goes from
Yeah.
side to side, up and down. It's not an accurate measuring device. I presume you've driven a car before?
Yeah.
I mean, how could you suggest that a car is an accurate measuring device when you know what driving involves? Bloody hell, dude.
Wait, I think I'm misunderstanding what you guys are asking me. I thought you meant like, so if I go to point A to point B and it's 30 miles, I drive my car, I can tell, that's 30 miles by driving the car.
What if
That's
it
what you're
says
saying.
What if it says it's 24?
Well, then I would know that the map is wrong because I just drove 24 miles.
Well,
right?
how do you know your car is right?
Well, it's calibrated.
Oh, that's
calibrate-
funny. That's
Is
funny
that a
stuff.
straight line distance between points, or is that the contour of the road using, including the undulations going uphill and downhill? Understanding this would further your distance. Fuck.
We're talking about the actual distance between points. Okay.
Oh, like the crow flies? That's what you're talking about?
Yes.
Well, yeah, obviously I don't have a plane, so I can't measure that.
You
Planes
can't
don't
measure it
measure
with
anything.
a plane either.
You
How would
can't
you
measure
measure
distance
something with a
plane?
plane? How would you measure something with a plane, dude?
You start off from point A, you land in point B, and you see how far you
Okay.
went.
And how do you
Yeah.
figure that out?
Does a plane not have a way to calculate how far it's flown?
No, it's just estimating.
Yeah. Mushkane, you realize that they have headwinds and tailwinds, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So airspeed, is kind of gauged on how much air passes over the airplane. If they're going into a headwind and the airspeed says they're going a little bit faster because of the wind, is that a good measuring device?
Well, yeah, it's not the most accurate. I'm just going off the top of my head. How would I measure a distance? A plane, a car. I mean,
Not
other
the
than
most
getting a
accurate.
fucking one of those little meter wheels and walking it.
That's what we're talking about, dude. Exact
Getting them.
distances, and you could estimate, but exact distances aren't going to be measured by you traveling in a car or in an aeroplane.
Well, yeah, I guess. Okay, yeah, I forgot. We got to get technical about this. Yeah, so if we're getting technical, yeah, you'd need a little meter wheel, and you have to roll that around.
A meter wheel is still going to follow the terrains of the ground.
Yeah, but that's the point.
Right. Look, that's the point. We're looking for the straight line distance or the traverse distance up and down. That, dude, if you've got a town on the other side of a mountain, you understand the adjacent of this triangle of the mountain is a shorter path than you going up the mountain and down the other with your little meter stick.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, so I guess you would need a way to measure your altitude as well. Take that into account.
Well, altitude just so happens is measured against a flat Earth.
And that's close also.
Also, the altitude of the plane, flat Earth.
It's a longer
Well,
distance on a curved Earth. If you increase the radius, you're higher above that curved surface. So every time you fly higher, you fly a further distance.
By saying altitude, you're referring to a flat Earth, though. You can't get an altitude off a ball.
Welcome, Suf or Suf. We're just talking about the flat Earth in here.
Hello, guys.
Hello. Are you about as old as the girl in your PFP?
Is that it? Is that our little game of global tennis over and done with, or is hate speech still talking?
I think I accidentally connected to some Bluetooth thing, so I don't think I heard anything you guys said the past couple 30 seconds or something. I was
Well,
talking.
it's
I don't
good.
know if you guys could hear me.
Yeah, we didn't hear you, buddy.
Hello?
Oh, somebody else is chiming in. Hello. Go ahead. Oh, that sucks too, because I was going off. I was saying some good stuff, but yeah, connected to some Bluetooth thing. So that's just lost to the void, I guess.
Or just say it
Surely,
again.
yeah, just surely if it's that poignant,
It won't be as good now, though. You know, it's got to be. Can't recreate.
Well, we won't know. We won't know how compare it.
You can't bottle lightning, DJ. I mean, it just when it comes, it comes. You know.
is that what you tell your girlfriend?
So summarize what you were talking about.
What?
What was I saying?
Yeah, long story short,
Wait, somebody keeps trying to talk. I'm gonna shut up. See if they speak up.
All right, go ahead, Mushkane.
Is someone talking or no?
Hello there.
I take it crickets mean it's open. I was going to tell you all the story. I was at a resort one time, sat down with a bunch of pilots. I was thinking about the zero G plane. One of the pilots there flew for NASA. He had a NASA patch, and he flew the zero G plane. I asked him if the fuselage passenger area was ever mocked up like the ISS so they could do any zero G filming. And I didn't get any real response from him. He just kind of looked over the top of his glasses at me and gave me kind of a funny smirk. But he would not answer. He didn't say yay or nay. Gave me kind of a funny look, but I couldn't get anything out of him. I was hoping he'd give me something.
Excuse me, guys.
You're excused.
How can we help?
Yeah. So can I ask what are your thoughts what are your thoughts about why does like NASA or the other countries like
NASA or
lying,
other countries?
lie, huh?
You said NASA or other countries.
Yeah, I mean
NASA's
about
not a
the
country.
space,
United States
about
of
the space.
NASA.
Yeah,
Okay,
why
sorry
did
to interrupt you. So why NASA, the United States, and other countries with their space agencies? What?
What do you mean? Like
No, what do you mean?
why do they like why are they lying? Like they sent like satellites or and like NASA went to sent satellites. Why are they lying? Well, what do you think?
Wow. Just gonna let that silence sit there for a while.
Hello?
We're just trying to figure out why people lie, dude. Because I've never heard that. I never experienced anybody lying to me before. Have you?
Yeah, like
Yes.
NASA and other governments or like like by the
Yeah. Do they?
way,
Do governments
You're
ever
not gonna
lie?
like the answer.
no, I mean like they said like they've said like they sent like satellites
Hmm.
and how
That's
uh,
that's the stage show.
yeah, why are they doing like this? Why what are they benefit what do they benefit?
What do they benefit from keeping truth from you? If they're
About
lying, which you suggest, that would mean that they're keeping truth. So if you asked why would they benefit from keeping truth? Um,
no, why do
information
they
is power, I guess.
no why did they like we went to Mars no not
That's the
went but
stage show.
like we sent yeah why what do they
That's the
benefit
stage show to make you think that this is all real. When they go
yeah
to
yeah no
Mars, for example, this is another planet that orbits the sun. They left the Earth that's a planet and went in a rocket to a planet. This is the stage show. This is how they lie.
okay like let's say like I agree with you but
Okay?
what do they benefit if that if I mean like
What do they benefit from not telling you the truth? You
yeah
don't
you
know
got
the
it
truth.
you got it yeah you got it
Yeah, you don't
Yeah.
know
You
the
don't know
truth.
the. Yeah. You don't know the truth. So there you go. You're out. You're out of the loop.
When you say why are they lying, you're saying why are they not telling me? Because they don't want you to know the truth. Now, I can't tell you what the truth is over the earth is flat, but you're asking me why are they hiding? You have to ask them.
okay I have to ask them yeah
Yeah,
so you don't
okay, let's break that down. Who are they?
NASA and like other
No,
governments I can
NASA, the agency that give you the stage show. I guarantee you the majority of people are just fulfilling their job whilst believing the earth is a sphere. Makes no difference to them. This is just the agency that gives the story.
okay I agree but
Okay, cool.
okay
So they're getting
but
paid to give the story. Okay, you're asking why. They're getting paid to do so. That's their
and
job.
okay you say like just a joke no
No, not a joke. Their job, what they do for work. It is their employment.
Oh, okay. And other governments like
NASA's not a government. NASA's
I know,
an
I know. But
agency.
I mean the government. I mean the government which they sent. They're saying like to their people. We sent
What the
a
one? Sorry,
satellite.
the governments that change every 4 to 5 years, depending on the country that you're in.
Can you repeat that?
The governments that are in power for 4 to 5 years, they change all of the time, don't they? The government's not the same one that it was in the 60s. It's a different government now, isn't it? Most definitely.
Yeah.
All over the world.
Yeah. So what did they benefit if?
They're just governing, dude.
Okay, like they're saying that to make like
Why do the
to make
military
their
keep
people
secrets?
like the government like this.
Why do the military keep secrets?
Do you mean classified
Why do
information?
governments keep secrets from each other?
Oh yeah. Okay, so you don't know why do they why are they lying? Because they are like
Are they lying now?
yeah, they're
Okay,
saying
so
like
they are lying.
they sent satellites. British
No, you're
British
missing the
did that.
point, dude. Governments keep secrets from each other, don't they?
Yeah, they do,
Militaries
right.
keep secrets from the public and everybody, don't
Yes,
they?
classified
Yeah.
information.
So it's a secret, right?
Yeah. There are secrets. They decide to keep secrets for their reasons. Now, some of them kind of plausible. I can maybe understand why they would not want this type of information getting out to certain groups of people. Okay, but they're very good at keeping secrets. They do it all of the time. You just seem to think that now they no, these people, they can definitely not be lying. Well, of course they can. People get paid to lie all the time. In actual fact, most of the time they don't even know that they're lying. They just don't even know. It's really arbitrary when you're saying who they are, dude.
Oh, got you. So you're saying like the government doesn't even know that that's just a lie, right?
The government. That's an organisation of different departments of people. We're not going to be talking about the Department of Education. The Department
Department
of,
of
I
Education
don't
doesn't
know.
We're not
exist
talking about
anymore.
the
It's because you keep saying government. I mean, like, who? Which department? What door? What office building?
I don't mean to interrupt, but the Department of Education doesn't exist anymore.
You understand what I mean, though, right? There are different departments or ministries in governments that deal with different things. So when you say government, I'm asking, like, who specifically are you talking about?
So you you want a special person, right?
You're asking they. At the moment, you just keep pointing to an organisation filled with lots of departments. It's really ambiguous. If you want me to try and answer your question correctly, that you must understand it's ambiguous when you say they. Trying to figure out who they are.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, I just asked to like get some some of your thoughts. So yeah, thank you.
Control, dude. Like, very simply, for whatever reason, they think this truth, whatever it is worth us not knowing their benefit. So they change the narrative so we don't know, I guess. But for control, for their reasons, whatever the truth is, they don't want us knowing. It's weird. It's hard to point at groups of people because then you sound like a complete nutter. But when we start pointing at NASA or governments or people like that, we must understand that these people change, right? And they're not the people necessarily in control. They would probably be best portrayed as puppets on a string, and the people behind them that are actually pulling the strings. That's not a conspiracy theory. That's how governments are run. It's quite obvious to see, but hey, I don't know why they're keeping this amazing secret, dude. Who even knows they're in? How long? I mean, we could go back into history, right? This has been around a while. We can at least go back to the last 150 years. That's a long period of time, and a lot of people have died and gone since. Sorry, lived and gone since then. What their intentions were, how they've been passed down. If this train of thought that I'm going on is even logical and true, it's really hard to tell. But control of the truth. Kings and priests have always ruled the world. Information is power, and for some reason, this information is worth, to use your words and many others, lying about.
Could I ask him a question? Mojam, are you still here?
Yeah, of course you can. Not that
Yeah,
you're
I
actually asking permission, but yeah, of course.
Okay. Hey, I have a question for you. So, are you new to this topic?
I just got some information about ships, and I have to get more because I'm not just defending like a religion. I'm just having some enjoy, some like knowledge about this topic. So yeah,
Okay, so you just came in today? Is that correct? Is this your first exposure
no,
to people claiming the Earth is flat, or you've been in here before?
no, no.
Okay.
Before 3 days, I came here, but I had some knowledge. Before.
Oh, all right. What was your knowledge from before?
No, I'm not. I wasn't so interested in this topic, but now I am. So yeah,
So, what brought about the change? What brought about the interest for you?
like nothing specially, but nothing. It's not a special thing, but I get interest. I don't know why.
Okay. I guess the reason I'm asking is because I don't know how much time you've spent in here or talking with people in general, but I assumed this was your first time in the room, so um, maybe I'm wrong. Have you talked to people in this room before, or you've just been in the room?
Actually, I did, but honestly, I have like I can I can understand British people, but not so good because I'm not used to hear British people because uh like I learned just the American accent,
Okay,
but
got it.
I can understand 80% like this. Yeah.
Okay. Well, the reason I was asking is because personally, I always find it a little strange when people focus on the why would people lie question. Because to me, if I went into a room or heard about a topic that seemed counterintuitive to everything I'd ever learned, my first question, and the one I'd really want to dig into, is not why would people deceive, but why do you claim this thing that you're claiming? What is the evidence for your claim?
Actually, I talked with other guys before 3 days, and actually I had a conversation with someone here about the chips, and we didn't finish the conversation yet because I just he just said like I have to get more information. And why not? I'm like searching. So yeah.
Yeah, I've spoken to him.
Okay, did he
We
just do
spoke.
the boats over the
Well,
horizon kind of thing, or did you walk him
yeah,
through some
boats
of the
over the
laser tech?
horizon.
Yeah.
Precisely boats over the horizon, and he was
Actually,
asking a lot of questions about it. So we've got to the point where he needs to gather some evidence of boats going over the horizon, where the cause is the curvature.
Yeah. I guess, I'm not always correct, but a lot of times I think when people bring up the why would they lie question, it's a defense mechanism. That maybe they're not really wanting to find out the truth and they're looking for a reason, an emotional reason not to understand. Like I said, that's not always the
no,
case.
it's like
It's just something I've noticed.
it's like curiosity. Just it's just a question. Uh, like it came to my mind now. So yeah,
Yeah, that's a
not
legitimate question, but I just think that that's like the last question you should ask rather than one of the first questions, right? Because, like Jedi was saying to you, we can't discern motive. We don't know what people are thinking, and most people aren't lying. Most people are just repeating the same thing that they believe, just like you do, just like we did. So it's really not possible to jump into interpreting people's motives. Instead, we prefer to just deal with what we can prove, which is that the surface of the Earth is not curving at the rate that the globe demands.
So you want the conversation just about the science, and you don't want to get like you don't want to talk about government, right? Because
Well,
it's like it's
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 speculation. It's just speculation. We can't prove that. We don't know what people are thinking, right? So asking us why
exactly.
would people do something, we don't know. We're not them, right? And we don't know who's lying, so we can't even narrow it down to that. So while I understand why the question exists, I think it's a question for far down the line after going through the whys. Why do we say this in the first place? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Gotcha. Yeah, I got you.
Right, because I mean, your
I
natural curiosity should be, what's the evidence of these claims you're making? Right? Not tell me what strangers are thinking. Do you understand?
Exactly.
yeah,
Exactly.
exactly.
I mean, there really is no
Okay.
difference between the town drunk telling you the same thing. And would you then come in here and say, why is my town drunk lying to me? Like, no. So why would you ask that about? Because you seem to put stock in something that they've said for some reason because they've claimed to have authority. They wear white coats. What is it? They've told you they're very educated, more educated than you, and you believe them. Like, why are you putting so much stock in what this one particular group says, or from different countries, whatever? Like, what makes them so special that we would have to even ask that question? Why would they lie?
Yeah, I thought you have some theories like about consp consp conspiracy compus conspiracy like this. Is it the word? Did you get it?
No, we didn't bring it up. Other people bring it up.
Conspire conspiracy like this, right?
Conspiracy is the word you're
What?
looking for. The word you're looking for is conspiracy.
Yeah, right. I thought you have some thoughts about that.
Well, like I said, we don't know what people are thinking. We don't read minds. We don't claim to read
Okay. I
minds, and
actually
that would be entirely outside the purview of what we try to address here, which is the things we can prove. empirically things you can prove if you want to go out and try, right? We don't tell you to believe us. We tell you to test it for yourself. So if I was to tell you why people are lying, that would be a lie, because there's no way I could know that unless I was part of the lie, right?
No, yeah, I just said like, what do you think about that? Just not what do they want, or no, it's not like it's not a truth. It's not that's a truth. But what do you think? Did you get it?
Yeah, I understand. I'm just saying that's a question for later,
Yeah.
and that's a question we'll never be able to answer. So I think it's a better use of time to address the issues that we can. If we can provide facts,
Yeah.
that's where we should
Yeah.
spend our time rather than on speculation.
Yeah, I got you.
We know people conspire. That's just the nature of the world, right? So it's kind of like if you caught your girlfriend cheating on you, right? You walked in on her. You could say, my girlfriend is cheating on me and I'm going to break up with my girlfriend. You wouldn't demand to know her reasons for doing so before you accepted the reality. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, you accept the reality, and later on you can have those questions, but you're never going to really know her motivations. So for us, the globe is the thing we caught cheating. There is no globe. There is no evidence of globe. There is no proof of globe.
There is.
But we can prove the opposite, right?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but there's a lot of evidence proving that there's a globe.
Okay, Goober, go ahead and present some. Can you post an empirical measurement of curvature in the side chat, please?
Oh, I'm so excited. Finally, he's here with the proof.
Okay. You want the
I've waited so
proof of
long, and I know
curvature?
that you are just the guy to present this to us. So this is a momentous occasion for all.
Or will be the person in about 10 years when you can finally prove it, because right now I don't think you can.
Okay, so you want me to present the measurements of curvature? Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, that's correct. A cited measurement of curvature, of surface curvature, please.
Okay, I can give that to you.
Wow. Okay, great. And Mojam, I know that Goober just cut you off.
I'm sorry.
Is there anything you want to ask or anything more you want to talk about? Are you looking for any more sources? We can direct you to tons of information you can verify. And like I said,
Thank
we don't
you.
want you to believe us. We want you to test this for yourself, right?
Okay, thank you. I got to collect more information, and then I'll continue our conversation with
Excellent.
my.
Yeah, do some research, come back with more questions, The truth can stand up to interrogation.
I'll be right back.
Hold on a second, Goober, are you still there? Yeah, just quickly, Goober. So when Overfences asked you if you know of any empirical measurements, do you actually know of any, right? Like that you could tell us about, or do you have to go do research now, try to because you actually don't know of any?
I have to do research because
Right.
I
So
don't
you
have it
don't
on.
you don't know of any at the moment.
No, I do, but there is some proof. Like you can, like I've said like thousands of times in here.
Right, but you get wrecked every time.
No, not
Okay,
at
so
all.
you have to go look up some empirical measurements of Earth curvature because you aren't
I just-
currently aware of any that you're able to recite to us verbally right now.
Well,
Is that
by
correct?
the way, yeah. By the way, I don't get wrecked.
That
I
is
just
correct.
get leaves. I get pretty annoyed. It's kind of
You get wrecked,
I don't get
and
wrecked.
then you get annoyed by the fact that you're getting spanked around
No.
in here, and then you
No.
leave because you're getting wrecked.
No, I don't. No, it's not that. It's just y'all literally start interrupting me. Then y'all start ganging up on me. Then y'all basically, I'm just talking to a brick wall. Keep giving information and evidence and just ignoring it.
Oh, we're sorry. Yeah, like, let's all sit down, man. We're really sorry. Just tell us how you really feel.
Yeah, let's talk to someone who's not going to complain.
All right, go get your things, Goober, and come back.
No, we're gonna pass on your resume.
Yeah, go get your empirical measurements of Earth curvature. Empirical. Look up that word first. Right? Measurements. Look up. Gabriel. Welcome back. Gabriel knows the Earth is not a globe. My memory?
I haven't heard them speak, mate. They haven't had a decent microphone, or that microphone doesn't work or something. See, Billy has joined us though. What's up, Billy? In the side chat. Good to see you. Maybe it was a different Gabriel. I'm not too sure. But welcome back, Gabriel, anyway.
Yeah, the last Gabriel was a different one.
Yeah. I figured that out when I opened my eyes and actually looked at my...
Are you talking to me?
Yes. Hello, Gabriel. How are you?
Oh, I'm good.
You have
I
spoken
just
with
got
us
an
before, haven't you?
understanding. So, because I'm doing other things, I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
But I just wanna
Better be.
listen. Thank you.
Billy? Yeah, David Weiss versus Professor Dave. So, someone did a breakdown of that debate, okay, and they counted the fallacies, right? This was like an expert in logic. He breaks down debates. Okay, he doesn't take sides. He just analyzes the debate, and he breaks down the fallacious logic, the fallacies used in the debate, and he counts them, and he explains what each one was and why it's dishonest, why it's fallacious, why it's faulty. And Professor Dave actually holds the record for the most fallacies in a debate. Now, did David Weiss do a good job in that debate? No, he did a terrible job. And David Weiss, most people in here don't necessarily agree with all of the things that David Weiss says, right? He subscribes to a particular map projection, and
yeah, we don't necessarily agree with all of his talking points, although he does have some good ones. But yeah, if you think that Professor Dave, who is absolutely not a professor, right? He admits that that's just a name he made up for his YouTube channel. Now, he's basically a slimy little weasel who strawmans our arguments. Okay, he misrepresents what we claim, or he'll find a flat earther that claims something silly, and he'll say that all flat earthers claim, and he'll make a video debunking what flat earthers claim, where it's not true that flat earthers claim this particular thing. If you think he made some good points in the debate, yeah, let us know. Let us know which points that he made that you think are good points, and we'll discuss them. And Daggers has posted the breakdown by a guy named Mindshock, who went over and did the logical analysis that I was speaking about. The video's in the side chat there. I recommend that you watch that video, okay? And he'll expose how fallacious fake Professor Dave is.
Hello.
Can you speak? Can you speak on the mic, Chris?
Hey, what's up? I just like typing. Sorry about that. I've come in here. I came in here like a week ago, and it didn't go well because I didn't know kind of the vibe or the format of the chat. Then throughout this week, when I would wake up in the morning, which is kind of a different time zone, different vibe in general, I get along with people. I spoke with Grim, I think Indio 007, other people who I chat with, and we get along. That's all I got to say.
Cool. So, what's your line of inquiry today?
Anymore, like after the first kind of run in I had last weekend, I just come in to kind of observe because I don't have any, as I say over here in the side chat, I don't have any direct argument.
No, that's fine. You may have questions though. That's all.
Like I'm not that. I got a lot of stuff going on work wise, whatever. So I don't have a lot of time to come up with anything clever to interject with. So I basically just observe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's fine. I mean, if you do have any questions, just let us know. You've got a pretty chill panel at the moment, right? There's people in here are pretty relaxed, so
appreciate that.
But yeah, if you just want to listen, that's fine too.
Yeah, I'm chilling. I'm kind of doing other stuff, and I just like the background. Kind of, it's interesting to hear the development of things, But I get the difficulty everybody would have to try to prove either side of it. So I'm as interested in watching as well. That's what it is. Like I would literally have to somehow put myself in space to be like, okay, cool. Or you know what I mean? It's like I don't have I wouldn't have the capability to.
Well, there's absolutely other ways to do it, which
Yeah.
maybe you haven't thought of them. But I mean, if gravity is mass attracting mass, as they claim on the ball model, and the Earth, like the globe, is covered in mostly water, we can calculate precisely how much curvature there should be over a certain distance. Now, while we're small and the Earth is big, right? If it's a globe, you might not see any direct curvature, right? Like a curving horizon or anything like that. But what you would experience 100% of the time is byproducts, right? Like physical obstruction of things that are beyond curvature. Let's say we had a situation where we had a hill, right? Let's say I was standing in one location and you were standing in another location 20 miles away from me. And we had a hill in front of us, right, between us. And the top of the hill was, say, about 130 foot high. I wouldn't be able to zoom in with a camera or a telescope or anything like that under no circumstances. If we're both standing at ground, I wouldn't be able to see you. Obviously, the hill would be obstructing the both of us from seeing each other. Right, do you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah, like this diagram here in the side chat. Okay, the observers, obviously it's not to scale, but just to give you a general idea, obviously those people aren't going to be able to see each other. Okay, it doesn't matter about refraction, it doesn't matter about what type of camera they're using or anything like that. As long if they don't move and they're just standing at the bottom of the hill on each side, there's physical obstruction between the two people. I don't think anyone can disagree that a hill is going to block something that's beyond the hill.
Yeah.
All right. So now we can have a look at the same situation, right? The exact same size, quote unquote, hill. And now it's over water. Okay. And we are on a globe Earth. Okay. Obviously, the representation in the side chat isn't to scale, but it's to give you a general idea I'm talking about. But it is the same situation. Just stretch it out a bit more, okay, to make it to scale and shrink the people down super miniature. But observer A, okay, and then we have observer B 20 miles away. In between the two is the same thing as a hill. Okay, it's a hump of water, which is 133 foot at the sagittal, the center. Okay, that's the highest point of the hill in the center. So if you draw a chord from right, or just a line, all right? We're just going to draw a line from the eyes of observer A to the eyes of observer B, right? And then we can do the calculations, and on a globe over that distance, there would be 266 foot of curvature, kind of like a 26-story building, approximately, right? And the peak, right, the sagittal would be 133 foot, half of that. Okay, so the same situation as the hill, that obviously you wouldn't be able to see the person. You shouldn't be able to see the person 20 miles away over the same size hill of water. Now, what we can do is we can zoom in across a 20-mile distance, and we can, see a shoreline, a distant shoreline. You can see objects. We don't see any curvature, any signs of any hill of curvature, anything like that. We just see flatness. We don't see any byproducts of the curvature that would have to be there, right? According to mass attracting mass, right? Newtonian gravity, according to the calculations based off the radius value, they shouldn't be able to see each other. But we can, and we consistently can as well. So every time we go out and do different tests, we're able to see huge distances where there would have to be this Earth curvature blocking your view. And there's hundreds of tests using all different types of methods that have been done now. High-powered lasers, all sorts, infrared cameras, the list goes on. You can shoot radio waves, all sorts of different things. Hundreds, if not thousands, of tests. Every single test comes to the conclusion that there's zero curvature. So that's something that definitely needs to be looked into if you think that the Earth is a globe. The good thing is we have many of the tests documented, very well documented. Okay, showing the entire setup, the whole, like the distances, showing you the locations on the maps with the coordinates, showing you the height of the observer, showing you the zoom footage in high definition, start to finish. All right, these things are being accounted for. We've got people using weather stations accounting for refraction, or all this kind of thing, right? There is no explanation for these observations on.
I'm like trying to see if anything will give me examples of like a 20-mile
Oh yeah, I
distance.
got one.
I'm not an expert on those, I don't know anything about this stuff.
No, you're right, man. Yeah, I'm just showing you one. I got a 21-mile one right here.
The England and France, is that it?
No. This one's just in Utah, just over the Great Salt Lake. It's a really good place to do observations because we have really, really dry air conditions, so you can see further. Because when you get a lot of humidity and that kind of thing in the air, it gets the air is more opaque, so the opacity is lower. Dry environments. So you have longer visibility, right? So this one's done over Lake Utah, over a portion of the lake. Okay, here's a map, just showing the distance marcation. All right, so the cameraman is standing at the bottom of that yellow line there on the little peninsula, and he's just going to be zooming in over to the shoreline 21 miles away. All right, so he just places his camera 5 feet above the surface of the water. Here's a picture of the camera setup. This is a Nikon Coolpix P1000 camera. They have very, very high optical zoom capabilities. Okay, so he's got a buddy over on the other side of the shoreline, and he takes some footage, the video, just to show the viewers what it looks like on the other side of the shoreline, just to get a better grasp of what you're looking at when you look through the zoom footage, because obviously when you're zooming in 21 miles away with a camera, it's not going to be as crystal clear as the close-up picture. All right, so that's the shoreline, that's the target. It's right on the edge of the lake. It's not very high, just a few feet above the water. All right, so I'm just going to pop a clip of the Zoom footage in. Okay, this is all from a high definition video, by the way. Just some clips I took from it. So this is a clip of the Zoom footage, right? So this is from where he's standing at that camera that I showed you the picture of, and he's going to be zooming in over to the other side of the lake. Okay, so what you can see is that when he gets it in focus, we can see the shoreline on the other side. Right, we can see the smokestack there in the background. Now, let's have a look at the math behind it. Okay, so right, so I just posted a screenshot of an Earth curvature calculator. So anyone can just go on Google. If you don't want to do the math yourself, you can just go on an Earth curvature calculator, and they're all going to give you the same results. Okay, so I just brought up a random Earth curve calculator, and first you put in the eye height, 5 foot, then you put in the target distance, 21 miles. That's all you have to do there. Okay, and then it tells you the distance to the horizon, right? So on a globe, the horizon would have to be at 2.7 miles away, right? Remember, we're looking over a 21-mile distance, and the horizon would be the maximum distance that you can see the water. You shouldn't be able to see any more water beyond 2.7 miles.
So does Agartha exist?
Is that? Yeah, try not to interrupt, dude. All right, so the horizon should be 2.7 miles away. So the first thing we can see, that we can't see any horizon over the entire 21-mile distance. Okay, that horizon would have to be there. It's a physical geometric property of a globe. Okay, it's a byproduct of the curvature of the Earth, and it's at a certain distance depending on the height of the observer. Okay, anything that goes past that horizon should start to become hidden by a certain height behind the horizon. Now the target's the shoreline on the other side. So the hidden height of the shoreline on the other side is 223 feet. Basically the size of a skyscraper building that's 23 stories. So if there was a skyscraper 23 stories high on the other side of the lake, you wouldn't be able to see it at all. But we can zoom in, we can see the shoreline, we don't see anything but flat water all the way across the lake. And he also stayed there. He did another observation when it got dark, because there's like a little town, mining sort of town on the other side, and it lights up. So at nighttime, here's the picture. We can see once again, it's even clearer at nighttime. So we got no obstruction, no sign of the horizon, no sign of any curvature, and we got a huge amount of curvature missing. And then just to put an icing on the cake there, they actually shoot lasers across the lake and hit their targets, right? So they shoot lasers towards each other, and they both hit their target. So yeah, that's an observation that it's a real globe killer for sure. Here's the full video in the side chat if anyone wants to check out the full video. And yeah, if any globe earthers think that they have any rebuttal to this observation, feel free to jump in and let us know.
was talking with DJ, right? Yeah. Okay. I just want to I have to say that out loud so otherwise I'll forget. I want to say thank you for taking me through that. I was quiet because I'm just trying to find it on like Google Maps and measure the distance to see it was kilometers, and it is. And I was super slow, like computer illiterate, trying to bring it up. Step one, right? Like bring it up, get basic measurements, and then
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you because you spent a lot of time explaining that. Thank you very much for taking the time to do that.
I appreciate it. No problem at all. Yeah, it's 21 miles, not kilometers. It's like 30, 33, 34 kilometers.
In the picture, and this isn't to point out differences, I think. Oh, maybe it didn't say in the picture. But anyways, my thing was showing it in kilometers. I'm over in Germany, but it's 20 miles or 21 miles or whatever. It's the same, basically. Whatever it ended up being, it was as far away.
33.6. Yeah, 33.6 kilometers.
So that was why I was super quiet, and I want to just start there, get the baseline, and then also thank you for taking the time to explain it. I do appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem, man. Yeah.
I have no argument, you know what I'm saying? So just you took the time. I should at least thank you, you know what I mean? Appreciate it.
Yeah, no
And
problem, no problem.
I can take my time to look at it too. I'm not super quick with all this, and so you know what I mean? So it's going to take me time.
Also, if you have a look in the side chat, I went on Google Earth. I put in the coordinates that he showed in the video, and it shows exactly where he's got that camera set up, where he's standing, and there's like a 3D view from just behind where he had the camera set up, pointing across to the target.
It's all good stuff. Appreciate it.
So does it still have to do with trusting government information, like you said, that we don't trust the government information?
Oh, my thing for that came more from me thinking about like laws. There's a separate line of thought elsewhere. The whole different thing. But because like trusting Katy Perry, she apparently went up into space, right? Well, do I trust her now, or can I trust the reporting of how Galileo may or may not have been killed? The thread that I replied to was like, "Hey, did you hear that Galileo was killed for saying the Earth was a globe?" And like, if it's just written down, I wasn't there to know it. Then I don't know. It would be a matter of if I trust whatever I read from a history book, and I kind of don't. Me as a person, I kind of don't necessarily. So
that's fair. Yeah, neither do I. Neither do I. But with the Katy Perry thing, right? Let's say she did what she said, that they did. They just went on a glorified vomit comet, right? Like a parabolic flight where they have. It's not like they went up and they popped through some barrier and then they're in space and they're floating around. That's not how that works. It's just like a 0G flight, right? They're in free fall for a certain amount of time, so they have an extended period of weightlessness. It's not the first time they'd done that either, right? William Shatner had gone up on the previous one, and an astronaut named Wally Funk, and William Shatner said a bunch of times, he didn't see any evidence that the Earth's a globe from that height. And the astronaut Wally Funk did an interview with Fox News, and she said she was disappointed. She thought she was going to get to see the curvature of the Earth, and she said that they didn't go high enough for that. She did an interview talking about that, and even Neil deGrasse Tyson, okay, the astrophysicist, he did a bunch of interviews saying that he did the calculations and that these so-called space flights are very misleading, and they're not really, going high enough to even see the curvature of the Earth. He said he did the calculations, and you wouldn't see curve from that height. So.
I think I found the thing with Neil. Okay, I'm gonna check that out. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's a bunch of ones because they did the Red Bull jump, right? The Red Bull space jump, and he actually did a speech about that, and he brought out a beach ball on stage, and he's showing everyone that you don't see the curvature of the Earth from 2 millimeters above this beach ball. He said they used a fisheye lens, and then later on, he did the interviews about the the other space flights that went much higher.
I've got a clip of one of the interviews here, which
They
I'll
same people are
post.
going out of their way to exaggerate it, kind of like the
Well,
fish
it's that they market it. They market it to because they want it to seem like they're doing more than what they're really doing. They're going to a higher altitude, right? That's why the Red Bull space jump, right? They used a heavy fisheye lens, like a GoPro lens, to make it look like they're way, way higher, because you can see this drastic curvature of the Earth because of the lens distortion. And if you take a close look at the video, you'll see that when the camera's panning around while he's falling, you'll see the horizon will flatten out. The horizon will go concave, right? It'll be curving the right direction. And when he lands on the ground, you can see the same amount of Earth curvature from the ground. So it's just a fisheye lens. Right, from that height that they went to, you don't see any curvature. And in fact, there was a cockpit camera before he jumped out of the capsule. When the door opened on the capsule, you can see just a perfectly flat horizon. So it's just a fisheye lens, and that pissed off Neil deGrasse Tyson. Even though he hates flat earthers, he's a globe earther. He just was calling out the bullshit. And same with the other space, right, the Virgin Galactic and the Jeff Bezos one, Blue Origin. Yeah, Over Fences put a video of the Red Bull one, the Red Bull space jump. Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about that in the side chat. Actually, I can probably just use the bot to play it. See if it works.
This size, the International Space Station would be orbiting about a half an inch above the surface. And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, you know, I don't. It's fine. He wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
Yeah, so there's that one, and then there's another one underneath it, where he's talking about even more than double that height. He's saying you wouldn't see the curvature, but I can't play that one on the bot because it doesn't play anything that's under 30 seconds.
Gotcha. I have to start getting my stuff ready. I'm at the office to get my stuff ready so I can get the train and head home. But I wanted to say thanks again, DJ, for taking the time to have this discussion with me. Appreciate it. Well, telling me everything. I didn't really discuss anything, but all that material. I don't know if he's here, but just wanted to say thanks before I left. And I'll catch you all again pretty soon. So have a good Friday and take care.
The reason why this gives me great pleasure to introduce Zach is because, as far as I know, I don't think he's actually ever done any Flat Earth presentation. So I think the uniqueness of it is the thing that I'm really looking forward to. So I'm not too sure where he is at this moment. Hopefully he's very, very close. But Zach, can you just make sure you're okay technically, or whatever you're going to be, just be at your podium? But could you please give a warm welcome to Zach? I would suggest that if you can clap and cheer loudly along the way, I think he'd really appreciate it.
I don't know, man. I'm not going to do that. All right. Hi, Flat Earthers. just to break the ice. God only knows how this is gonna look like, but anyway, I'm gonna go right to the chase. I'm gonna tell you why I am here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna talk about the biggest problem of the flat earth. Yes, I'm gonna attack the flat earth this time. What you gonna do about it? You know, the reason why I want to do this is because not too many people know about these problems, and I know that if you want to solve a problem, you have to face it, because if you run away from it, you will never be able to solve it, and the problem will remain in the same place. So whenever you take a step forward, it will pull you back to your place. The problem itself is talking to you. It's telling you you cannot go any further without solving me. So what is the biggest problem of the flat earth? If you want me to put it into one word, I will say angles. Anybody who really investigated the flat earth have come to this, and they all found it as a big wall. None of them could go through it. None of them. But if you are a fighter, like me, you will keep digging and digging until you make a little hole in that wall, and then you will finally be able to go through it. What I'm going to show you right now is how to draw this globe earth model from scratch. Because if you know how to draw this from scratch, you will know how to draw this from scratch. You will face the same problems as they faced before. So you have to know how they made this globe earth model from scratch, so you can understand how to do this flat earth model from scratch, because there is no flat earth model. And if you think there is a flat earth model, you don't understand this, the angles. All right? So I want to take you back to the life of the first humans on earth. Oh, these are just a bunch of naked people. So, I want you to imagine yourself in a place where everyone around you is trying to understand the universe that circles around us like a clock. All right? The first thing you might want to do to understand the universe is to create time. All right? I mean, if you are a smart human being, you have to start with time, because time is everything. You don't have time. So the best light you would start with is the sun, because it's the most powerful light you know, the most powerful light you see, so why not? So what are you going to do with the lights of the sun? You're going to place a stick perpendicular to the ground, all right? And then you measure the shadows, and then you will realize that the shadows draw half circles, different half circles throughout the year, all right? The sun goes farther away, it comes back later, all right? The weather changes as it moves. The oceans change as the moon moves. Then you start to think about seasons. Then you realize that you need something to navigate, so you create a compass. And then you realize that every other light in the sky is connected, so you create something called the astrolabe to measure the angles of every light in the sky at the same time. So you get smarter and smarter until you finally create something called the signs of the zodiac. You know, believing that the magnetic energy of these stars can affect the human's personality. And most people see this as stupidity, but if you think about it, even colors can change the human's personality. The sounds and the voices you hear, the movements you see, the people around you, the buildings you live in, even your name, anything can change your personality. So imagine what a big magnetic energy that moves the oceans can do to you. Well, anyway, this is not our subject. I'm just going to put it aside. Just wanted to pay your attention to how human beings connected the sky to earth. Well, anyway, so as you got smarter now, you would want to do something. You would want to know the shape of the place you live on, right? So here is the problem. You only have a tape measure, a shadow, and probably your brain. What you going to do with these things? Can anybody tell me? This is all you have. What you going to do with them? How are you going to know the shape of the earth and you only have 3 things? All right. At that time, you only you probably believe that the earth is flat, because that's what you see. All right. So the first thing you might want to do to understand the universe is to measure the distances between us and those lights in the sky. And how are you going to do that? You're going to need at least 2 sticks. All right. So you're going to put them far away from each other. All right. As far as possible, because the sun is obviously big. All right. So imagine the distance between these two sticks is 2,074 miles, and the angles of elevation is 75 degrees in both sides. then the distance to the sun has to be 3,870 miles. And that's the math behind it. All right, that's the math behind it. It's so simple. So if you do this, you would want to tell everybody about it, right? But you're going to have a lot of trolls around you, and they will ask you, they will want to do the same thing. And here comes the next problem. Everybody is gonna do the same thing. They will find different distances to the sun. Somebody's gonna find the distance to the sun is 3,000 miles, and somebody else will find it 2,000 miles. So you will want to do the experiments again, but in a different way. So check out this diagram. So what you see here is land. This is actually land, all right? And this is the sun. We don't know where it is, so it can be anywhere. And these are the angles of the light during the daylight. 12 hours of the day, or in this case, 10 hours. So anyway, if you are right here and your friend is right here, both angles are 75 degrees, then the distance to the sun has to be, like I said before, 3,870 miles. So now, if you want to do the same thing, if you want to do the same thing with many people from different places on Earth at the same time, and imagine you have this guy right here is going to triangulate the sun with this guy right here. So they will have the sun at an altitude that is, I cannot even see it from here, but anyway, it's going to be lower than the first one. And the guy right here is going to have the sun at even lower altitude. So, and the guy who's not even here on the screen, he's going to see the sun right above the guy who is right here, right above his head. And he's going to call him on a cell phone. Eratosthenes' cell phone, because Eratosthenes at that time had a cell phone. So he's gonna call him, hey man, I see the sun right above your head, so the distance to the sun has to be 0, right? Oh, the guy over here is gonna be like, no man, you must have confused me with somebody else. The sun is way above my head. So you as a geometry guy. And I say geometry guy because all they know is what they have on the paper. They don't know what's going on in the universe. So as a geometry guy, how is this possible on a flat Earth? If you believe on a flat Earth, this is not possible. You cannot have too many suns. You only have one sun. So how are you going to solve this? Can anybody tell me how you are going to solve this problem? Because this is a really big problem for flat Earthers. Tell me.
It's an apparent position, the sun.
The sun is in what?
It's an apparent position, like a personal frame of reference.
All right. So how are you going to solve these angles? All these angles have to go to one point. Because if you are in a hallway, and you put a bulb, for example, right here in the middle, all right, and you go somewhere and you measure the angle of elevation of that bulb, you will get a distance to that lamp. All right. So if you go farther away and you do the same thing, you will get the same exact distance to that bulb. This is how it works. But in this case, it doesn't work like that. Something is wrong with this. These are real angles taken from real life. I didn't make them up. If you measure yourself, you're going to find the same exact angle. So you're going to have 3 options. There is no 4 options. You're going to have 3 options as a geometry guy. The first option is keep it flat and do something in the sky, which is not the case, because if you look up in real life, you're not going to see anything, just clouds. So you're going to dismiss this. And then you will go to the second option, which is curve down the Earth. So let's say these are the real elevation angles, all right? When you curve down the Earth, you can see that the elevation angles, they diverge from the top. And eventually they will become parallel to each other. And in this case, we will have one sun. Because all these lines will never intersect anywhere because they are parallel to each other. But if we claim that the sun is too big, then maybe, So in this case, you can say that we are solving the problem. But if you rely on these 2 pictures, then you have too many suns. You cannot solve it that way. And the third option is concave. So if you curve the Earth up like this, you will have a bigger problem than the flat Earth. And this is a message for concave earthers. If you think that the Earth is concave, then you have to solve this problem. And I know that you don't know what I mean by this, but if you continue watching, then you will know. So you go back to your globe and you look at it. and you look at it again because you don't understand. I mean, you're not solving anything here. So what do you want to do now to solve this problem? The first thing you will think about is measure the distance between these lines and make it match with reality. You have to make it match reality. So how are you going to do this? There is somebody very smart, we all know him, called Eratosthenes, a guy with a cell phone. Here he is, so smart. This guy measured the circumference of the Earth. So when you measure the circumference of the Earth, of course you will know the distance between these two lines. So how did he do that? You all know the story of Eratosthenes, or should I repeat it? You all know it, right? Okay, good. So, anyway, before being as smart as Eratosthenes, you have to go through some geometry lessons. I don't know if everybody here knows geometry, but if you don't, I'm just gonna show you something really small here. I mean, it's not a big problem. So, before being as smart as Eratosthenes, you're gonna take a globe like this, or a circle, or you're gonna divide it into 24 parts. Some of you will ask me why 24 and not 27 or 200 pieces. 24 hours is just, let's say, it's like when you say the circle is 360 degrees, okay? It can be anything. For example, this protractor right here is 400 degrees. So it's just a unit. Even if when you change a number, the circle is still the same. It didn't get bigger or smaller. You don't change anything when you change the number. So it's just the unit. Just like when you say 1 mile equal 1.6 kilometers. The distance is still the same. The number has changed. We're just playing a game here. So they chose 24 hours for some reason. I don't know it. So when you divide the circle into 24 hours, you get 15 degrees in each angle. All right? So 15 degrees is a good number. So when you know this, you have to do something else. You're going to draw a line from the center to the sun, all right? So that line is going to take you directly to the sun, right? So if you want to measure the angle of the sun, it's going to be 90 degrees. It doesn't matter the shape. I mean, it doesn't matter the size of the ball. It doesn't matter how big it is. So if you go to the next angle right there and you draw a parallel line to the first one, you're going to get 75 degrees in all scales. And I don't know why, because this is how the ball works. So in fact, these are 4 balls, all right? All these angles measure the same, as long as you are drawing parallel lines, okay? They measure the same. The first one is 75 degrees, the second ball is 75 degrees too. So they all work the same way. It doesn't matter the size of the ball. This is really important. So here is so Eratosthenes wants to know the real distance from for example, let's say I am here and the distance to this, the angle of elevation is 90 degrees, okay? And somebody is somewhere, his angle is 75 degrees. If we measure the distance between us, it has to match our model. So our model has to match the reality. I mean, if it doesn't match, then our ball is not reality. So we have to create another model. So Eratosthenes was here, all right, in Alexandria, and he sent his friend to Syene. His friend is named Mycenes. Well, I just made it up. Because, all those names, you just have to add Anes at the end, and that's it. Mycenes, Karenes, something like that. Anyway, yeah, that's all. Anyway, so that guy had the sun as 90 degrees over the wall, all right? So they measured the distance between them, it was 500 miles. And the angle of Eratosthenes was 7.2 degrees, and I call it the angle of deception because it's not the angle of elevation, but it's almost the same thing. So what he did was divide 360 degrees by 7.2, and he multiplied it by the distance, and he got 25,000 miles in circumference. Very nice. Very close to our circumference, 24,901 miles. So if you look at this information, what do you understand? Nothing, right? Does anybody understand anything? I mean, if you tell me.
Well, they basically presuppose the Earth was a globe based on how the sun shines in relation to the position on the Earth.
Great. So what are you going to do with this information? Imagine you are a friend of Eratosthenes and he gave you this. You're going to look at it and you'll be like, what the hell is that? And all I see is a bunch of lines in a circle. I mean, it doesn't make any... Tell me. I didn't hear you, swear to God.
This can only be with a very big sun.
A big sun.
Ah, big sun. Yeah, well, the size of the sun doesn't. Yeah, but the size of the sun doesn't matter. I will explain it later. Yeah, all right. I'll explain it later. All right. So if you give this to anybody on Earth, they will look at it and they will be like, okay. I mean, only astronomers will use these angles. I mean, nobody uses angles. Who uses angles? Astronomers and a bunch of other crazy people. That's it. I mean, that's it. What are you going to do with this? Nothing. I'm just kidding. Anyway, so you will look at it and you will be like, this is nothing. But I see everything here. This is reality. This is the world we are living in. I see the future. I see everything here. So the first thing I will want to do with these numbers is draw the map. Everybody's going to use the map. The map is the future. If you don't have a map, you have nothing. So at that time, you don't have a map, so you're going to need a map, right? I can draw the map using these numbers. Can anybody tell me how? All right, so anyway, imagine this. Imagine I am this guy, okay? I'm standing right here, and this is a big paper, and the sun is right above me, all right? And we're going to stop the time. The sun is not going to move. It's going to stay there all the time. So I'm going to be here, and I got a friend beside me. I'm going to tell him to blindfold me. His name is Mike Kavanaugh. I'm going to tell him to blindfold me, all right? And just keep walking in any direction because I don't want to see him, all right? He's going to keep walking and walking and walking, and then he's going to stop somewhere far away from me, very far away from me. And then he will call me on Eratosthenes' cell phone. We have to use Eratosthenes' cell phone, by the way, because if we don't do that, we have to wait for next year, and next year is going to take us a lifetime. Now, as long as we have Eratosthenes' cell phone, then it's okay. So Mike is going to go to that direction. He walks kind of like this, and then he's going to stop somewhere. He's going to stop somewhere, and he's going to pick up his phone. He's going to call me, hey, dog, I'm here. You know, and I will ask him, you know, what is your angle of elevation? Mike is going to measure his angle of elevation. He's going to be like, you know, I think my angle of elevation is 75 degrees. I go back to my position. All right. So 75 degrees. I'm going to come to my drawing. You can use this one or this one. It doesn't matter. It's the same. So 75 degrees, Mike is right here. All right, so I'm going to know that the distance between us is 1,037 miles. That's the distance between me and Mike. I just knew it by using the angles. So I know the distance to Mike, and I'm going to confirm it because Mike already measured the distance while he was going there. So Mike will be like, what is the distance to me? And I'm going to be like 1,037. He's going to be, oh man, I just measured 1,036. How did you know that? Man, I got a break. I'm just kidding. Anyway, so
asshole.
Yeah, you wanted to make fun of me? There you go.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So the distance between us is 1,037 miles. Do I know where? I'm going to ask him about the place, of course. Where are you, Mike? Mike is going to be like, I'm in Egypt. Okay. So I know the distance to Egypt. Do I know what Egypt is? No, that's correct. I don't know what Egypt is. I just know the distance to Egypt. So if I want to know what Egypt is, I'm going to need another angle. What is it? The angle of azimuth, the horizontal angle. I didn't use it yet. So we only used the elevation angles, and the elevation angles can only tell me the distance to that guy. That's it. And I want to know I want to triangulate that guy. So I'm going to need another angle, which is horizontal. So how the hell am I supposed to do that? I'm going to call Mike again. Hey, Mike, do you have a compass? What the hell is a compass? No, forget about it. Do you have a protractor? Of course I have a protractor. All right. Is it a big protractor or what? Yeah, it's a big ass protractor. Okay, Mike, you have to stand on it. So Mike is going to stand on that protractor. It's a big protractor. I'm going to tell him, Mike, you have to point 0 degrees to Polaris. Do you know where Polaris is? Do you know what it is? Oh, of course I know, man. I'm going to show him where you forgot it. All right, so you're going to point 0 degrees to Polaris. I'm going to do the same thing for my position. I'm going to point Polaris. I'm going to point 0 degrees to Polaris. All right, just like in this drawing. Look at number 1, for example. I have Polaris right here, but it should be somewhere else. You know, it should be the line that goes to Polaris should be parallel to the other one. I just did it like this so you guys can see it. But anyway, he's gonna point his protractor to Polaris, and I'm gonna point my protractor to Polaris, and I'm gonna draw a circle with the radius of 1,037 miles, which is the distance between us. Now Mike can be anywhere on that circle. He can be anywhere. He can be right there. Right behind me, it can be anywhere. So if I want to know where Mike is, I'm going to try to move that protractor around that circle. I'm just going to move it like this, pointing 0 degrees to Polaris all the time, all right? And I'm going to draw a line from his feet to, no, first I'm going to ask Mike. Yeah, I forgot this. First I'm going to ask Mike to tell me where the sun is, because the sun is right above my head, okay? So Mike is going to be like, I don't know how to measure that. I'm going to show him how to measure the distance, the azimuth of the sun. So Mike is going to be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 90 degrees, 3, blah, 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 180 degrees, blah, 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 270 degrees. So the angle of azimuth of the sun for Mike is 270 degrees, all right? So I'm going to draw a line from his feet to 270 degrees. I'm going to keep doing this, just like in the picture. That line is not going to go through me, and I want it to go through me because there is only one point on that circle where that line is going to go through me. So I'm going to keep moving that protractor around that circle, and eventually that line is going to go through me. That's where Mike is. There is no other point. Mike is going to be there for sure. So I'm going to know that Mike is right there. If I walk that way, I will find Mike. Maybe I will be a few miles off, I don't know, but Mike has to be right there. Now I know where Egypt is, and I know where Mike is. All right? So the way I found Egypt, I can find Morocco. I can find any other place that is close to me. So this is how I can map the world. If this line right here is parallel to this line, then I'm going to draw the UTM grid system. That's what I'm going to draw. And then I'm going to wrap it around a globe. All right? But do you find this interesting, guys?
Especially the part about Mike. He must be a really cool guy.
Yeah, I know. All right, so now you know where Egypt is, and you can draw the entire map, especially the countries that are around you. All right? So is this all? You will find another problem. The problem is, if you want to draw other countries like, let's say UK, all right, let me say I want to triangulate London, all right? So I'm going to send somebody. London in my, if my calculations is right in front of me. So I'm going to send somebody there. It's not going to find London there. I'm going to be asking myself, how can I find Egypt and Morocco and all countries are close, and I cannot find London in the right position? That guy is going to go left, he's going to find London, but the distance between us is still the same. What's going on? I mean, if London is right there, and I'm telling you this because I did it before. London is right there, and we have, let's say, a distance like 5,000 miles. I'm not even sure. So if that guy goes left, the distance is still the same, but London is here, it's not here. So there is something wrong with the azimuth, because the angles of elevation are working, because the distance is working. But the direction to where London is not working. So what am I supposed to do? How the hell am I supposed to solve this? We have to find a solution. So as a globe earther, we have messed with when we did this, we messed with the angles of elevation. All right? We messed with the earth. We curved down the earth in order to fix these angles, to make them look parallel to each other. All right? And that's how we fix these distances. So if we want to make the azimuth work, we have to mess with something else. So what are you going to do in this case? And this is just my theory. I think they tilted the Earth 23.4 degrees to get to north, and this is how you can make the azimuth work and finish the globe. Of course, the first map is going to look like a mess. You have to adjust it and adjust it until you finish it, right? So this is how they draw the entire map. And once you draw the map, what are you going to do next? You still have problems. And these are all problems of the flat earth, all right? If you are a flat earther, you have to focus on these angles. Because if you know how to deal with angles, the way they draw the ball earth map, you can draw the flat earth map. But it's not going to be easy. They tilted the earth, you have to do something to the earth. Because I already solved the problem of these elevation angles, and I couldn't solve the problem of the azimuth. Not because it's impossible, it's because I couldn't do it yet. I'm still trying. So once you draw the ball earth map, you're going to have another problem. This is the next problem. This is what I was going to tell you. How many people think that this is correct? Nobody. And how many of you think that this is correct? Good, everybody. Because this is the truth. This is the truth. They know it. They know that the angles of elevation come from the center. They know it. Don't think that they don't know it. All right? And this is why they put the sun so far away. It doesn't matter the size. See the size right here? They deal with the sun as one point. They just care about the center of the sun. All right? They only need the size when it comes to the eclipse. But when it comes to angles, they only deal with the sun as one point. Because the size of the sun can be determined while you have the distance. If you have the distance, you have the size. If you have the size, you have the distance. That's it. If you modify the distance, you have to modify the size. This is how it works. So if you put the sun right here, look at these angles. They don't look parallel to each other. But when you put it far away, they start to become almost parallel. So they put the sun 93 million miles away. So of course they will look parallel. They come. If you draw lines from 93 million miles away from the center of the sun and make it so small, it doesn't matter the size. You're gonna bring those lines from the center, just like this, and you bring them to Earth. These lines will look parallel to each other. That's why I told you the size doesn't matter. You know. So this is how you fix the problem of the angles. You have them parallel to each other, and at the same time they are intersecting somewhere, because they will just look parallel from Earth, but they are not. So this is how they solve this problem. One sun, one earth. And the angles are working. Isn't this genius? It's a globe model, I know it. And I'm a flat earther, but this is genius. They fixed everything. They fixed the azimuth and the elevation angles and everything. Yeah, of course. There are exactly. Well, they don't say they are parallel 100%. If you look at it, look it up, they say they are close to parallel, not 100% parallel. They put it far away because from here, if you measure the angle, it will be like, let's say, 75.00001. You can never measure that in real life. So that's why they did this trick. Of course, it's just a trick. So now from that time, the distance to the sun was like 3 million miles away or something like that. It wasn't that far, all right? So, of course, if you put the sun 3 million miles away, the math is going to work with everything. But when it comes to the eclipse, they find that, they have to play with the distances because something is going wrong. What is this something? There is something else called the angular diameter. The angular diameter of the sun and the moon is always 0.52 degrees. It doesn't change. Maybe 0.53 degrees sometimes. So, if you put the sun 1 million miles away, this is the diameter of the sun. The size of the sun, you get it from the distance. If you get the distance, you get the diameter, because you have to put the sun inside this angular diameter. You have to put it inside and not outside. All right? So if you want to change the size of the sun someday, you have to change the distance as well. You cannot make the sun bigger and put it here. It's not going to work for you, and everybody's going to think you are stupid because the angular diameter can be measurable from Earth. You cannot mess with that. 0.52 degree is something you can measure from Earth. So they put the sun 93 million miles away, all right? And then a weird thing happened in 2017, in the eclipse that happened in 21 August. I don't know if you still remember that eclipse over the United States. All right? A growing number of NASA scientists started to say that the sun is much bigger than what they thought it is. And Paul on the plane saw the news that I've seen before, because we cannot find it anymore. I only found these ones, all right? You cannot even see them, sorry. Anyway, the news say at that time that the sun was 250 times larger than the actual size. So imagine when you make the sun of the sun, the size of the sun 250 times larger. You're gonna put it so far away, so the distance is going to be big, huge. All right? And what does that mean? I mean, if you change the distance, you would have a bigger problem, because you are changing the radius of the Earth orbit. So the Earth orbits around the sun at an X radius. I don't know the number exactly. So if you change the distance to the sun, then you have to change the speed of the Earth. You have to change the speed. You don't have any other option, because you are saying that the Earth is orbiting the sun. So you have to change the speed. And if you change the speed of the Earth, you have to change the speed of the moon, because it follows the Earth, right? And if you change this and that, then you will have to change everything else. And NASA is too smart to do this. Because if they do this, it's going to be a pain in the ass, and nobody's going to believe them in this era of internet, because we're going to communicate with each other. We're going to know it. And so if you were NASA, what do you want to do? What would you do? You're just going to let it go. You're just going to let it go, because it's a pain in the ass. But we are not going to let that go, NASA. Yeah, because, listen, this is the eclipse. This is their own website. They say the duration of the eclipse is 5 hours. All right, so if you do the math of the globe model, you will see that the eclipse should be only 4 hours, 4 hours and something. So they are 1 hour off, and they know it. They know it. If you read this news, I don't know. I mean, if you look it up, it's just one website, by the way. So if you look it up, you will see that they admit it. They admit that they have to increase the size of the sun to make the eclipse work. It didn't work. And they said that after we debunked it many times. People like Boss Darling from the Flat Earth 101 channel, and probably Globebusters and Jeranism did this. So we've been debunking this eclipse for a long time, and the duration of the eclipse doesn't work. It doesn't match reality. So they had to do something. All right? They had to make the sun, the size of the sun bigger. And of course, if you increase the size, you increase the distance. If you increase the distance, you have to change the entire model, and they cannot do that. They cannot do that. Nobody's going to believe them ever. Anyway, not to mention this, I mean, you already know it. That's it. I mean, this is everything. And I want to tell flat earthers that if you want to draw the flat earth map, and you have to do it because this is the model. If you don't have a map, you have nothing. So if you want to draw the map, stop playing with maps. Like Africa should be here, Australia should be here. This is not how you draw the map. You don't know how the map looks like. All right? So you have to start from the scratch. And how are you going to start from the scratch? You have to do the same thing they did. The same thing. And you will go through the same problems, and you will know how to solve them. You just have to focus. That's it. Because, I mean, I see a lot of people, a lot of flat earthers, and I don't want to offend anybody. They play with the Coriolis effect, time zones, flight duration. This is not going to work for anybody. I mean, if you do that, you will never get the map exact. You have to do the angles, because once you have the distances in the right place, then your map is accurate. Forget about stars. If you fix the map, everything else is going to work. That's it, guys. Thank you.
Okay, I'm now going to ask, thank you very much, Zach. The first time ever, eh? Karen, if you could come up and get yourself ready, please, that'd be great. While we're waiting for Karen to set up, I'm just going to do something that Zach mentioned that I want to just ask. I'm about 1.86 meters, and I want a few of you in the audience to actually tell me how far.